Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, and the man you just saw for a split second was Jake Spawn Tiberi. We're ready to get into day number 4 of the third week of the LPL. Of course, starting off with M3 versus WE, but we have 3 matches for you tonight.
Yeah, we certainly do. They should be some good matches as well, as we are celebrating Chinese New Year also. Take a look at the banners around the arena. It should be a good day of League of Legends, starting off with a not bad clash. And we've had a fairly packed week so far, Atlas. LGD still haven't got it together. IG showing that even with some roster swaps and some role swaps, they're still a very good team. And RNG maybe for the first time showing some cracks in their armor.
Yeah, of course, this is QG showing us that they're probably the top team in the LPL thus far, based on standings, of course, as EDG looking pretty good at the same time as they've managed to find their way back into form. Of course, Clearlove joining the lineup, probably going to be helping out there.
I don't think EDG were ever out of form. They just ran...
They didn't look great with Firelolly.
They ran double subs. If you take... I'm going to put it out there. You take Swift and Doinby off QG, they drop a game.
Yeah, that's probably true.
So I don't actually think that we could begrudge EDG for that. Clearlove was sick.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it was a voluntary sub either. Since he's been healthy, he's been playing on some of his Rift.
Yeah.
I'm going to take it further. I'm going to say, you take Faker and Bengi off SKT, and they probably drop some games as well, as we've been seeing. So
yeah.
I honestly don't know where else we could take this.
Okay.
If you want to take Svenskeren and Bjergsen off TSM, probably not the same team.
I think the analogy may have come across now, Spawn. So EDG at the moment, definitely looking like one of the top teams here in the LPL, but we haven't seen them up against QG. How do we know?
We haven't seen them yet, but vice versa, we have not seen QG play them either. And, every single time they've been in the league at the same time, which is only a split so far, EDG has one out over the top of them. So.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
I don't know what else to tell you, Atlas.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to when that clash does eventuate here. Of course, RNG still looking good despite the fact that they did drop a series. Of course, it was a 2-1 against Invictus Gaming. That is the one. Of course, Rookie just putting on an absolute clinic. But as you can see, QG Reapers 4-0 at the moment. Snake hot on their heels, though, and that matchup is going to be our last game of the evening tonight. That is a very exciting one to look out for. Team WE looking to try and stretch out away from Master 3, as that matchup is coming right after this. And you can see Group B, RNG still there in the top spot, but they have found a loss here as Invictus Gaming are looking to try and get towards the top of the standings. But EDG hot on their heels.
Yeah, certainly are. And, out of EDG and Invictus, one of the teams will join RNG at the top of the standings. But as we said, there are some matchups today. M3 versus WE will be the first one that face off of the old sister clubs, and should be an exciting matchup. M3 have been performing a little bit better. WE also just lost out to Snake 2-1 this week, and this is an interesting matchup.
Yeah, LGD EPA. And LGD just really...
I've said it like 3 times. If there's going to be a match LGD will win, it'll be this one. I also said that against M3 at WE, and they proved me wrong both times. Yeah. But LGD need to start getting some runs on the board.
They certainly do. EPA are looking like no slouches, though. I mean, you look over the other side, the other LSPL team being Hyper Youth Gaming, they have definitely been losing a lot of their games. But EPA... they've shown some promise here, as our final match is going to be QG taking on Snake, and that is going to be a massive matchup for Snake especially. Of course, QG probably looking to continue that winning streak, but if Snake can take that off them, then they're going to be really vying for that top spot. Yeah,
they certainly should be. When you look at this matchup, it is kind of the old versus the new. Snake versus QG, double LSPL teams that got promoted last year. And they really have been the juxtaposition of each other. As we go through the KDA rankings, you can see V still on top, but Looper and Flandre also making a very good case for it at the moment.
They most certainly are. Of course, the bottom 4 spots very close when You've got V sitting out front with 7.2, which is utterly ridiculous. Of course, that Tom Kench game of his really coming through on that one. But Clearlove has well and truly eclipsed Swift at the top of the jungle.
And if
KDA.
stats tell us anything, Clearlove currently twice as good as Swift at League of Legends. I believe that's
I think
exactly
we're
that
still
says.
having this conversation about QG somehow. I don't know.
No, of course, KDA doesn't mean everything in Clearlove. He's got a very big KDA, but it's more what he provides, as Swift does as well. 10 KDA, definitely no slouch. And you see Doinby leading pawn there, followed by Xiaohu and Tank. Rookie, you have to say probably the best performing mid laner so far for Invictus Gaming. But has to play a heck of a lot more aggressive than the other counterparts on that list.
Yeah, and you can see Pekko is well and truly ahead of the KDA as far as the AD carries are concerned, but Deft really making his way towards the top. We'll see whether that is going to change as weeks go on, especially if QG ever actually lose a game, because that's when AD carries tend to look not so great in the KDAs, because once you're ahead, generally they just kill everyone.
Yeah, and this is the one that really surprises me. Moore and Ali you expect to be up there, but Mata and Mako are the two initiators for their teams. And when you have an initiating support running nearly a 5 KDA across two teams, that is very impressive. Not taking anything away from Moore, who's had a fantastic start to this year. People still call him the weak link of QG, and he just doesn't look it anymore. Looks very in control of the map.
Yeah.
But as we said, starting off with WE versus M3. You see the M3 lineup on your screen right now.
We'll see whether we're going to be playing with Scenery again or whether YOLO is going to be back on the lineup. We are going to see
YOLO was in the lineup. He was in the top lane.
Oh, right. Right. Oh, right. Yeah, yes. As far as the jungle is concerned, wondering whether they're going to be playing Scenery, and they are, as YOLO is going to be taking the top lane.
Yeah, so previous support turned jungle and now top laner. YOLO, jack of all trades, had a fantastic set.
Well, we'll see exactly what's going to happen here. Of course, back-to-back Quinn games as well. The man's ready to carry there from the top lane. We'll see how he does go up against 957, the sort of prodigy on WE's side. As Scenery is going to be taking the jungle role, of course, not really changing the champion pool as much.
And look at the gank kill rate, 100%. Every time this guy enters a lane for a gank, he actually just gets a kill or gives a kill over as Raphael in the mid lane. He got Ryze game too. I think we demonstrated that you don't really give Ryze over to a team.
No, that's just not a great move. Although we slipped through a couple of drafts now. We'll see what happens. But PentaQ doing decent things there in the bottom lane. Managed to get on the Ezreal and the Lucian last time around. We'll see how he does go next time as Savoki back on disengage duty on the Trundle. And I find this really interesting because we saw him sort of skyrocket over to the LPL on these engage supports.
I'm going to say he doesn't play disengage.
All right.
He just ran at people.
Yeah,
that was kind of the game plan from Savoki, was put down, get the W out as far in front as possible and just run.
So Trundle doing the Poppy cosplay.
Yeah, exactly right. As we jump over to the other side of the rift and take a look through WE's lineup, have been a little bit more consistent with what they've run. See Zero, their support on the end there, veteran Korean player. Surrounded by a lot of young talent.
Most definitely. Of course, Condi, another sort of semi-veteran here of this team. We'll be looking at him, see whether he can challenge Scenery's gank success rate. Because Condi has been a big linchpin of this team thus far. Which is interesting to say, because of course M3 was his former roster. Didn't do so well over there, but now definitely making waves. It is going to be the standard WE roster.
Yeah, the only one we've seen, 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Zero. Let's take a look at the top laner first. 957 likes to play the carries. A lot of Fiora, a lot of Lissandra. This guy loves the mages up there in the top lane. Would like to see him get his hands on a Ryze, actually, and see what he can pull out there. And, of course, their jungler, Condi, as you mentioned, last year playing on Team Masters 3 this time around on WE, has been a heck of a lot better.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Picked up 3 MVPs here as well, as there's Shie in the mid lane. Picking up the Cassiopeia last time around, up against LGD. Also managed to get the Corki, who's been a massive pick so far towards the end of this patch. And Mystic, he likes playing Ezreal.
Yeah, he certainly does. And, you can see that they like to run these double AD comps. They've had a couple of Corki games, a couple of Ezreals weaved in there as well. And their support Zero, formerly of Starhorn Royal Club. You can see on your screen there a lot of Braum, but also has an Alistair game. And if he can get back on engaged supports, really start setting this team up for success, you feel like WE will get a little bit better. They beat out LGD, but did lose against Snake the last time they took to the Rift. And we'll see if they're able to pick up a win over their former sister side.
Yeah, and of course that matchup against Snake was a 3-game series as well. Went down to the wire, of course, WE managing to pick up game 1. So this team definitely no pushover. That being said, M3 managed to beat Snake as well. we don't really like to talk about that series. That was a long, drawn-out battle. War of attrition in the end. But we'll see how M3 do go up against their former sister side, like you mentioned.
And you feel like the win of M3 over Snake is actually why we will see Crystal continue to play on the roster for Snake, because they took them to late game, and that's where Snake used to thrive and kind of beat them at their own game. So we'll see if something similar happens today, whether M3 want to go out for another long, drawn-out games play, or whether they just beat them comprehensively like they did with LGD.
Well, we'll see exactly what happens here as we are under Champion Select. LeBlanc going to be the first ban here on the side of M3 as WE going to take away the Gangplank. Rek'Sai banned away from Condi. That's a big one, as Condi, of course, all throughout his LPL career has been defaulting to that champion, but Graves is still there. Corki now going to be banned away here as WE get that one off the Rift. And I wonder whether Master 3 are going for a Graves first pick here, because that would make a bit of sense given their bans.
Certainly would, but you can never overlook the Alistair and Tahm Kench availability as well.
Oh, and the Rise as well, sticking out like a sore thumb. If there's anyone that can play it, I mean, Raphael's there. He, of course, played it last time around. As Jie, he can definitely play it in the mid lane as well. See, Alistair was the final ban here for M3.
Do you ban Graves? Do you ban Rise right now? Do you leave them both up, take something else off the board, and try and snag one of them for yourself?
Scenery hasn't really displayed the Graves just yet. Of course, the Rek'Sai and the Elise have been what he's played so far. But I have a feeling he can play it. Graves pretty top of the meta at the moment, so...
They let the ban fall through. Ah, Trundle.
Trundle going to hit the benches. Savoki going to get the focus there. But that means Rise or Graves, both available. And if M3 picks something else, that means WE gets both of them. But Rise looking to be that first pick option.
And the rule of the power picks is generally if they have CC, take it. Because CC you cannot buy.
Yeah.
It always is there. Rise has the only permanent CC in the game, meaning if you combo it well enough, people just don't move at all, Atlas.
They certainly don't. Don't worry, I've been at the other end of that. It's not great fun. As Condi actually considering the Lee Sin, what was his second go-to after the Rek'Sai, but Graves has been pretty high on that priority list. As Lulu's available as well. I'd just love to see Lulu Tahm Kench right now. I think that'd be disgusting, and then they'd have so much flexibility for their comp.
Yeah, I actually don't know how you engage on a Rise if you play Lulu Tahm Kench. There is zero hard engage in that.
Well, I mean, that's only 2 champions. There may be 3 other spots that you can put some CC in. I don't know.
What? Ash.
Yeah. Callista could work. Fate's Call ain't bad. But it does mean that Master 3 now have a few more options, as it was Lee Sin and Lulu to be locked away here on the side of WE. Poppy being considered, but Scenery looks to go towards sort of the cream of the crop as far as the jungle role is concerned. And it looks like YOLO might be taking the Rise. That'd be a very interesting pick if the Kassadin does go through. Of course, that Lulu's still a flex on the side of WE. Although we haven't seen it out of 957 just yet.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they were hovering it for a very long time. Trying to mind game WE here, you would think more than anything. Where are we putting the Poppy? Where did we want to put the Kassadin?
Savoki's played the most Poppy on the team, though. Let's be real. You're not fooling anyone, Master 3. We understand your shenanigans. WE probably going to leave GA's pick till last, although he is cycling through some champions. That'd be some CC. They're hovering
Still not
over
initiation.
That's a good point.
They really only have the Lee Sin kick right now.
Does mean, with Lee Sin, that they can just hard camp this Rise. Get the flash, just keep killing him. Does depend on what is going to be going up against it in the top lane or the middle lane. It's Mystic now looking at a Tristana. This could be the pump up the Tristana comp. And it is going to be locked in.
So that would make some sense because all of a sudden you don't really need engage with a Tristana. She just sieges turrets so well. All you have to be able to do is push lanes. Teams have to engage on you with a Jugger Trist comp there. And they've got some good disengage out of the Braum and the Lee Sin with the kick and the ultimate.
Savoki thinking about an AD carry here. Pentakill, of course, could probably just lock it in himself. But support to the end is Savoki. He even helps pick the champion. Pentakill yet to actually hover anything, as it is considering the Lucian. See how this one does go. Kale would be an odd choice. does look to me like they're sending that Poppy into the support position.
Are we going to see our first top Graves?
I really hope so. That would be a very, very cool idea. And look, we've already seen YOLO playing the Quinn over and over again. It'd make a lot of sense for him to take another range damage dealer into the top lane. That's going to be it. So, first top Graves in the LPL in the hands of YOLO.
I'm always hesitant to call picks in the LPL.
Oh, yes. Top Elise probably is going to be coming through.
Well, there was a time where I was back on the Top Elise hype train.
Yeah, that was like a week or something. Yeah, I remember that.
We've hit her way too many times since then again. Back on the mana adjustment costs. But, yeah, when she first became an S-tier jungler, I was of the firm opinion that Top Elise was coming back because all people were running was Maokai in the top lane.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very good matchup for Elise.
% health damage does tend to work pretty well there.
But my dreams never came true, Atlas. Sometimes I'm that far ahead of the meta that it takes like 16 patches. For example, we were calling mid Corki a long time ago. Completely different iteration.
Yeah.
We're going second item Luna's Echo.
I remember that one, yeah.
No one else is doing that. Yeah, Lily Andrews as well. That was good.
Loved it. Still don't know why they're not building Rage Blade Corki. That is fun. As Lissandra looks to be the option here. 957 probably going to take that one towards the top lane as it's the double mages coming in here for WE. And we'll see how Lissandra goes against Graves. Of course, is going to now have the range advantage.
I love Lissandra as a top laner at the moment. I just think that she provides the best of both worlds. Fantastic peel, but one of the best hard engagers out of the top lane as well. You can come out of the fog of war with that Claw of Doom, lock down a priority target, just ult yourself if you're in any trouble.
Yeah, no, I definitely like it as well. Of course, Condi going to be there for a lot of early game support, but WE's late game looks utterly terrifying. Their kite potential as well as 957's ability to really lock up the back line.
And you see that Raphael feels that pressured by the Lissandra and the roam that will be taking place, that he actually opts in for an exhaust. A cleanse, sorry. There's an exhaust across the rift on Xie. So that will be interesting as you take a look at the lineups. That is a fairly squishy lineup on an M3 side. A lot of damage.
WE, of course, I mean, their only real tanks are Zero and Condi on this side as well. So both of the teams going in a little bit glass cannon.
But Xie makes people tanky.
That's a good point.
If we saw anything from Pawn yesterday, it's Lulu gets ahead. She can make anyone into a tank. Don't think we can say the same thing about WE.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Xie's Lulu is going to be up to the Pawn level. But that's going to be a tough ask for the WE mid laner. But if anyone can do it, I'm feeling you might be able to try as we're going to hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift. M3 versus WE, as M3 are going to be on our blue side this time around. WE going to be taking the red. And as everyone's fanning out across the Rift, we'll see whether they do adjust, move into any lane swaps. As Tristana can push down a lane pretty damn quick. The extra range support of Lissandra probably going to be helpful there as well, but we'll see how it all pans out. As wards have gone down, but none too deep in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Looks like it will be a lane swap coming out of the WE lineup. A little bit of a blind swap as they move the Tristana up into the top lane.
Oh, shit.
Of course, this gives M3 the option of just sending Savoki up to Chuoku with YOLO.
That's true. Very flexible ADs at the moment. With sort of the two shortest range AD carries here as far as Graves and Lucian are concerned. I wonder what a Graves teleport gank looks like.
He comes in and kills you.
Yeah.
Death is the hardest CC. I believe that's someone's quote. Abraham Lincoln.
Not sure whether it was him. I think someone's probably said it though. Do not deny. Xie though, he's going to start shoving this wave through. We'll see how Raphael does in the lane as there's going to be a double jungle situation. Zero is going to miss the Winter's Bite and the stationary target. Just getting his eye in at the moment.
He tried to steal one of the little ones. That actually sets the jungle behind a fair amount. Now we have Savoki coming in. Oh, get him!
Yeah, Condi actually taking a lot of damage here from Savoki. Is 957 playing body block. Level 1 on both. Oh, as Condi is going to be able to lock that one down. I think it was actually 957 that picked up the kill credit there. Is Condi going to head back, and Savoki says, yeah, I did a pretty good job.
Yeah, but gets forced out of the jungle level 1. This is going to be an incredibly quick jungle. Clear now out of the M3 lineup, and you have to say that Savoki a little bit more, I guess, successful at stopping the jungle clear. Braum didn't really do anything. Savoki tackled someone. I'll give that to the Poppy.
Most definitely. And we were talking about how he plays Trundle, and now he's on Poppy. So can actually play Poppy like Poppy and still be Poppy.
I wonder if he plays Poppy like Trundle.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Where do you get the pillar from?
The Hooksie.
Uh-huh. Oh, Mystic.
Mystic. Gun malfunctioning.
Yeah. May see a pause coming up soon, ladies and
Please.
No, I can't jinx that.
Don't even
really
joke about pauses anymore.
Touch wood, touch wood. Found it, we're good. Desk is made of wood, we're fine. Condi 957 just going to take away this red buff now as well, so not too far behind, but there is a Rift Scuttler going down for Scenery. That's actually 2 camps, Scenery's ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to mention. I like the fact that M3 have matched the lane swap, even though it was WE that initiated it, just because the ability to jungle incredibly quickly with an Elise and a Graves at the moment.
Yeah, it is going to be Condi taking away the Grunt. As first turret is going to fall here on the bottom side, so M3 going to be able to pick that one up. Scenery going to be taking a Gromp here as well after the Wolves that he's denied from Condi. And they're continuing the shove so much quicker on the side of M3. They may be able to get an inner off this as well. 4 members strong. That's an attack speed boost on the Elise as well, and they've got a fair few minions. WE now heading back. They want to try and defend this if they can. Turret is going to fall, but this one's going down very, very low. Another minion wave comes in, and M3, they're going to grab 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, they certainly are, and this is the EDG trick. Just keep pushing through, make the team respond to your superior pushing power. We always mention the fact that with Elise, you have a good pushing advantage, let alone with YOLO, who absolutely rips through creep waves and turrets alike. So M3 able to grab 2 turrets at the start of the game. 2 WEs 1.
Yeah, and accelerating this gold game as well here for M3. They are ahead by about 1,200. Farm advantage here in the mid lane, though, as that one's been a little bit of an island. Raphael just trying to do his best to farm out as many creeps as he can against the bullying potential of this Lulu. Does have an exhaust, which I really like, because Ryze sort of doesn't stop doing damage once he starts. As you mentioned, sort of permanent CC that isn't death.
Well, even death isn't as permanent as Ryze's CC, I feel.
You're sort of happy to die at that stage. Yeah. It's like, oh, thank goodness it's over.
Might be able to move again in 20 seconds.
Yeah. Well, M3 actually looking to make an aggressive play here towards the bottom side. Tristana pushing up. They need to stay towards the bottom side of the map here as Scenery is going to make his way in. Cocoon goes down. Savoki right in there. Gets the Q, but Unbreakable's going to stop any of the damage here on the side of Zero.
I thought Savoki for a second had actually managed to tackle the Lee Sin back into the Cocoon that was absolutely whiffed by Scenery. But was not to be, and Sheer putting down a lot of pressure. This is why Risers like to take teleport so they can get back to their lane with a free shot the first time around in a tier. Except it's not going to be the case right now. And you can see that PentaQ actually might be in danger of being dove here.
You can see Condi very aggressive with his movements now as M3 looking to try and find a gank onto Sheer. Had enough mana for the wild growth as he flashes out of the way of the potential Cocoon, which is going to eventually go wide, but big deal here as Raphael kept both of his summoners.
Yeah, and you saw there, Scenery's Cocoon whiffed one more time, maybe not looking as comfortable on Elise.
That's going to really hurt his gank kill rate as well.
Certainly is. As we thank you, Atlas. You had to do it.
Yeah, sorry. We touched wood, though. Felt like the Jinx probably could have been countered from there. As you can see, it does look to be a slight issue on the side of WE. I was half expecting that one to be Scenery. As he's saying, my Cocoon button isn't quite working.
Yeah, it actually looks like it's Sheer right now who's having the problem with his computer, so we'll see exactly what that is, try and update you guys as soon as possible. But it has been a pretty standard start of the game. M3, I guess, accelerated the pace with that
Yeah.
turret push, but it looks like WE with the Tristana going to be able to equalize bottom lane turret quite soon with all the pressure that Condi is putting down there.
Yeah, and I'm surprised to not see M3 just say, all right, well, we're going to lane swap towards the top side, grab that outer turret, and then still be ahead because they managed to get a little bit further towards the bottom lane, but not going to be the case.
I think you only race Tristana once on turrets. I think after that time, it's kind of a bad idea. Tristana just gets to jump on you.
Yeah.
Has a couple of more levels into that explosive satchel and just starts destroying structures. I mean, we saw how much work she did with a Lucian underneath her turret, let alone with no one.
Yeah,
and a couple of people helping her out. So I think that good move from M3 at the start of the game, but matching the standard lanes now definitely is the right choice.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether any more attention then comes towards the mid lane because, of course, now no flash on Xie. He's struggling just a little bit there in that lane now based on Scenery's little engagement. And we'll see whether after a few items have come in, whether Raphael's going to be able to start taking charge because, of course, the power after a few items of the mana variety for a Rise starts to become pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, it certainly does. So we finally do have standard lane. As we mentioned, YOLO versus 957 in the top lane. This should be very interesting. Couple of solo queue talents coming up against each other. As Graves takes out his arch nemesis, the pink ward.
Yeah, does kill it though, even if it takes him quite a while. Even on levels, 6 CS in the lead now for YOLO. Coming out of the lane swap. Let's see what Xie is able to do. And just at the moment, content to try and hold this wave. Force Raphael to overextend just a bit. He is in no worry of being killed at the moment, considering that cleanse and the flash being available. And we'll see whether Condi is going to try and do his best to rid him of those summoner spells.
So once again, the way the lane works is the fact that if it's on your side of the map and you only have 3 caster creeps, no melees, it will eventually push back in your direction. So even though it looked like Raphael would have had to overextend there, when he goes and gets his blue buff, the lane's pushing in his favor. There's no way that he has to go anywhere near it. You might lose 1 creep, which is what happened. But then the rest of the creeps will just arrive at his turret. He'll be able to go pick up the free farm. So it's actually good lane positioning, being able to understand where your lane reverse. If it hits a turret, it's generally hard research, which means it meets, as we see.
Whoa, okay. So Scenery's going to be able to pick first blood up in the top lane here as 957 falls down. Everyone a little bit surprised about that one.
You know, I don't really expect the spectator to catch people that die in about 0.1 second. You can see died that quickly that wasn't even able to get anything else off as Condi and Zero once again looking to invade, but Savoki there to catch him out.
Well, Scenery now able to steal away the red buff here as well, going to deny a little Cinderling, which is going to be chilling out. And M3 already with a great start. And it's always weird, you know, players role swapping, all this sort of stuff, but it's worked out quite nicely so far here for M3.
Well, when you played, I love how the joke starts and finishes it. Kid, like, oh, he plays Graves, you know, AD carry jungler.
Yep.
YOLO's played Quinn and Graves.
Yeah.
They're 2 jungler top laners. I don't want to hear anyone giving Kid anything anymore. You know, apparently when you lane swap, you just keep picking the same champion. It's like when Dandy picked Rek'Sai and took a top.
Yep.
You know, that's just what happens. You're very comfortable on these champions, just play them in any role.
Well, that's what Insect did. He just followed Hecarim around the meta. He's like, oh, I can't play it in the jungle anymore.
He used to play Lee Sin top as well and Zac top, so
yeah.
I think that guy might have
He also played Fiddlesticks and Pantheon, so Insect's probably an interesting one to use as a demonstration.
I don't think anyone understands Insect's champion pool.
Well, oh no.
Cannon creepness.
Worst
Atlas's
feeling.
worst nightmare.
Oh, it's
As
horrible.
we see Condi coming in for a gank in the top lane. Of course, a lot of lockdown CC out of this Lysandra if 957 wants to go now.
Well, they may need to make a move as YOLO just clears out the wave. He's going to just leave. No turret to fall back to, so playing very defensively, which is intelligent given Condi's positioning. YOLO just going to utilize his jungling ability and take down a Gromp.
Yeah, certainly is. You can see has actually a couple of daggers in his back pocket, so maybe a rapid fire cannon coming out for the Graves a little bit earlier than you would expect.
Yeah, I don't actually know what the top lane Graves build is. Could imagine it.
Well, when you're against double AP, I'm going to suggest a Maw would be a great place to start.
Yeah, I'd say so. He might be going for the wit's end, though, given the daggers. YOLO's going to find his way in. Lots of burst damage comes down, but the Chlorodoom comes in. Flash out immediately from YOLO, but that's 3 members of WE that he's managed to At least convinced not to do too much. WE now looking for Raphael as they flash forward. Mystic picks up the kill, gets the reset, and he's out.
Yeah, able to grab that one. Very nice moves there from Mystic. Willing to burn a summoner spell to pick up a kill. Definitely worth at this stage of the game, though. Shutting down that Rise just a little bit. And, you know, with how long that bottom lane is, leaving until it hits the turret really isn't that big of a deal. There's not many creeps will die, and there's not anything that PentaQ can overextend for right now.
She might be in a little bit of trouble here as he's trying to dodge out of the way of the Coon just a little bit too fast.
Yeah, it actually looks like Savoki hit the creep there instead of the Lulu. Maybe a little bit of a misclick. Otherwise, you would expect Xie to have ended up in that wall.
Well, not happening this time. YOLO just holding onto his wave that has now met him at his inner turret towards the top side of the map. Mystic now having to overextend a little bit for this farm, but considering the position of the rest of the turrets, he's probably going to be just fine. But still a lot of vision here for M3 towards the top side, towards the bottom side, sorry, of M3's map. 957 once again potentially under fire.
Yeah, you see Savoki heading up here with PentaQ as well, looking to maybe siege down a turret. They will be able to clear out another pink ward. 957 has to back away from this one, so good tempo once again from WE. They fumbled it a little bit by going for the dragon and leaving their mid laner a little bit overexposed, but grabbing a turret on the top side of the map definitely going to be a good thing for them at this stage of the game. And we keep saying it about the double AD comps, but it's so easy to get ahead and to stay ahead with them just because of how they siege down turrets. And add any CC in there, especially a high damage source like Rise, does seem to favor them if they accelerate the pace of the game.
Yeah, and that late game insurance of the Rise still pretty ridiculous there as well, as WE have found their way down to this bottom outer turret. They will be able to take that one with an explosive satchel, but M3 looking to try and answer this towards the top side, and it looks like exactly what you're saying is coming to fruition here, as there's the flash kick into the ultimate from 957. Beautifully played here from WE, as Savoki may actually be in trouble as well, as Xie's making his way up. He has to run a long way to be able to get back home. As the ultimate's being powered up, everyone just trying to find themselves a position. Wild Growth comes in. Savoki just going to get slowed for days as he's trying to run away.
Also, might be able to hit him into the wall. Here comes Rise. There's YOLO as well. This is bad news for WE.
Yeah, Condi's still coming over. Nails the Q as Xie's going to flash out of the way. Oh, Savoki in trouble. YOLO as well, as Xie's doing a lot of work, but unable to grab the kill, and M3 grab another couple.
Yeah, greedy there out of Condi. Thought he could go for it as Scenery gets hit by a nice Winter's Bite. But with a Poppy W, there's just no point riding that Q in as Lee Sin. You're not going to get the execute. Instead, he gets picked off as well. And what was a great catch out of WE now means that they lose a 2-for-1 trade in some position around the map.
Yeah, and this Rise, getting further and further towards his items. Is Raphael going to be going back to base, refill that mana bar, and we'll see how close he is to this Rod of Ages as well while he's there. Blasting Wand is going to be picked up, so only about 700-ish to go till that item is going to be built. And Xie now only ahead by about 8 CS here in this lane.
Yeah, the big discrepancy is the bottom lane. Mystic has just been quietly farming all of the side lanes, as opposed to PentaQ, who has been used for his turret pushing abilities. So PentaQ helping out with the global goal, but missing out a little bit in the individual farm. You can see he's down about 20 at this stage. That's more than made up to by YOLO in the top lane.
Yeah. And Rapid Fire Cannon was the first item spawn.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't like it. But each their own.
More of Malmortius and Ghostblade seem pretty good on the old Graves Arena. But of course, Rapid Fire Cannon's not bad. It's just an odd timing for it.
Yeah, we see a lot of junglers pick it up as their second or third item. I would have thought that YOLO would have followed a similar train of thought. Go something, instead of the Warrior Enchant, something like the Maw, or at least the Hex Drinker into a Yomu's Ghostblade.
Yeah.
Pick up Rapid Fire Cannon, then Steric, so you're kind of this tanky bruiser. Graves that we've seen be so successful in the jungle position, but maybe going for more of a traditional AD carrier build. See whether he goes towards something like an Essence Reaver, picks up some cooldown reduction for himself, and just plays it standard.
It'd be very interesting. But of course, first time we've seen a Graves top, YOLO gets to decide what the standard is, in the LPL especially. As Rod of Ages yet to be finished by 957 here, or Raphael. They're probably looking for that on their next backs. Frost Queen's Claim in a chase after Savoki. Finds him there, making his way towards the mid lane as Winterspite not going to find it. Yeah, extending that lead a little bit further. They want to try and grab this outer turret. They do have Mystic here. Yeah, there's the Unbreakable as PentaQ gets his culling completely stopped by that. M3, they do defend, take down the minion wave at least.
So Voki's been on point with his tackles here. You just don't want to fight the Poppy at this stage of the game, especially one that has stopped upgrading face of the mountain and gone straight towards that Locket of the Iron Solari, of course, just with the Aegis at the moment. But while all that was happening, Rift Herald was taken, and they're going to siege down this mid turret.
Yep, the Flandre tactic there by Savoki as he just charges the ultimate just to zone everyone away from the turret.
Yeah, puts it on a 30-second cooldown, not firing it, which is so much more advantageous. You don't have to throw it. Just the threat of being knocked away makes you move in kind of weird patterns away from the turret. Can't clear out that minion wave, so they get half of its health for pretty much nothing in turn.
Yeah, GA and 957 have found their way back to the mid lane though. We'll see whether PentaQ will be able to clear this one out, and he can. Ooh, there's the Unbreakable. Odd positioning of it, but it's going to do its job now as M3 looking to clear vision, going towards this dragon. Will be the second for them.
This is a stage of the game you really have to be careful. Rise level 10 has a lot of points in his abilities, can combo fairly effectively. You would think without a Rod of Ages, not really much threat, but his bases are just so damn high with only mana. And you can see WE looking for a push in the mid lane, but Savoki's here and maybe wants to start up a fight.
Yeah, Mystic gets a cheeky auto attack in, but Savoki shrugs it off like it's nothing. Scenery gets tagged. He's able to land the Cocoon there as well as a Volatile Spiderling gets soaked by the Unbreakable. Rod of Ages completed here for Lysandra as well. 957 grabbed that last time he went back to base, so nice timing on that one.
Zero's been positioning very effectively around these team fights, you have to say, stopping a lot of the aggression that you can see wants to come out of this stage from M3. Their one-item spikes are just massive. What they did is actually buy enough time where Rise wanted his Rod of Ages, didn't want to stop that 17-minute roller. So they'll be able to grab a turret in response, and a lot of it you have to credit towards the support of WE.
Yeah, really nicely played. Scenery was looking for a potential engagement there, but just couldn't find his way in. And of course, with Rise not around, going to be able to make anything of it. M3, though, now get their opportunity to pick up the second dragon for themselves, denying WE there first, which is probably the more important part.
Yeah, but mid-turret for Dragon at this stage of the game, definitely worthwhile, as long as they can grab one by Dragon 4. We say about 25 minutes. If you haven't got a Dragon by 25 minutes, you need to reevaluate their tactics.
Yep.
But right now, definitely worthwhile trade.
Yep. Savoki once again going full helicopter mode. Shea just says, yeah, bring it, mate. Come on. Zero finds his way in. Now WE think that the disengage might be on cooldown. Cute little safeguard just to make sure that the W does get popped.
So Condi wins the mind game this time around. Savoki straight away puts the W up. Savoki just, you know, pops his head in, pops back out. That was cute.
Very cute. Like
That's the most satisfying thing on these. People talk about, you know, setting up the perfect insects. Getting flashes out of AD carries without traveling the full distance is the most satisfying thing about the champion.
Oh, the amount of times I've done that.
But
That was the AD carry.
The W... Sorry, the Rod of Ages, double Rod of Ages have been completed right now on the side of WE, so they're still scaling up into the late game. Both done by about 17 minutes. That's not bad timing.
Not bad by Shea as well to have it done and a Frost Queen's Claim. But this outer turret is going to fall in the mid lane. M3 do manage to eke that one out. Blue buff now being pinged here by M3. Not up just yet. Oh, just respawned.
So very nice timing on that one. They will be able to pick it up. You can see maybe some Baron Vision going to be secured right now by Condi.
Does mean that they will sacrifice that blue buff though, as M3 do lock it down. Raphael picks that one up for himself, so a lot of extra regen for him. Cooldown reduction, of course, not going to be too bad either, as M3, with no inner turret, we're going to be knocking on the door with WE very, very quickly.
Yeah, they still need to be careful being this far up the lane. Very, very easy to chase and catch them out right now, especially with the Lulu Tristana. If a team fight snowballs against them, they do have chase for days. So you see they back away. Really much to be gained right now. All the outer turrets have been taken down. It's only 20 minutes in. It's actually going to be Herald that's a focus. I thought they were going for Baron Vision, but good timing on the Herald buff means that they'll be able to pick that one up just before he despawns. Grab some extra gold for themselves.
Oh, there his buddy. There's his buddy. Baron is going to start spawning now. So it now pops out. Oh, his little void hole, and there he is.
Is he, buddy?
Hey, Baz. How you doing?
I don't know if Baron has any friends. Look at that guy.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't know. I haven't been to the Void. Maybe everyone's like Baron in the Void. You know, just here, no one understands him.
Well, we know that's not the case because we might not be there, but we have creatures from the Void.
Yeah, they look pretty mean.
They don't look Baron-esque, though.
I don't know. Kog'Maw looks kind of like a mini Baron.
Cho'Gath?
Cho'Gath.
Vel'Koz?
Pretty Baronish. I don't know.
Vel'Koz is a floating eye. I think that...
Well, if we think of the Void as like having its own ecosystem, I mean, the Earth has a lot of different animals and species, you know? Our producer's telling us to probably get back on track now, as we are in a game of League of Legends. Probably shouldn't be talking about, you know, the animal kingdom of the Void.
I want to follow this further because I want to say all the animals on Earth are the same, which was your initial point on Baron.
What? No. I'm saying that they're different, you know, but Baron might be a species of his own, and there'd be a lot of different Barons, and he'll have a whole bunch of buddies. YOLO. Yeah, he does have the QSS, pops it now as end of the line comes out. But
yeah, so
interesting.
957 has a lot of CC. You know, he's got a slow, he's got the W, which locks you in places. We might have another fight. YOLO managed to QSS none of it, which was an interesting choice, and then walk away.
Yeah. He used it to show 957 that he had one. He said, in the next team fight, don't ult me because I've got a QSS. Please? I'm just a bit confused about how to use it.
As we see, Serrated Tech has been picked up from YOLO, so his drilling potential is much better right now. Not much armor on the side of Team WE. And a very, very slow game, you know. We talked about M3 kind of slowing the pace of the game down against Snake. This seems to be a similar story right now, waiting for their rise to scale up. Not really much happening around here. As you see Mystic get the speed up and start zooming around the rift.
I guess the thing is here, though, that WE probably more than happy to let this game go late as well, as they have the Lulu-empowered Tristana to really wreak havoc in the late game. It's sort of the battle of both tactics here for these teams, as Savoki once again going to be charging the ultimate as the siege is on. Cocoon not going to find it there as Condi just going to kick them through. Pentague gets tagged. Condi still looking for it now as Savoki does have that W. 957 pops the ult, but now the re-engage from M3. 957 so low as M3 just staying clumped, protecting their carries as there's the exhaust on a Mystic. He's way in the front line. This is not what he wants as he dives forward. Safeguard for an extra shield there as well as he now has to try and get away. YOLO doesn't have the ultimate anymore. M3 barely coming out ahead. Of course, no one dying just yet, but they'll grab the turret.
Yeah, they will get the turret, and they get so many key cooldowns out. You see the double exhausters expend. Both of them on Raphael that fight. All the flashes apart from Condi. And I was waiting for that. Savoki kept threatening with his ultimate, but never using it. So you expected WE to pull the trigger. And they did. They just fell a little bit short from what they were hoping for. So a great kick from Condi. Kicked the top laner through the 80 carry there. Set up what should have been a great fight because he got so much damage, but just wasn't to be. Mystic wasn't there at the start of the fight, and it meant that WE couldn't get the kills rolling.
Yeah, and Savoki denying Condi any entry into the backline as well. It shows that this Poppy doing great things against the Lee Sin, as you've already iterated, Spawn. It is the Abyssal Scepter now done for 957. Probably wants to get some work done towards that Zhonya's Hourglass as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you saw he nearly got blown up at the start of that fight by Raphael. You know, Ryze was just waiting patiently for him to come out of stasis, so should look to get the second one online as Dragon number 3 now looking to be picked up. YOLO is in the top lane, so they're without their Graves. See whether this is when WE want to fight. You can see right now 957 was in base looking for a teleport. They go back to pushing lanes.
Yeah, 957 going to get pinged out. So of course top lane is accounted for on both sides. There's M3 actually pressuring up this mid lane. 957 actually can't find his way towards this dragon, but the inner turret's going to be well and truly pressured here on the bottom lane. Does M3 say, all right, well, I'll just take the inhibitor turret in the mid lane as Pentaque gets a fair bit of damage on it.
Yeah, they need to be careful here. They've actually been flanked pretty hard. 957, of course, still has the engage potential with the ultimate available. So instead, they'll rotate towards the top lane turret, take that one out. But WE trying to chase them around the map right now.
Yeah, turret is going to fall down. Condi almost finding scenery there with that Q, but Savoki waiting in the wing would be able to prevent any engagement from this Lee Sin.
WE is just playing purely reactionary League of Legends right now, not making any of their own moves, instead just tracking the M3 lineup around the map. That means that they're missing out on a lot of farm, and they lost a couple of turrets as well. See whether they finally make this push down mid lane. You can see it's being pinged out. Condi wants it.
Yeah, Q lands onto Savoki though. So they're not going to go in for it. Let's see what WE decide to do now as they're falling behind in gold, 2,200. And I only say that because it's been 1,000 gold the difference for a very long time. Sort of only just starting to move towards M3 in any real capacity. Another Q going to go wide here from Condi. He needs to find a way in. Savoki just playing gatekeeper to this Lee Sin.
Yeah, they really actually just need to get a tag with Braum and unleash Mystic on the front line right now. See whether they're able to do that. They can tag someone, but they don't really want to go. They're just looking for the dragon. It's doing a lot of damage, honestly.
Yeah, Condi is able to lock down the dragon. Culling comes through. Unbreakable is going to be there for 0, but uses it a little bit late. Savoki's going to get locked down for a moment as the satchel's on him. Mystic running really fast with that skippy from Lulu. The Poppy quite low.
So this was what we were talking about. That's the engage right there. As long as Braum gets his passive on one person, Tristana can chase and get the stun across. And you saw that that meant that Savoki had to burn the flash. I'm sure he would have burnt the exhaust as well if he was in range to get it down, but nice disengage there from the M3 lineup means that they only lose the dragon. WE picking up their first by the 25-minute mark means that they're completely happy now. This game is very even in the mid game.
Yeah, Ghostblade just finished here by YOLO. They're not going towards that more of Malmortius just yet. Let's have the raw damage and extra movement speed. Focus seems to be well and truly on movement speed at the moment as he built that rapid fire cannon early. Boots of swiftness there as well. Now has the distortion enchantment for more teleports, more flashes. Distortion not done yet for 957, so have a look for next time these players use their teleports. How much earlier YOLO is going to be able to use his the second time. But looks like lifesteal the next option here for Mystic. We'll see what he decides to pick up. Blade of the Ruined King could be it, as he does now. Yeah, it does seem to be the option as Bilgewater Cutlass is being completed. What do you think about the Blade of the Ruined King, Tristana? She does have a fairly long range. I guess it's to get people off her face more than anything else.
It's also the synergy with Lulu. Attack speed with Lulu is just much more beneficial than what Raw AD is because of the health pick. So I don't not like the decision there. Active also very useful to be able to create some distance between yourself and one of the opponents. Once again, my favorite lifesteal item right now is Merc Scimitar. I just think that being able to get any separation is very important, especially if you're a hyper carry.
Yeah, definitely the best Mercurial spokesperson at the moment. But it is going to be the distortion picked up for 957 as well, so he's not going to get tricked by that one. Now just going to clear out this bottom wave, and M3 actually have decent control of their minion waves at the moment. You can see the top lane pushing pretty heavily in their favor. Here's the Frost Queen's claim. Savoki and PentaQ slowed down for a moment as Raphael pokes his head up towards the top side. That may spell the go button here for WE.
Yeah, Raphael does not have the teleport as we're used to seeing on Rise at the moment, so we'll see whether that is something they use to their advantage. One thing they need to be careful of is Rise does Baron incredibly quickly. You throw a Graves in there as well, that thing will melt, so M3 always have to be aware that they can do the objective, and WE also have to be very close to it at all stages. You can see that they're just kind of milling around the back of the pit right now. No vision in there, and I wonder if they start it up.
Yeah, they are going to start it here.
Look how quickly it goes down.
Yeah, they have so much damage on. It's already half health. Condi wants to find a way in, but can't get the Q. The teleport's in the back. They are going to break off it. Savoki, yeah, not going to find the ultimate there as M3. They let the Baron reset, and Scenery back in the pit. See whether he can grab the extra vision out, but WE, successful disengage, but man, that was close.
Savoki didn't hit the ultimate there on Condi. If he did, that would have just been game over. The Baron would have been secured. Instead, now they've used so much of their health. This is going to spell a push down mid lane for WE. They'll be able to pick up the turret maybe.
Yeah, Zero even able to protect the minions there from the culling as Mystic needs to get another auto attack or two. There it is, 957 ults himself though right underneath what used to be the turret. And Savoki, he's going to get destroyed. Zero locks that one down. Still some pretty high health bars on the side of WE as they're now trying to use Mystic to smack everyone's face in. Not going to quite work just yet as this next minion wave's coming through.
And maybe a little bit of a panic exhaust there. Wasn't on Mystic, was actually on Condi. did absolutely nothing, and Mystic shredding through these turrets right now.
Yeah, wishing for a crit now onto PentaQ. You would have felt those on UE.
You saw he was fishing for the crit. He kind of auto-attacked him 3 times and was like, is this thing broken? Come on.
Yeah, come on, man.
In the end, they will get a turret for it. Half of the mid lane turret as well, and it's back within 200 gold. See, Scenery really wants to clean out this Baron pit. That's where they feel like their best chance of winning is. And Raphael on Rise, 0-1-1. Hasn't really had that great of a Rise game so far. Still scaling up. We'll see whether he's able to get it rolling, but just hasn't been what he's looking for. But now they're looking for a pick. Condi just saw one. Condi saw 2.
Yeah, I don't think that one was all that sneaky from M3. As Condi's able to get himself some Raptor sense, clear out at least the Raptor camp. So there's the Frost Queen's claim from GA doing a lot of work. And sheepishly, M3 are going to leave the area. YOLO splitting on the bottom side.
Oh, that was a crit.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Blade of the Ruin King has been finished up now for Mystic. We'll see what his next item choice is.
Merc Scimitar might be an option there.
Yeah, or even a more Malmortius. You know, not much armor being built up right now on Rise or the top lane Graves, so flat penetration would definitely add a lot of value to the kit.
Well, solo laners battling over farm here. I know how that argument goes. Zhonya's Hourglass is done here for 957. Savoki looking for an engagement, gets the Q down. There's the ultimate, knocking people into the air, but it might be a little bit early, because one more auto attack would have stunned him up. Nice unbreakable blocks, another culling. And Zero going to successfully disengage that one.
And Zero is my MVP so far for WE. He's just been able to stop so much aggression out of the M3 lineup, as now 957 looking for YOLO. Actually has a level advantage, as well as some extra CS in his back pocket, just a couple. And yeah, Zero's just playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, we all knew that he was a fantastic player. It has had hit or miss performances. Definitely today has been his day thus far on the Braum.
Yeah, he's had some moments. GA QSS Thresh wasn't one of his finer hours.
No. Although they, I believe, still won that game. Just an odd item choice. Mystic has some dragon damage. He's going to be able to take the second here for WE, evening out that particular scoreline.
But you can see it's all about the Baron right now for M3. They feel that if they can get them into the open area, they might be able to create a fight. Condi's still looking for Savoki here.
He's going to find the Q as YOLO gets a smoke screen over the side. Sprinkler's down. There's Mystic well up in front here of this fight, but GA with the shields, keeping him very safe. The explosion now on that turret as well, as Mystic's just so fast. He can get these cheeky shots in.
Yeah, he certainly can, and with the shield, as you mentioned, just able to get the pop shots in between the creep waves that you're not really expecting. So we'll see whether this turret will fall in the mid lane. Their side wave control isn't fantastic. They will push eventually in their favor, but not quite there yet for the 2 outers. So instead, still concentrating on the base turret.
Mystic still trying to get these cheeky shots over the top. We'll see what M3 can do to answer this one. They have a lot of damage in their back pocket if they can catch Mystic out. Raphael takes a bit of damage. PentaQ as well needs to be careful, as there's another Q landing. Actually, that was just an auto attack.
Condi's gone in.
Yeah, they've taken down the turret here as Savoki looking to try and get on top of this Lee Sin, prevent the engage. Is WE just continuing. They're more than happy to dance this do-si-do around the inhibitor and just let Mystic get the work done eventually.
So it was actually top lane pushing into M3's favor, so that's now huge on the base as Savoki going for the ulti. Misses everyone again.
Yeah, doesn't find anything at all. The cocoon comes out. Mystic seeing that there's not a whole lot of CC left, and that was gigantic from 957. Mystic now going to go utterly to town on the members of M3. YOLO and Scenery, the only 2 surviving. And WE may just win the game.
Yeah, they certainly will. They're going to be able to push in here. Absolutely massive Tristana will take out the base turrets. WE actually pull the trigger and Rise, this power pick that, you know, M3 put a lot of priority to secure, doesn't come up trumps.
No, it doesn't, and it was all about the patience, and I don't know. I don't know how, WE just played so calm, so collected during that whole siege. And it was just all Mystic.
And we said when you have something like that, don't really need the engage. It's more about them trying to force plays on you. And there was just no way past Zero's Braum. Stopped so much damage. Whenever it looked like GA or Mystic was in trouble, they were just able to get the Unbreakable up in front of them. That led to a very calm WE victory, 9-5-7
Yeah.
with a great engage at the end, but you feel that even if that didn't come out, it would have been just a matter of time before this Tristana chipped away at the rest of the base.
It did seem to be like that, and Mystic playing fantastically as well, able to really cheat around, make sure he got the movement speed before he was auto-attacking people. And yeah, hands down to WE, because that was fantastic work. M3 managed to get exactly what it looked like they wanted, played their sneaky little Graves top play, but just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. Let's take a look at this again. This was
The explosion.
one of the kills in the top lane. And that was nicely executed here, but this was a pick that just never really got going. Raphael's Rise, they get the explosive satchel. Flash in, able to pick up the kill and get the jump back out. And I really want to talk about, we were speaking about how the WE lineup didn't really have the CC until their last couple of picks when they went with that Lissandra. Because Savoki wasn't able to get anything done, as you see that in that play he did, he got a very nice W, but the disengage just wasn't there from the Poppy Hammer twice. In the mid lane, when they WE engaged on them, and in the base at the very end. This was a really nice kick there. It just meant that time and time again he wasn't able to disengage for his team, create enough space for the Rise and the Graves to do their job.
Yeah, and it just seemed like he was threatening the ultimates really well. He had the right ideas on this Poppy, most definitely. Just when it came down to the execution, it wasn't quite there.
Well, the threaten was very good. You have to look at what's he actually trying to achieve, though, because if he's threatening, you have to be able to hit them. Because if you just keep threatening and you haven't pulled the trigger on one, and the two that you have pulled the trigger on both missed, just not going to do anything. As that was a beautiful setup by 9-5-7. Mystic able to jump in, get resets, get the triple kill, and clean up the game. But that was very much a team effort by WE. Really looking towards Zero in the bottom lane, who, just controlled the tempo of the game, made sure every engage they were looking for was on their terms.
Yeah, really, really brilliant game there from WE. A team that we were expecting a lot from, especially after their sort of breakout performances, unfortunately falling to Snake, but otherwise having a brilliant start here to the LPL, and we'll see exactly how they go after this next game, see whether they can actually take the victory here, because WE, they won the first one against Snake as well, and they have to really keep their heads in it now.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they're a young team. They're going to be inconsistent, and Zero looks like he's on point today, which gives you a little bit more faith going into game two. But this is a team that's currently sitting third, and, a lot of people were unsure. Will they be a top 4 team? Can they finish third or fourth? A lot of people had a lot of faith in this lineup as well, especially 9-5-7. And so far, it looks like if they play their style of League of Legends, a very successful team.
Yeah, speaking of 9-5-7, of course, got that fantastic engage at the end, so he's looking good. Zero's looking good. We'll see exactly how WE are going to look in the next game, though. We are going to have a short break when we get back. M3 to try to do battle with WE. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas. This is Spawn. We're here for day number 4 of week 3 of the LPL. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a couple of weeks off. Of course, back on the 18th of February for all of your LPL needs. Taking some time for the Chinese New Year, our teams, but we will be back as we are going to see the MVP straight away, Mystic, picking that one up. And that makes no surprise in my mind, as he managed to do that last team fight and siege quite well.
Yeah, it was definitely a team effort, and a lot of the pressure was on the Tristana to be able to siege down these turrets. So you have to give a lot of credit for Mystic, but also WE as a lineup for being able to execute on that.
Yeah.
You know, M3 a couple of times continued to push through waves, really challenged WE, tried to accelerate the pace of the game, but they were patient enough to wait for 3 items on their mid laner, on their AD carry, and once that came through, very calm, collected win to that game. So credit to WE, a young lineup. You know, we're expecting them to have inconsistencies, to maybe have some problems during the mid game, but that especially looked very clean.
Yeah, very, very clean. And of course, was against a difficult team comp to deal with on the side of M3 as well. I mean, they had sort of that switch around with the Graves top that they weren't necessarily expecting towards the end of the draft. And then the Rise in the mid lane that Raphael did manage to get a win on against LGD, but unfortunately just didn't come off this time around for M3. And we'll see whether they have any more tricks in their basket.
But I'm going to question XY a lot. You know, he picked up Graves. Sorry, not XY, YOLO. A lot. They picked up the Graves for him, sent him into the sub lane. He's great. His build was weird.
It was.
He didn't go more, you know. I really feel like in this matchup, if he had just gone standard and gone more Youmu's into Sterix, he wouldn't have even needed the QSS, would have just lived through the burst of the Lissandra, being able to challenge a lot better in the split push, but they went with it a little bit different. Certainly bit them a little bit in the end, so we will have the teams changing side and heading into game 2.
Yeah, Quinn going to be the first ban here, as LeBlanc going to be taken away on the side of M3. As they're going to have a couple more of the power picks if we do see a similar ban phase to last time around, as Trundle once again going to be banned away. Savoki, of course, pretty happy to jump on that champion whenever he can get it. We'll see whether the Alistair is going to take a trip down the ban list as well.
And you know, don't blame them banning the Trundle, because Savoki played Poppy that game and just did not look the same. So they've actually banned it on their side this time, M3.
Yeah, Master 3 just saying, Savoki, you just weren't that good on it. We're going to ban that one away just so that you can't pick it up towards the end of the draft. I have a feeling it's exactly not why they're doing it, but making sure that that isn't going to be an option, as Corki is going to hit the bench as well. WE not wanting to first pick that power pick at the moment.
Yeah, the bandit red and blue side, so...
Yeah, GA probably not playing it just yet, as Mystic could definitely, but has seen a lot more success there in the mid lane. What is it going to be from M3 this time around? Is the Alistair probably looking like the first pick option here, as WE still probably want the Lulu as well. Lots available.
Lulu, Rise, Alistair. There is
Gangplank.
So much Gangplank right now.
Good God.
How many power
Everything.
picks do you trade? Alistair is taken away by M3.
And WE looking to pick up the Gangplank. 957, the prodigy top laner here from WE, the man that showed so much promise coming out of that solo queue into the lineup. We'll see whether he can make a debut on the Gangplank or whether it's going to go into the hands of Xie instead.
And of course, Gangplank's been touched up a couple of times. We're still on 5.24.
Yep.
His mana costs are a lot lower than they are on live, what you guys at home would be used to playing on. So still a very strong power pick. His ultimate still does a lot more damage.
Oh, yeah.
I think we lowered that slightly as well.
I really hope we just lowered everything about Gangplank, because that guy is ridiculous. Maybe not at level 1.
No, he's all right at level 1. Grasp of the Undying Bandit, you just shoot people. He's got a Glock.
Yeah, right. So it's just awful to deal with at any stage of the game, as it is going to be locked away here for WE.
He also has his passive, which does a lot of damage, Trial by Fire.
Yeah.
I just like Gangplank in general.
Okay, so Rise is available as well, guys. So WE may have the dream.
This was kind of the gauntlet that was thrown at IG as well. Like, you know,
Yeah.
pick your composition.
Yeah.
And Invictus went, all right. And then just beat them.
Won the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, RNG didn't quite manage to do anything.
They
In fact,
missed that memo.
they were still reeling by game 3 and then lost that one as well.
To RNG's credit, they should have actually won that game. They upped the tempo significantly in the earlier stages and looked like they were going to be able to win before the Gangplank got online. But what happened is they accidentally gave Zatai a triple kill.
Yeah.
And then he came back with like Infinity Edge, another BF sword, and just kind of destroyed people.
Yeah, he was doing pretty ridiculous damage on that Gangplank. Gangplank otherwise, though, sitting at about a 50-odd% win rate at the moment as far as when he gets through. So there have been some answers discovered by these LPL teams.
And it is tempo. If you can get to Gangplank at 1.5 items, he certainly isn't the power pick we're used to seeing. If you let, like, Pawn, the most famous footage of Gangplank, I feel, in the LPL at least.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you take away the LCK and the shenanigans that were happening over there with Gank by Mum. But if you have a look at Pawn's Gangplank, that one barrel that did 3,000 damage on 4 members was kind of the turning point where everyone was like, all right, this needs to be addressed. 'Cause we tried to walk into a brush and all, like, 4 people nearly died at the same time. So
I think 2 of them did die,
yeah,
if I remember correctly.
we need to... That's where, I guess, the fear comes from, but that is the dream situation. Barrels are hard to set up, especially against something like a Tristana, so it makes sense to pick the Tristana up on your team. Because if you can outrange the Gangplank barrels, you really can chip away at them.
Yeah, well, he's going to be taken here. Of course, Zero going back to what was such a fantastic pick for him in game number 1. The Braum now picked up as well, and WE not giving too much away here as far as their team comp, can still flex that Gangplank towards the mid or top lane if they want to. It's Raphael now making his mind up as YOLO can play the Lulu if he wants to.
And this is the thing about Zero. He's played Braum every single time that Alistar has been banned away from him. Otherwise, he picks Alistar. He has
exactly
two
what
champions
Moore's
at
been
the
doing
moment.
as well. Moore
So
from QG doing exactly the
this
same
will
thing.
be his 5th Braum game in 7 games.
Jesus.
And the other 2 he picked Alistar. So just give him those burly frontliners. Make sure that he can keep his team nice and safe. And Zero seems to be thriving in this situation right now, and can't really blame WE for having a lot of faith in their support player.
Well, PentaQ going to go back to the Lucian. So the Lulution is going to be picked up. Lots of speed. Can be very, very slippery on the Rift as well as that picked up Lucian. We'll see exactly how that one's going to be utilized, as YOLO is going to go towards a Tahm Kench by the looks of things.
And you know, lots of people were playing Juggermore last year with the Lulu Cogmore. It was SKT, really. I credit them a lot for bringing Lulu Lucian into the meta because it peaks a lot earlier because of the Lucian passive. Double up. Very, very good, that Light Slinger with the Lulu help pick. So
Ku Tiger's also playing that comp very, very nicely as well.
yeah, they were a little bit more famous for the Juggermore. Ku.
Yeah. But on the side of WE now, considering what they want to take into the jungle and top or mid lane, considering continuing to flex these picks around as GA can play the Lissandra or give it over to 957, who had a great game on it last time.
And the difference between Lulu Trist or Lulu Cogmore and Lulu Lucian is that Lucian does have to still play safe. He's a very short-ranged AD carry, so you can't really run him at the front of team fights and hope that he does enough damage. You really do have to get down and dirty and very scrappy with him, which is why it makes sense to run something like a Tahm Kench, like a Rek'Sai with it. Give him a lot of peel. Hope as the team's collapsing on you, you can outplay. It's funny, you're generally a Vayne Lucian player. If you play Vayne, you can play Lucian. They both have a lot of outplay potential.
Yeah.
Both have the very high skill caps that the LPL junglers love, and it looks like they might once again go towards a Graves top.
Yeah, flexing the Tahm Kench towards the support position here as well. Have been seeing him a little bit more in the top lane, but this time around, Master 3 continuing to play these mind games. And Graves making it to the last pick here as well. These junglers just not really wanting to play it. And 20 seconds to go. We'll see whether it is going to be the choice here for YOLO.
And I think we are starting to find that unless you get a lot of CC on your top laner, you just really need to have the ability to not play Graves in the jungle.
Yep.
Like, if you're going to play Quinn, you can't really play Graves in the jungle, I feel. If you're going to play something like that. If you have a Lissandra top, sure, go ahead, play Graves. If you've got a very high CC mid laner, go ahead, play Graves. But otherwise, he is suited to a lane position, and, you know, Rek'Sai able to provide a lot of presence around the map as well as some hard CC for the team. Should mean that it is a little bit easier to execute on these ganks.
Yeah, it's sort of just switching it around, right? And you've got a lot of CC coming out of your jungle, so that makes a little bit of sense. But WE versus M3 once again. It's going to be the Lissandra versus Graves there towards the top side. And we'll see whether YOLO is going to adjust that build just a little bit. And we'll see how GA goes playing this Gangplank in the mid lane.
Yeah, we thought it might go towards 957, even when they locked in the Lissandra.
Yeah, I thought that too.
It still might be a little bit of a switch up. Raphael should have a fine laning phase against the Gangplank, be able to push him in early. And we'll see exactly what happens in that mid lane, because Lulu is the lane bully in this matchup.
Yeah, most definitely. And what I want to see is whether we're going to get a culling from the belly of a Tahm Kench. this time around because it can happen and it's hilarious. You just eat him. Brilliant. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2 between WE and M3. Looks like, once again, the fan out. So if it is going to be a lane swap, it will be undiscovered by either side. At the moment, it does look like everyone moving towards their respective lanes, but still early days.
And I want to see how this Tahm Kench goes. There should be a lot of counterplay, being able to pluck people out of barrels and Lissandra ultimates alike. But we have, since Worlds, really seen Tahm Kench support fall off, at least in the LPL.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether Savoki is able to make it work. I feel against pick comps, Tahm Kench's support is like unrivaled. He can save your AD carry 10 out of 10 times. Like, we were watching like Viger stun. Who cares? Just eat him with the Tahm Kench. Viger can't really burst the Tahm Kench. Even if he can, AD carry still lives. Like, Fiora, like the jewel goes down, just grab the AD carry, run away. Like, it doesn't really matter. We saw so much good use of Tahm Kench. And maybe even his ultimate from some of the LCK teams looking at Gorilla at Worlds, but hasn't really seen the same popularity. He's seen more as a top laner right now in the LPL because he goes up against a lot of split pushes and wins, but also able to go head-to-head with tanks. It's really only range that gives him a lot of problem. And even then, it's not significant problems.
Yeah, because he can just lick people from range as well. Does a fair bit of damage. But as you can see, looks like standard lanes are going to ensue. Jungle camp's going to be taken on both sides here, as it is going to be the Gromp for M3 and the Krugs for WE. And GA
opting for the helicopter gangplank skin. Very important to note when you get the upgrades in there. A helicopter will arrive on Summoner's Rift.
That is definitely handy.
You take that, weird void creatures.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bandit. There's a Grasp of the Undying. 10 gold. At the start of the game, it's actually more worthwhile to queue champions than it is to queue creeps. Because 10 gold versus 4. Who wants the 4 gold?
Yeah. Don't need it.
See, look at that. It's only +4. Why not just queue Lulu? There's YOLO going deep here.
Yeah, end of the line going to land. And 957 down to below 100 health. He's chugging through some potions. But YOLO controlling this lane so far.
Yeah, we'll push in. So 957 should be fine with a couple of potions. And, oh, not if he does that. Yeah,
gets hit by both. Very painful as he's still going through both of his potions.
For a dive here.
He may potentially be able to get underneath this turret. 957 with
this tunnel, there we go.
Actually, yeah, he's looking to actually try and back, so not going to quite work. The knockup comes through a little bit early, though. Scenery's going to flash on top of him. The red buff is going to be enough. First blood goes down. Scenery not even donating the assist over and says, yep, thank you very much.
Why would you even? Very nicely played from Scenery there. Takes his tunnel back out. This wave will be shoved right into the turret. 957 will be forced to burn teleport very early on in this game. And just a great gank out of M3's jungler.
Yeah, really nicely played. Continuing the power. Of course, Scenery playing that Rek'Sai last time around, managing to get a lot of gank success in that game as well.
And there's a choice you get if you solo kill your lane. Do you go back and buy? You know, he has 19 CS, could arguably grab himself some long swords or go back and grab another Doran's Blade, as we have a gank from Condi here on Raphael.
Yeah, Condi looking for it there as he does land a cocoon under the turret. We'll just get a Spiderling out for a bit of extra damage, and WE shoving the Lulu out of lane and getting that flash.
Yeah, and this is one of the worries when you play Lulu as a lane bully. You have to take the Ignite, because otherwise you generally don't have enough damage. However, you can see makes you very vulnerable to ganks. So we'll see whether that is a return visit. What I was going to say is, YOLO actually opted to stay in lane and take the experience advantage. And at this point of the game, experience is actually pretty key. Should be able to zone the Lissandra. Oh, that's annoying. Should be able to zone the Lissandra off a little bit of experience yourself. and get that rolling in your favor. We'll see if this is something that does, in the long run, work out for YOLO.
Yeah, 957 only managing to pick up a pink ward for his trouble as he went back to base. No potions to speak of here at the same time, as YOLO actually taking a fair bit of damage from 957, as he's fairly low on mana as well. So,
but YOLO wants to shop, so right now he just wants to either get the wave in a position where it will bounce back, or get a free shop in, dodge out some Qs, see if he can get 957 to waste even more mana at this stage of the game, because he's got about a level experience over the other laner, as well as 7 creep, so being able to keep the teleport and get himself in a winning lane position, definitely impressive this early on.
yeah, really nicely played. WE still shoving forward here on the bottom side. Looks like M3 don't really want to look down there for any gank pressure at all. Savoki and Pentacute.
And he's going for it again, Atlas. Rapid fire cannon.
Okay.
First item grave seems to just be YOLO's jam.
That's his thing. It's always good to have a shtick, although it could be a better one. Oh, Raphael able to get the timing on the barrel.
Ooh, puts
Shit.
down the hurt.
Yeah, the Thunderlords.
But look at that, Xie gets a lot back.
There's Raphael without his flash. In danger of Condi at the moment.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Scenery actually going to bounce in there. Condi's going to be seen. Repels there. Barrel's down though. Raphael taking a fair bit of damage, but Condi,
Teleport.
He's very squishy. Raphael against the wall, but not going to take it is 957. YOLO flashes forward, picks up the kill, doesn't even need the ultimate yet as WE are forced to scatter. And this is what that Graves top is supposed to do.
Yeah, the raw power of the Graves. And you said, I wonder what a Graves teleport gank looks like. I said he just teleports in and kills you. I think that's a pretty fair representation of it, and he's not done yet.
Definitely not.
It's 107 gold, picks up the whole camp off Condi there. That must suck.
Real bad. And this minion wave actually going to be difficult for 957 to grab, as well as Raphael still being a menace. Q going to finish off the last creep as he's only 4 ahead is YOLO. Now used both of his summoner spells, but 957 also doesn't have his. Now has himself some boots and an extra Doran's ring.
And look at this, they're playing this so cute, trying to catch out Alessandro, use the Rek'Sai Tremor Sense. 957, he's going to be spotted just about now. Actually, they go away from it. I thought that would probably have been a free kill if they went for it. 957 doesn't have ulti, still does not have flash, and look how carefully he's playing. He thought it might have been a free kill as well.
Yeah. Ain't going to get much back, as 957 actually hadn't gone back and got his health fully back yet. He's now back in this lane, but level 6 now for YOLO.
Yeah, does he play it
Scarier and
aggressively?
scarier.
He's got the flank of his jungler still available. You can see that they really want this one.
Well, Scenery going to find the pink ward here at least, so
He
still.
needs to be careful. He's not level 6, 957. And the wave will push up. He's in a very real chance of being dove right now.
He wants that level 6. He must be close. That must be why he's staying around here, as Condi.
Well, the collapse was coming out of Elise and Gangplank.
Yeah.
So don't really blame them. Now the blue buff under fire. Condi in trouble.
Yeah, there's the smite down as Condi does have to move away from this blue buff. They do have a ward on it. As 957's coming over, has hit that level 6. That is so important, as Condi is able to lock down the blue buff. That was definitely close in the end. Scenery not going to be able to get the steal.
You see Raphael just doing his job, keeping Xie under the turret. Difference is Xie would have been able to join with the ultimate. That's why you saw the hesitancy out of the M3 lineup. Didn't really want to commit in a funnel like that against the Gangplank ulti. So instead, everyone will just back away. And what an even bottom lane. Actually could not be more even. 2 CS was just picked up. Both supports have 7 CS.
My goodness. Yep, YOLO is going to be able to die in the top lane there, as 957 was able to pick it up with the ultimate, of course, with a couple of friends, able to lend him a hand. Is definitely handy. Raphael just right on the money, getting rid of these barrels in the mid lane, but okay, YOLO's dead.
So Gangplank ultimate expended as well, gets an assist on Xie in the mid lane. All he wants to really do is farm up in this mid lane. You can see that his turret hasn't really been pressured too much. Grabbing assist with the ultimate, definitely worthwhile. A little bit of a scuffle in the bottom lane out of Savoki and Zero.
Yep. There's going to be the supports just trading some health back and forward, but they're pretty burly right now. They're not going to be too worried. Especially not at Time Kench, because all he wants to do is take damage all the time.
Now maybe Condi will look for another gank in the mid lane. See, pink ward means he's not spotted out. Here we go.
Yeah, Repel's used to close the distance. The Cocoon, oh my goodness, that was so close. But Rek'Sai going to get in there. Scenery makes his way over with the Void Rush.
But once again, this is just really good pressure out of Condi. He's not even really looking for kills because Xie isn't really a kill target, especially not with his ultimate on cooldown. He's just trying to lessen the pressure, make sure that that turret does not fall too early in the game and let Raphael roam around the map. So anything he can do to keep Raphael off this turret, definitely worthwhile right now. And it's coming up big.
Yeah, well, YOLO's still with the lead here on the top side, but you would have thought it would be higher. The fact that 957 fell down for that first blood. Swiftness boots have been picked up now for YOLO, but 957 making his way back with that catalyst, going to be a whole lot more happy in this lane. Try and stick around.
Yeah, and because YOLO didn't really get anything out of the first blood, means that the game has equalized a lot as Condi and Zero spot out a ward together.
Yeah, Condi just going to say, all right, well, that's my jig up. He's going to head back. Is WE possibly looking for a back here for their bottom lane? As Mystic's able to lock down these last few creeps.
Yeah, 100 CS right now on the bottom lane. That is massive for a first shot.
You really haven't missed too much CS there as well, either of these AD carries at the moment. 10 minutes 40 in the game to be on 193 respectively, with a wave pushing in towards M3 as well. Definitely farming very, very well.
And look at this, Mystic just doesn't want to let it go. He's like, no, I don't want the shot. I'm going to take another minion wave.
Maybe he wants a full Infinity Edge when he goes back, something like that.
Doesn't have that much gold.
That's a lot of gold. That's a good point. Speaking, though, of item power spikes, Xie almost towards his Trinity Force here. There's Mystic going back to base with 3.3 thousand gold. So he'll be pretty close. That is a pickaxe and a BF sword, if anything else. See what he does decide to pick up. Berserker's Greaves at the same time as Raphael going to throw out some spooky ghosts. The ultimate's down. My god, that damage is disgusting. Cocoon not going to find it, though. Gets knocked up by the Glacial Fissure. Condi looking to try and find it. Has to flash out of the way, though. They can't get the kill. The exhaust is down as Savoki able to slow up the Spider Lady. Nice barrel damage from GA, but it's not enough to do much else. And Scenery's going to get out alive. Nice turnaround from M3.
Yeah, really nice for M3, especially after the Thunderlords procced in the middle of the Gangplank ultimate with a nice Q coming out of Xie. But was not to be. The chase was a little bit too far. Savoki able to arrive in time. That means a little bit of an overreach, and M3 pick up another kill.
Yeah, Krug's going to fall down to Mystic here, but he was unable to offer too much. But is going to be that late game insurance of a Tristana. M3 now going to take down their first dragon here at 12 minutes in the game. Savoki still hanging around, and Scenery going to make his way Mystic in. Yeah, can they get it? The Tongue Lash is there. Winter's Bite comes down. Hop has to be used by Mystic to get out of the way of the culling, but GA now struggling. Can he get the barrel? No, he can't. Raphael's timing on those barrel kills is just a little bit too good. At this point.
And Gangplank actually organically going to lose his turret about 12 minutes in, so in the end, Raphael does win out in that lane. That gank going wrong really hurt, as you'll always dead.
Yep, he gets ulted. Condi's going to come in, secure that kill as WE. See whether they can transition this one into the turret in the top lane as a response to that mid. And PentaQ now on the bottom side. Raphael moving down. Of course, they know that the answer is going to be there from WE. Can this Lulu make a difference, though? As he's coming in with about half health. Mystic jumps forward, but Zero getting a lot of aggression. Savoki, one more auto attack will stun him up there. Grey health, though, going to mean that that time can't be very durable.
It doesn't really care. You saw that he just was willing to take that trade, make sure that his mid and AD carry were safe. As we continue the farm in what is a very even bottom lane right now.
Oh, yeah. 4
creeps between them, but a huge wave pushing into M3. This has been a little bit back and forth. Got to say the really only winning lane right now is 957. That's because a lot of pressure from Condi after a great early gank. Set him up for a lot of success. Here we go. Gank in the top lane. It's going to be a counter gank, though. Yeah, counter gank from Condi. We'll see whether he can find all the CCs. 957 takes a whole lot of damage. Doesn't die, though, to the collaterals. The ultimate is going to secure the kill as Condi's looking to try and lock down YOLO. There's the repel. Gets the... No! Flashes out of the damage. Does YOLO, of course. That only works if you flash out of vision, but gets into the brush. Really nicely done by YOLO. Yeah, certainly was, and no wards available for the jungler as we have some more action in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Mystic actually getting taken down very low. Savoki hungry for some Tristana right now, who has to flash out of the way. There's the rocket jump as well. Zero now in an awkward position, but 957 is going to follow the claw through and picks up the kill.
And everyone is collapsing on the bottom lane, Atlas. We are still not done.
Yeah, Scenery looking for the knock-up. Once again, Mystic is going to be able to jump out of the way. Scenery's going to get stunned as Zero and Mystic have to be so careful. Raphael's going to pick that one up very easily as PentaQ. He's going to get wild growth as Condi's down here as well. PentaQ is so dead. Raphael to follow. And this is, look, a party of clownish people towards the bottom lane.
That was an awesome extended fight there, and WE come out ahead. She has use of the barrels. His first barrel looked like it was grossly out of place, but he chains 3 together to get the double barrel and the passive reset. Picks himself up a kill and gives another one over the 957. Now Condi in trouble.
Yep, does use the repel, gets over to the Rift Scuttler. Condi's going to be okay as well, so just action everywhere this game.
Certainly is. Turret fell in the top side of the map. 2 turrets to nothing right now will mean that a WE lead, but let's take another look at this. Mystic, nice kite back, actually goes for another mini jump here. You know, just gets out of the range. And 957 comes in for a very nice Thunderlord proc, picks up first kill. And this is where it kind of gets crazy. You can see that YOLO stays at home in the top lane because he hasn't got the ulti. He just wants the teleport. He just wants to push as fast as possible. The Gangplank coming in, able to set up some nice barrels. That's one. Here's a second. Here's a third. Shoots the first one. Gets a nice double barrel.
God.
You know, sets up a perfect double kill for his team. That was just very well played out of Mystic. Out of Shia, sorry. And 2-1 and 2 now with the Trinity Force going towards that IE. Looking very good.
Yeah, and GA is one of these players that has definitely impressed on these more mechanic-intensive champions.
Well, honestly, he's got a lot better. People saw him at IEM when WE first unveiled their new lineup, as now maybe Condi caught out a little bit. And people were expecting great things. He came back to the LPL against some very good... Oh, now Scenery's in trouble. Let me talk. Against some very good mid laners and really was bullied quite a little bit. But seems with the new jungler, with Condi coming across, is able to get a lot of work done. And when WE were making their runs with Spirit on the lineup, when they looked like they were maybe the 5th to 8th team, really was around Mystic, Shie, and Spirit having some pretty good performances.
Well, 957 is going to follow the claw in the end. Probably wouldn't have done it there as he was pretty much out of options. And M3I will lock down that little pick towards the top side, and this inner turret may fall down as well.
Ulti.
All right, they're good.
Yeah, it's all the benefit of Zig's ulti. We throw in some Rumble ulti flavor.
And of course, plus helicopters, which is pretty cool.
But also gives you it's like his old E as well. I'm trying to think of a spell that does raise
God,
morale.
Condi face checks YOLO. So much burst damage as the Spider Lady uses the repel. They have to stand under the turret to stay in range, but collateral damage is going to lock it down. And M3, they play that so patient and so nice.
Yeah, they certainly do. They stuck around, pink watered the brush actually to make sure that they were safe. And Condi did face check, as you mentioned. So that's not good news for the Elise. And all of a sudden, M3, because of those couple of turrets and equaling out the kills, starting to pull back ahead. It is only about 2,000 gold right now, but they will grab another turret in the bottom lane and extend that just a little bit.
Yeah, so does seem to be where WE's comfortable, though. Of course, last game they were behind by about 1,000 to 2,000 gold almost the entire game. Of course, not exactly a lead that means anything is anywhere near over with this team comp from WE. It is going to look scary towards the later stages, but I do like how M3 have been playing so far. Scenery's gone for a warrior enchantment as well on this Rek'Sai. Not a fair bit of damage.
It certainly is. Deadman Plate looks to be the item that follows as well.
I like it. A bit more aggression. Very efficient item is the old warrior enchantment.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, at one item, much more efficient than Cinderhulk. Cinderhulk wins out, however, in the long run, if you do go the tanky path.
Yep.
As now we have the Lulu popping her head in.
Yep, Condi has to lock down the blue buff. Not going to hand it over to 957 as Raphael denies it from the top laner. There's Harold now going to get destroyed. It always seems to be just before he wants to go home that he gets killed. Really frustrating to be Harold. It's like, oh, sorry, Baron. got to clean up your house. There's a Rift Herald guy in here.
So that's pretty much 153 gold on the map as well as the empowered minions. They still get killed incredibly quickly, but if they are left to their own devices, will clean out waves very nicely.
Well, YOLO once again just hanging out by his pink ward. Man has been dedicated in protecting that guy. There's another GP ult is going to come down and just clear out this minion wave. So WE on defensive duty at the moment. Gangplank just calling in the air support whenever they need it.
Yeah, but very nicely played. You see that they have 957 in the bottom lane. He has a teleport. Gangplank happy to farm 2 lanes right now and get himself up towards that 2-item power spike. And maybe Savoki going to look for an ultimate here on Tahm Kench, although PentaQ is running a little bit too quick.
Yeah, there it is. Savoki actually going to pick up his AD carry there as well, just to deliver him here for some farm under the turret. A little bit unfortunate, but of course defending that turret is a big deal. A little bit less global gold available for WE now. Yeah, able to get decent barrel onto Raphael. Now that they're ticking down a little bit faster.
Yeah, level 13 is an area that Gangplank really takes off. It's generally when you have your second item as well. So Xie should be able to go back, finish off that Infinity Edge.
Looks like it might be an Essence Reaver.
Oh, yeah, actually might be. So go for the 40% cooldown reduction. I actually prefer this, just because I think that when you're behind especially, you need to be able to clear out waves. It allows you to farm a lot more efficiently, which in turn pulls the Infinity Edge out as a third item a little bit quicker. You see a lot of variety in the build, however, maybe running 10% in your runes and going something like a Yomu's Ghostblade, swapping out your boots, something like that to get the cooldown reduction in there as a whole. But we'll see whether Xie is able to pick up that Essence Reaver and make it work.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Essence Reaver as well, because Xie has been using his ultimate really defensively, likes to sort of pick up lane farm with it as well. And it has been very useful. He is ahead by about 26 CS over Raphael, who's been having a lot of pressure in this lane, so really nicely done.
Yeah, ever since he took the turret, Raphael's just been grouping and roaming, trying to help out his team. So you understand where the discrepancy in that farm has come from, because Gangplank very much just sit at home and just farm it up. And it isn't actually, it is the Infinity Edge.
Okay.
So he just picked up a longsword for fun, maybe looking at it for the third item.
Yeah, so he wants to make sure that he has the damage spike before he gets that CDR. Interesting.
Maybe thinking that the team fights will start, thought they might be okay in the laning phase, but now just acknowledges the fact that, you know, probably has to get the team fights well and truly under control.
Now going to be going back again. We'll see what he's going to pick up there, as he just wanted a little bit more money. Maybe he forgot to spend his doubloons. Always got to spend your doubloons, man.
That's what it was. He didn't buy anything. Just going back, upgraded the ults maybe one more time.
Yep, grab the doubloons. Got to do that. Of course, a lot of these mid laners probably haven't played Gangplank for a while, because he's been banned all the time. Is Condi actually claiming his jungle here? Xie just wanting to pick up as many as he can.
That's kind of the rule. As Gangplank, you get claimed to all little creeps.
Okay,
because you get more gold from them.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, you're allowed to take the 3 little raptors. You're not allowed to take the big raptor. That's a little bit rude. Your jungler gets annoyed when you do that. But any little raptors you want, you can lay claim to.
You need to bring out like an etiquette guide, a League of Legends etiquette guide, I think, because you just know it all. All the little things that people expect that people may not know. Spiderlings are going to tank up the culling there for Condi. And PentaQ, not going to find too much more, but that's the ultimate on cooldown. Few health bars, a little bit taxed.
They've actually extended this to nearly 3,000 gold right now, M3. So, you know, without really doing much apart from picking up passive farm around the map, being able to get their gold lead out. Now they are looking for the Tahm Kench play in the mid lane.
Yeah, trying to get on top of Xie here. Puts down a barrel just to try and distract. Isn't going to be able to get the other ones down in time.
actually tried to chain them from over the wall, and the middle barrel timed out quicker than he could actually set his third barrel up.
Yep.
And they just broke the chain. So we just, you know, attacked
Looked
nothing over the
silly.
wall. Yeah. And it looks like maybe Baron will become the focus here. One bad thing about having that warrior on Rek'Sai means that maybe not as tanky as you would like to be at this stage of the game. And we see it is the Maw that's picked up second by YOLO this time around. So like the change up in itemization, just looking to survive the burst.
A little bit of adaptation, I like it.
So he eats Rek'Sai.
Yep. Of course, eating shark, something that is definitely pretty standard, especially in Australia. You get fish and chips, you're going to get sharks. That sort of makes sense. Savoki might be Australian. He's not. He's Chinese. Don't worry about it. But it is going to be GA picking up a kill on YOLO in the bottom lane. 957 setting that one up easy as you like, as he hasn't gone for that early QSS this time around. It was also pushed up really, really fast. So 957 now getting control. And this means that M3 cannot threaten the Baron at all.
Yeah, it also means another kill on the Gangplank. And Xie is really rolling now. 3-1 and 2, 242 CS. He's pretty much equal with the clock. Mystic going to get chunked out here. Xie actually tanks some up for him. Good guy.
Yeah, nice. He can eat the oranges.
Just will clean up the whole wave. And this Gangplank is going to do ridiculous amounts of damage. We said if you're happy playing Tempo League of Legends, maybe leave him up. See if you can bait WE into giving away too much at the start of the game. But really got to credit Condi with how much attention he gave mid and top lane. Just allowing them to stay ahead. And that means that WE, even though they're down 3 dragons, pretty equal in gold for this stage of the game. And we always say when Gangplank's equal, he's actually ahead.
Yeah.
So you've got to watch out for it.
If we had a look at the gold right now, I have a feeling he'd be quite far ahead. 11,000 gold to 10. So that's 1.1 thousand gold ahead for the Gangplank. He's headed in a bit of farm. Does have a few of those kills, and I was expecting that to be a little bit further, to be honest. But the global gold from that extra turret probably helping M3 out just a bit.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll see whether they can finally break in here. Maybe looking for Savoki.
Yeah, the Cocoon lands. There's a barrel onto Savoki, and you can see that grey health just melting. Last auto attack, he's going to proc that passive from Braum, but not going to be able to find the kill onto the Tahm Kench. He's going to eat a minion, help clear out this minion wave, so not too bad. WE continuing the siege, and we'll see whether they can get anything done. This is something that this comp hasn't actually managed to do yet. As the culling comes down, Mystic right in the front line, Zero just not quite there, and Mystic now at below half health. Has to be very careful. Does have a Vampiric Scepter, so we'll see whether they let him wail on this minion wave to get all of that health back, and he is going to. He's more than safe now at full health.
Oh, here they go.
Yeah, Scenery actually right in the back line. There's the repel out as Condi's trying to escape this fight. Zero flashes out of the way. Savoki, my god, the barrels! The cannon barrage now in an uncomfortable position there in the back line is 957. He may actually just fall here as he tries to take the claw, but look at Mystic doing so much work. GA is still alive as well. YOLO's going to die. This Gangplank is going nuts. That is one barrel from death, Raphael and Pentakill. You have to be very careful.
And Xie is huge right now. You see the 650 damage crits coming out of the Gangplank. You do not want to be anywhere near him. In fact, YOLO flashed forward, Xie flashed on top of him and one-shot the guy
with an auto attack.
The trial by fire auto attack, I will give him that, but what the heck? Gangplank well and truly online, now 5-1 and 3. Let's take another look at this. They engage onto Mystic, but what a Braum ultimate to split up the fight. And one thing I will say about Condi, his repels have been beautiful. This Gangplank ultimate funneling people forward, 957 getting so much work. And this is where it gets a little bit topsy-turvy. You see a couple of people flashing in there, and then Xie just flashes on top of YOLO and just crits his head off.
Couldn't have explained it better myself. That was a lot of damage from
And
Xie.
now he's got 40% cooldown reduction, so he goes from having 10 to 40, and the Gangplank is going to get scarier and scarier in these fights. Gold is now equal, and they haven't even picked up their standing gold. Xie and Mystic in these team fights looking fantastic.
Yeah, we saw Wayless try to solo carry on the Gangplank. Seen Zatai do a fantastic job making that Gangplank look like about all you need in a team comp. You can see Xie doing his best to show us exactly why that champion is ridiculous. Scenery actually looking a little bit feisty here. See whether M3 want to start another fight.
They still want to fight. They know that the game doesn't get any better, so they really want to get in here.
Yeah, Frost Queens goes down. Pentakill now with Raphael's help going to do a lot of damage to Zero, but Cannon Barrage comes in on top of M3. GA running real quick, seeing whether he can get anything done as Mystic takes a fair bit of poke damage. Scenery trying to find his way down, but doesn't have the flash, can't quite engage.
That's a Gangplank ulti, but not 957's Lissandra ultimate, so now they're looking towards potentially the Baron. And you understand M3's desperation. They're 1-0 down, and there's a Gangplank going nuts on the other team. Oh,
oof, that was close.
You do not want to let this game go any longer. So they're trying to just run down mid lane and pressure. There are 1,000 damage crits now off the barrels.
And he's getting very close to that 100% crit mark as well, and then needs about one more item. Until he gets to that, that's when things are going to get really scary. And that Cannon Barrage, already 2/3 done for the cooldown, so now that he has 40%, little bit better. But Pharaoh going to come in. That whole mini wave is going to suffer the wrath of the Gangplank. 957 split pushing on the bottom side. YOLO does now have the QSS. Serrated Dirk there as well. So going towards the Ghostblade is his next item. M3, they're desperate to make a play.
You know what? Light Slinger means Raphael gets hit in the head by Baron, but that's alright. He has the big shield, and Steric's going to be in the next item out of Gangplank. I wonder if he goes Deadman Plate as well. Steric's Deadman Plate, we talk about it a lot. They seem to just round out every Bruiser item set. Deadman's Plate actually procs just off the Q, so you get the momentum auto attack off the Gangplank Q, and you know, can really set up some good team fights. The slow, not a lot of people suspect it.
He was already really fast as well, so Deadman's Plate speed is also a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. It allows you to kite around these team fights, and as we keep mentioning, Gangplank already doing ridiculous damage. If he can get any defensive items on top of that, it's going to be good for him. 957 continuing to split push on this bottom lane. That seems to be how they want to break up the map and make sure that M3 cannot engage on top of them. Just keep the Graves away. Scenery and Condi, they're going to meet each other.
Scenery able to pick that one up with, I believe, a Cinder Hulk.
No, he hasn't got Cinder Hulk.
All right.
His mere presence was enough to terrify Scuttle Crab.
Well, the Smite definitely didn't kill it. I don't know how he managed to get it. But M3 able to clear out some vision here towards the bottom side. Dragon in about 23 seconds as another culling comes down. Condi just trying to coax his Spiderlings into taking the damage for him. It's pretty awful of you to get your kids to take the damage.
Did a good job, though.
Yeah, they most certainly did. Doesn't seem to like him very much.
And this is going to be Dragon number 4, potentially start up for M3. The response out of WE is just get position around the Baron area. Fighting Gangplank over neutral is definitely not a fun idea. Oh, here we go. Penneque at the front.
Yeah, right in the front of Savoki's going to eat him, trying to get into a better position. That's Cannon Barrage and the Glacial Fissure down, though, and a nice disengage from M3. We'll see whether they go for a re-engage, as it looks like they may just go straight down the mid lane. Now trying to get positional advantage. Condi going to get licked. Scenery, he's coming in, but they may need to actually go. 957 almost gets the full explosion on the backline of M3, as now Mystic able to get free auto attacks. It is going to be GA, though, right up in amongst it, getting all of the kills. And my God, Mystic, it's his turn to go completely insane. Raphael eventually slows him down, but WE, this is not over yet. Raphael, you have to be so careful. They may lose a whole chunk of their base.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's going to be the case. They tank it up with their jungler. They should make short work of this, although, whoa, that was a Glittle Lance and a half out of the mid lane of M3. Instead, they're going to turn around, look to maybe the Baron.
Mystic's
Mystic
almost
nearly
dead.
dies.
What? Please, yeah, eat some popcorn chicken. You'll be fine. Grabs himself that tunnel as well for a little bit of added health, but WE now looking to go towards this Baron. You can see GA with a lot of damage. Raphael says, all right, I'll just take a Consolation Dragon.
Dragon 4 is no consolation. That puts a 6-minute window on the game. That's probably their last window to actually win it if they're able to grab that one. You can see, though, Raphael's in trouble.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage comes down. Zero is going to be able to find the Winter's Bite. Raphael doesn't want to go back into that Cannon Barrage. The Scenery's actually just going to tunnel underneath. And the Dragon, once again, M3 going to be able to take that one.
Yeah, so they will be able to pick up their 4th Dragon of the game. As I said, that probably is the window they're looking for. You know, let's just see if we can defend our base for 6 minutes, set ourselves up for the one last fight around that Dragon area. Maybe even just steal it with some good positioning around the map. But right now, Gangplank picks up the Steric's Gauge, actually picks up another Crit Cloak, so you just assume that's going to be another Infinity Edge at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it wants to get to that 100% critical strike, which is actually achieved now by that Cloak of Agility, I believe. As now WE with this Baron buff moving up towards the base of M3. And it looks like that 6 minutes is time in this game that WE just doesn't want to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. And WE, now that they've got their advantage, want to keep rolling. Looking for those barrels still, seeing if they can get any cocoons set up. Oh, that was a... Did that hit,
No.
Raphael?
Don't think so.
I think it did.
Oh, yes, it did. Okay. Raphael just skippied himself away. Couldn't even see whether it had connected. Didn't want to give him the satisfaction.
So it wasn't the second barrel. It was actually the 3rd barrel that hit. They're doing 1,200 damage to creeps now. You can see that's already at half health. Tristana Siege, nothing to scoff at, even without the Lulu.
Oh, Scenery actually may have found 957, but not going to go in.
Not the fight you were looking for.
No.
He's looking for a flank.
God, okay. So PentaQ had a shield. Mystic decided to take all of that and then some. As he decides now just to tank up this turret. You can see that was a fully stacked satchel. And this turret is going to die. The war of attrition once again for WE. And I've seen this play before. Can M3 actually make the engage happen?
Yeah,
as Mystic,
go for it.
He's got the ultimate. He's not feeling under threat there at all. As YOLO is just going to quick draw by the side. Barrel's going to be set up. No one wants to try and take that one down yet, as Raphael is eventually able to. And WE, they just grab the inhibitor.
Oh.
Looks like they're just going to go for some more.
And Savoki eats a crit as well. And Tamkench is a tanky man, but in the support position, maybe not as tanky as you would expect out of a top lane Tam. And she a 7-1-4. What a monster at this stage of the game.
Oh my god. Still has that barrel sitting in the brush. Watch that one if they are going to go for the engage, because that will be a lot of damage. Decides just to shoot it, so don't worry about that one, guys. Condi now makes his way over Scenery, taking a bit of damage here from 957.
This might be the fight they're looking for. This is a great area for Gangplank ulti.
Not to mention Lysandra as well, as M3. They realize it as well. They're going to back away.
They're pinging out bottom lane. Someone has to be able to go clear out these creeps. Instead, WE still looking to pressure. Baron buff has expired. So this is no longer a Baron push. You would think that maybe they would even just back off, spend all their gold. And now 7,000 in the lead.
She's got so much health. Oh, the double barrel. YOLO and Scenery take that one. And Scenery's a pretty tanky guy. But still takes reasonable damage from that Gangplank.
So it looks like finally everyone will back away. Big shops will come out of the carries, you would have to think.
See what GA can afford when he goes back as well. Is not able to pick up another Infinity Edge just yet. Actually sells the Crit Cloak and grabs a Zeal. A little bit of extra movement speed. We'll see what he decides to pick up to augment that one.
See whether he goes for a Phantom Dance. So this is what a lot of Gangplanks actually used to like doing. Makes your auto attack very potent in team fights. And because he's got that Sterix, he is actually quite tanky. About 3,000 health on the Gangplank at this point in time. So a little bit more of a bruiser feel. Weave some auto attacks in there will be a good thing. And you can see that they're very conscious of the Dragon area. Want to make sure that they have at least some vision around there.
Well, Barrel's going to be set up. GA just going to get himself some movement speed off a shot to one of those. Now, look at that minion wave die. Oh, can't one-hit a cannon creep. Frustrating. He'll get there in the end, though, as M3 now trying to defend this big super minion wave in the mid lane.
And this seems to be one of the trends that LGD set at Worlds, and the rest of China's caught on to. Let's just leave OP picks up. See what happens, you know? Didn't work out too well at Worlds, but I'm sure eventually it'll come back in our favor, as now they've caught out Savoki.
Yeah, gets caught by the Cocoon. Barrel goes down, nice double, but not going to find anyone. The GA is just going to put on enough pressure. Oh, Scenery actually. Cannon Barrage is down. 957 is now safe. It looked like
there's two people committed to it though, and now they're going to be able to look to break the base on the other side of the map.
Yeah. GA looked like he was actually controlling Gangplank very effectively, whilst there was a random Cannon Barrage. Topside River. This guy may have played StarCraft before. No, he seems to be doing multiple things at once really, really effectively.
Or he just clicked the map where the Lysandra portrait was.
Yeah, that's a good point too. It was in a decent position though. Looked like that was on purpose.
It was on top of Lysandra. I'm sure he purposely put it on top of his top laner.
Oh, let me be in awe for a little bit, Spawn. I just wanted to be in awe. But M3 now just trying to defend. These super creeps, difficult to deal with.
And it is a Phantom Dancer picked up right now for the Gangplank.
Oh my god, that's a 6-item Gangplank spawn.
Certainly is. No boots 3 boys yet, but...
No, not quite. At least he gets +3 movement speed on the boots, so it feels 3-ish on the boots front. Raphael, though, he's starting to move forward, but he's a full item and a half behind GA.
Yeah, GA is
cheaper
the
item
richest
build
man
as
on
well.
the map right now. And now the gold will start becoming, I guess... It's not irrelevant, because people haven't finished their item build, but it's deceptive, because if GA picks up any more, it is honestly wasted gold.
He's also the most effective wave clear, which makes it quite frustrating for WE, as Mystic trying to deal with Scenery. He's the last one out of here, though, as GA just creating a nice position for himself.
This is Dragon 5. This is probably M3's last chance. We'll see if they go for the fight here.
Yeah, Scenery actually trying to make his way in, as there's the ultimate. They're just trying to burst out the jungler. They will get him, as GA is able to get that one through. We'll see what else they can make happen, though, as Savoki is going to get stunned up. WE are able to lock down the Dragon. That's going to put another 6 minutes up on that clock. 45 minutes is going to be it for M3, but I have a feeling it's not going to get that long. It's 14 seconds now on the Baron. Final push now, the option for WE if they want to find it, is this mid inhibitor. We'll be respawning relatively soon with super creeps and a Baron buff. It's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll see whether they're able to put up any defense here. Baron's just going to fall way too quickly, Atlas, and in the end...
What the hell? That looked like a red buff.
This is probably going to be the last recall. Everyone finishing up item builds now. We'll be looking to push in, end this game. And M3, you have to say, put up 2 pretty good fights. Not over yet. Still definitely have a chance to just take that one team fight and win the game with the Lulu-Lucian combo. But it just looks like such an uphill battle. And actually, Captain's Boots.
Oh, I was just
picked
about to
up
mention
by
it.
the Pirate.
So good. He's obviously the captain of his ship.
Well,
I don't even know
why
whether...
would he not.
Yeah.
He's not. He's in the army at the moment.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. Captain of his helicopter. You have captains of a helicopter? I don't think you do. Well, he's still the captain regardless.
There you go. Do you know what the difference between a boat and a ship is?
One's bigger.
No, actually.
What is the difference?
One has a captain. One is ruled by general committee.
Oh, cool. Which one's that? Does a ship have a captain?
Ship has a captain.
All right, cool.
That's why they're pirate ships, not pirate boats.
I don't know why that sounds so funny, but it really does. Well, there's a siege going on here as the inhibitor has respawned as we make our way back into the game. Mystic, though, takes a fair bit of damage now as 957's trying to find his way over, but doesn't quite get the ultimate on a target. 957 does ult himself now just to try and peel, but nice work from M3 so far as YOLO tries to get in through the side. Mystic going to try and exploit it, flashes forward, is able to pick that one up as the first kill. Scenery now very, very low, and M3 pressured all the way back. The gangplank still huge in this one as well, as everyone's deciding they want to tank up turrets. Another inhibitor is going to go down. WE playing this one by the book, as M3 now with only 4 members trying to get the re-engage. They know that this is very close to done, as there's still a lot of damage. Zero right in the front line. Scenery's going to explode. PentaQ, you are dead, as Mystic is as massive as this gangplank. Savoki now as well. He's going to go down, and that's going to be picked up by GA, and that's going to be all she wrote. WE just eventually scaling a little bit too far.
Yeah, they certainly are. It will actually be WE walking away with a 2-0 victory. We thought it would be close. It was in the end. But the Gangplank and the Tristan are just too big. Really want to see that last team fight again because of the zone control that came out of Lissandra Gangplank.
Yeah.
With both the ultis, you know, even Lissandra's presence of just having a Zhonya's Hourglass on such an AoE CT champion was huge. And WE, this team, we keep expecting good things from them. 2-0 M3 in pretty clean games.
Yeah, really clean games. Of course, this is the team that managed to take down Snake, the team that beat WE a little while earlier. That's why we may have been led to expect that this would be a relatively close series. But in the end, I was so impressed by M3's ability to hold the trigger at exactly the right times and then make sure that when they went in, it was for a reason. They just sent 957 in. They took the inhibitor, so they'd already got the objective that they wanted. And then he was able just to soak so much time, and Mystic got so much work done. Just so well played, cleanly executed fights, and a whole lot of deliberate play out of WE, which is something that some of these teams have been really lacking.
Yeah, it certainly is. You see them taking a bow on the stage in front of you there. Very well fought. You have to say that both teams probably would be happy with how that went. M3, of course, would have loved to pick up the victories, but looked fairly solid still in the couple of losses. And top lane Graves not really too impressed by the rest of the team, however, playing fairly well. Yeah,
and I actually really liked Scenery as well. Really getting around the map, able to execute on a lot of good ganks, but maybe the Warrior Enchantment might have been a little bit too aggressive. Maybe they were thinking they could accelerate a little bit faster than they were otherwise able to.
Well, they put their eggs in that basket. When you give another team Gangplank, you're just like, we have to win the game before he gets 6 items, because otherwise his ultimate does way too much damage. His crits are absolutely massive, and he just one-shots the AD carry if he ever gets onto him. So I understand exactly what the gameplay was. Because Gangplank, people are like, he's barrels, but if he ever isolates the AD carry, all he does is Q in flash auto, and the AD carry dies the exact same way. It's not even really...
We saw that exact thing as YOLO died towards the Raptor camp. So,
yeah, exactly right. So it's very easy to execute a 6-item Gangplank. It's very hard to execute against him because of all the zone control that Lissandra Gangplank had. So I like the idea. Win the game by 25 minutes. Get an aggressive jungler in there. See if he can gank lanes and set it up. As I said, I give a lot of credit to the early game, actually to Condi. Ganks were really, really good there. And they didn't necessarily net kills, but it kept Lulu off the top turret. It got 957 back ahead after he had a horrible early game. He was solo killed by Scenery at level 3 in between his turrets. So Condi saved the top half of the map. The bottom half of the map was just farming up even. And in the end, when you're even against the Gangplank, you're behind because the guy is just so damn good late game.
Yeah, not to mention if you're even against Tristana as well as the Lucian, because the outrange was just ridiculous by Mystic in the later stages of that game.
Yeah, what they wanted is they wanted to speed up Lucian and just have him darting in and out of the fight. The problem is you just can't dart in and out against a Gangplank Lissandra. They have way too much lockdown and too much damage. So, you could maybe take the trade-off of Tristana versus Lucian because Lucian at least has the Lulu to back him up. But what you can't take the trade-off of is Lulu versus Gangplank. Because one is going to do a heck of a lot more work. And you saw that even though Raphael in the mid lane was able to get a couple of good glitter lances across after the fights and nearly even pick up some sneaky kills, wasn't really the same effectiveness and zone control that Gangplank offers.
Yeah, I know. And these power picks that we keep talking about, Lulu threw both games in a row. Rise actually not looked at in the second series, but was actually picked up in the first game as well. We've seen a lot of these power picks getting through, and we can see the MVP is going to go over to Jie. A massive game on this Gangplank, 9-1-6. Huge kill contribution, was able to farm a heck of a lot.
Yeah, and once again, the MVP is probably Gangplank as opposed to Xie there because it's the champion that is able to perform that function. My MVP would have gone to Condi just because he was a person that got them in a position to be able to utilize that. Xie played the later stages of that game beautifully, and the fact that he was able to keep Raphael off his turret is also very important. You actually sacrifice a little bit of CS to keep your turret safe in the Lulu matchup because you just want to be pushing her back a little bit because we've seen people like Rookie take the matchup and just destroy turrets in like 10 minutes flat. So, you have to think that 1-2 punch really did control a lot of the map. And when people go back and rewatch that game, as I said, it's very easy to follow the Tristana jumping around the map. It's very, very easy to look at the people up in the front. But just look at the zone control that they were able to put out from the Lissandra, from the Gangplank, was very, very nice to watch.
Yeah, that's really true. And then, of course, Condi was soaking a lot of that aggro. And you could see as well in a lot of those fights, he'd just hop up into Repel. And he'd just stick there for as long as he possibly could after taking as much damage as possible.
Well, that was really cute because what was happening was they were overextending a lot, Masters 3, trying to get on top of the backline. So Condi would go up in Repel, stay there, and then whichever AD carry didn't have the rest of the team near him, he would jump on and just try and bite. Like he was he was a very Australian spider, tried to be a drop bearer at the same time because honestly, there were points in that game, like the mid lane fight, if you go back and rewatch it, he repels, everyone runs through the Gangplank ultimate because you don't want to be there, so they get through as fast as possible. Then he just jumps on YOLO and tries to maul the guy on the back line.
Yeah.
It was really weird to watch.
And he was also up in the air for so long that I think most of the team had forgotten about him as well. And so YOLO comes into the fight and there's all of a sudden a spider. Yeah, I'd probably crap my pants as well, to be honest.
Yeah, so it was a really nice game. And once again, WE looked like a very team-based League of Legends.
Yeah.
Like they farm sideways very, very well. They get good gold distribution, but then they group up and they team fight. That's generally how they're going to win games at the moment. And it's nothing really too fancy. It's just about securing objectives. What they need to do is not fall behind because against teams like EDG, QG, if you group up against them with a gold deficit, they're just going to run over the top of you in team fights. Against worse team fighting teams, someone like the M3 at the moment, you might be able to take these victories. So there is still a little bit of shakiness there, but it's so fun to watch a young team go back to what is like, I always say it's Chinese League of Legends. It's 5v5, death ball. Like just get your team cons. Like everyone, if a lot of teams in China, if you said you can start even at 40 minutes in the game and we're going to give you one team fight, they'll be like, yep, done.
Yeah,
like,
that's very true.
That's a game of League of Legends that we want to play right now. Like, just get us in there.
I like how every team would approach that differently as well. It's like Snake would think, how many McHales can we buy with that? I'm not entirely sure. So, yeah, of course, QG probably wanted to take that one as well, but they'll just request to be 5,000 behind.
QG at the moment are actually the quickest team in the LPL. They're very good at closing out games, so maybe a little bit of a difference. QG last year, they would have been like, give us a goal deficit. We don't really
That'd
care.
be great,
please. Great. But yeah, right now QG actually looks like the difference of that rule. EDG is the other team. LGD would pay money to be even at 40 minutes at this point.
We'll get depressed again.
Yeah, so I actually really like the way that WE and OMG, these two young lineups, are playing and coming in around their young Chinese mid laners and looking very good.
Yeah, we are going to have a look at the highlights for that whole series, ladies and gentlemen, as 957 was able to get around the map on this Lissandra so nicely. Both of these games looking so comfortable. And this is just a ridiculous ridiculous extended exchange.
Yeah, this whole thing went for about a minute, and you see the gangplank coming in. This was where the first barrel looked weird, and then you were like, it all makes sense now, Atlas. Because he's able to get the massive chain, set up a good double kill for his team. That was really that swung the map around. This is when 957 gets collapsed on.
Yeah, and he sort of knew that something awful was going to happen. He didn't have a turret, so he had to take it. Just got destroyed.
Yeah, and this is the fight that we're actually talking about. Gangplank ultimate goes down. You see he just holds in the air for a very long time, comes down. It was actually Savoki. Tries to maul Savoki, then flashes out to Condi. And, Scenery, he just kept trying to extend these engages because he thought he was going to be able to win them. In the end, Shie able to grab some kills on the back end of this one. Really nice flash auto attack. That sounds weird to say, but he just knew he had the damage to be able to take it. Once again, the Wombo combo barrels, just way too good. You can't get through the barrels. You can't get through the Lissandra ultimate, so it creates these two split fights, and in the end, WE won both of them.
Yeah, and YOLO was unable to handle Mystic, who the 1-2 punch of the Gangplank and the Tristana was just so powerful. So the Gangplank gets him low, and then Tristana just right-clicks him, and then presses W.
Yeah, it certainly does. Maybe
everyone.
Some ease in there as well. Yeah. Very nice Tristana analysis there, Atlas. I liked it. But what that really was about is you had to fight in the lanes. We talk about this a lot. Gangplank, Lissandra, all these champions that excel in jungle fighting. Because what happens in the jungle, Lissandra ultimate covers a whole pass, and you can't run through it. Does way too much damage in the late game. Barrel's the exact same thing. Gangplank ultimate, very similar feel. So you're forced to fight in the lanes, and that means that it's a very linear engage path. You're not coming over walls. You're just running straight down the lane. And you saw time and time again, what would happen is that Scenery would get too far ahead of the rest of the team, and it'll become two mini skirmishes, YOLO tanking up the back line, and it just wasn't really working out for M3 in the end.
No, it didn't quite work. I want to look at WE, though, because it looked like an incredibly, well-controlled series by this team. It looked like they were calm, collected, they were moving forward slowly and deliberately during that set. But is this due to the fact that they were able to get the Lissandra 2 times in a row, Mystic on the Tristana twice in a row, wasn't really harassed in the lane? Are there sort of obvious sort of cracks in this team that can be exploited?
The one thing I will say is they fell behind twice. So that's the biggest thing to point out is that they are picking scaling comps, and both times they fell behind with them. And, if you can get the game to 35 minutes, that will equalize eventually just because of how the game works out and everyone gets to limit full item builds. But you can't really let that happen against a good team. So maybe take a look at how their lane swapping, try and figure that one out. Even in standard lanes, top lane fell behind a little bit early. 957 got camped. The good news is they ran two completely different team comps. Even though Lissandra was in both, one was very much around the Tristana, and Lissandra was more of a peeler aspect, keeping her nice and safe there if anyone tried to engage. Second time around, Gangplank, Lissandra, all about the zone control, and Tristana was there to play cleanup. That one was honestly the fun Tristana composition because you're doing exactly what you're saying. You're getting one shot, you're jumping, you're just trying to reset around the fight. So two very different team comps, both scaled late game, both were team fighting comps. One was much more about zone control, one was a much heavier siege comp with the Lulu Tristana. So I think there is diversity there. I'm not too worried about that. What I am worried about is falling behind a couple of thousand gold by 20 minutes every single game. Yeah,
and the lane swap not necessarily working out in their favor as well. Losing that inner turret was probably not exactly what WE were looking for in the start of that game, and that is something that we can talk about on the side of M3. Their early game decisions were great. It just seemed to be they weren't able to capitalize on any leads that they were able to get during that series.
Yeah, I want to say that as well. When Savoki's not on an initiator, it just does not look like the team can go in. Yeah. And his Poppy didn't look good, which means that they had to ban it game 2. Alistair's just continually taken away from the guy or is first picked if they're on red side, so they don't really have a choice there. So they need to find a way to get engagers that aren't reliant on their support. We see it so many times. Supports are either squishy and can't engage properly, or if they're tanky supports, there's just way too much pressure for the support to come in and do it. So really have to question where M3's team fights come from. Their early laning looks good, but their team fight just doesn't look up to scratch unless Savoki's on Alistair.
Yeah, well, speaking of that early laning, I want to bring up a replay that we do have to show you guys here, and we'll see exactly how M3 were able to play these out, because, of course, that wasn't it. But we will have it very soon, ladies and gentlemen, as that was just a crowd shot.
Yeah,
but here we are.
Certainly will. So as we roll this one out, you see that this is WE trying to engage onto Savoki, and he's just spinning the hammer, and this is where they actually extend for a very long time, because Savoki is still kiting out. You can see that PentaQ had fallen, but the Rise is running up river. Elise is running up through the jungle, and it gets to about here, and Xie is like, holy crap, we've gone too far. Teleport comes in from YOLO, and this is just an overextension. Once again, they felt like they were under pressure to finish out the game because they didn't want the Lulu Triss to come online. But they just overreach a little bit and are made pay.
Yeah, and this is WE feeling like they sort of had to do it. And look, M3, they were able to get a lot of these fights. So that sort of situation did happen multiple times in both of the games. But it just seemed to not actually matter towards the end. And I don't know whether that's on M3 or on WE just playing very controlled and deliberate League of Legends towards the late game.
Well, it's kind of a vision control issue if you look at M3 when they were chasing there, and WE kind of fell into the same thing. They don't really have the vision control both teams as an experienced lineup would, being able to catch those rotations very early, because you saw that Lulu kind of burnt the ultimate there to try and catch out the support players. Savoki was just running away. So, you know, those are things that they'll definitely go away and look at. How can they get vision in areas that will spot those rotations a little bit earlier, not overextending past the creep wave?
Or maybe be able to see through the blood that's in your vision.
Yeah, exactly right. Support must kill. So, but that was a very good early fight for M3 that they were able to clean up after PentaQ did fall relatively early. So credit to them to be able to get that done.
Yeah, well, we do have a mid-game fight here as well, so we can bring that one up. We can have a look at exactly how M3 have been able to turn these ones around, and this is Condi almost being able to make exactly what he wanted to happen.
Yeah, this was I think I can where, you know, Condi was diving in there trying to get it done, and M3 once again at this stage of the game with Raphael looked like they were the stronger team, but everyone kind of just lives here. You see Mystic gets incredibly low. He flashes out. They even go for the auto attack over the wall, I think, here from YOLO to see what he can get. But in the end, it is just a turret that falls for M3. And once again, this is just all these team fights being a little bit too close. They do get an objective off the back, but no one from WE really falls down. And eventually that Tristana, that Lulu, and the Lissandra, as we spoke about, you're not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to bomb rush them because they just do way too much damage. And that seemed to be M3's calling card. Like, if we get in there, if we pressure them off the turret, we're going to be able to win a fight. But time and time again, that just was not the case.
Yeah, and it seemed to me that M3, when they were going for these sort of siege plays, they were getting in amongst it. They were managing to get the turret down eventually, and they were trying to start these fights. But it just seemed that it just didn't quite work.
Well, the problem,
in the end.
The reason it didn't work is time and time again, Savoki was charging up the Lulu ultimate, pretending that he was threatening, and they were just letting it go on cooldown. They were like, that's 30 seconds without the Poppy ultimate. We can actually just engage right now. And Savoki was like, wow, like the jig is up. Like I was trying to be intimidating, guys, but now I don't even have it.
Now I'm just a short person.
Yeah, now I'm just a tackler. Yeah. So, you know, Savoki, and then the two that he did throw, he threw one at a turret, and then he threw one as they were running into the base. They just completely whiffed. So they weren't really respecting the Poppy ultimate. If that is a good Poppy player, they just, the first time they channel it, second time, they punt someone out, and then they just turret dive because it's a 4v5 and the person can't get back in time. So once again, a lot of pressure on the M3 support player. Really do think that he is the linchpin of the team, that if they are going to win, it's going to be on the back of his initiations, but he's just not able to get it done.
Yeah, and we actually do have that last team fight of game number 1 as well, where we did have the Poppy not quite find the ultimate.
Yeah, so as you have a look at this one, once again, look at Savoki. He starts winding up. He wants to get people out of the base, but he just misses it. And all of a sudden, there are no disengage tools for M3, and Mystic just way too big. Savoki, unfortunately, gets blown up by 957. Gets the 3-man ultimate, pretty much, it's fair to say, at that stage. Mystic jumps around the fight, picks up a triple kill and an MVP off the back of probably a lot of hard work done from his top laner.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. And I have to say that that team fight didn't quite realize how much all about 957 it was, but he did a hell of a lot of damage.
And he altered himself. This is the difference between like a good and a bad Lissandra player. Like, he gets the W down and immediately ults himself for maximum damage on everyone whilst keeping himself relatively safe. That means there's not even the choice of the two people that aren't altered by Lissandra turning around and trying to kill her. Everyone just has to get out at that point because she does way too much damage. So once again, got to credit the top lane. Yeah. Game 2, he fell behind early, but it just didn't impact the map that much.
Yeah, and Condi was always there with the cocoon to try and save his top laner there as well. So, of course, YOLO falling a little bit behind. And it was in that bottom lane just before he'd managed to pick up his QSS, he gets picked. And that was sort of the perfect time. And that was a large amount of the pressure that was given. Because YOLO, if he had the QSS a little bit earlier, he may have been able to sort of establish himself as the winning split pusher.
Well, no, this one, so what happened there was game 1, he went QSS and he couldn't kill him. So he was like, I'm going to go more this time because I can kill him and I'm going to survive the burst. And the answer was actually just rotate Gangplank into the lane. Because I was like, all right, cool,
Yeah.
he has more. I'm not going to kill him solo. What I'm going to do, I'm going to lock him down for 3 seconds. Gangplank's going to put an ulti on him and just shoot him once and he's going to die because he has no armor. So that was actually smart play out of WE as opposed to bad play out of YOLO in the top lane. I actually think his item build was much better game 2, but it just was the decision-making process that WE were actually able to capitalize on.
Yeah, and do you actually think that this Gangplank top has a position now in the meta as well? We've seen it a couple of times, and
I love
what's your
Gangplank
opinion?
Top. He's great. Gangplank top's good. Gets beaten by Fiora, but anyone else is really good.
Oh, okay. So you can just basically pick it into whatever you want.
Yeah, he's a team fighter, right? So it's not even about the laning phase. As long as you're safe farming, which is why he's fine against tanks.
Mm-hmm.
Tanks will eventually just out-beef him.
Outlast
But
you.
he'll one-shot your AD carry, so it doesn't really matter. Has a lot of presence in the early lane with the ultimate and being able to lay that down if any ganks are going. Globals are always really fun to have on the team. So, yeah, honestly, I think Gangplank is still S tier in both mid and top.
Okay. And the Graves now in the top lane as well. What do you think? So YOLO bringing that one up there.
Not a fan. As I said, if your jungler isn't Malphite or Maokai, I just don't see where Graves belongs in the meta. He doesn't bring any CC. I just think the top lane is so CC reliant at the moment. You either have to be able to win every single split push duel, which is what Fiora was doing, or you have to have CC.
Right.
Otherwise, you just can't play it as a top laner.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate. Do you think, because I was thinking that maybe it was the rapid fire cannon not necessarily working, because I've seen top lane Graves go completely ballistic, but we just haven't quite seen it in the LPL just yet.
Yeah, no, still not a fan. Like, even if you're, as I said, you either have to 1v1 everyone on the map and just be completely unstoppable, be able to pull 3 people bottom lane, or you have to be able to add things from CC into a team fight, because it's not enough to just become an 80 carry top lane. Otherwise, we'd see Vayne up there.
Yeah, man, the dream. Don't even tempt me, Frodo, because, man, I'd be very excited to see Vayne top. We've heard it as, so many sneaking ideas of counters to certain champions up in the top lane, just haven't quite seen it happen yet, because we've had 80 carries everywhere else. Why not put it in the top lane?
It's not a good idea. We actually have a replay, guys, from the start of Game 2 to pull up on your screen right now. And as you have a look at it, this is actually the teleport play. So as we roll this one out, Savoki going to... It looks like he's honestly going to win the team fight for them because the Grey health is just so strong. He flashes on top of Mystic, but he lives on nothing. 957 flies in here, takes out Savoki, able to get the first kill. And this is extended. Watch where the Lulu is running down. You know, the Rek'Sai ulti comes into the bottom lane. They think they have Mystic. They think they have Zero. 957 also caught out a little bit, but Gangplank able to come in here. Once again, Mystic lives on absolutely nothing. He survives for so long. And this chain reaction out of the barrels just ensures that everyone else gets cleaned up. Graves didn't have teleport, wasn't able to make it down there, just pushes in the lane, takes another turret. So that was really nice coordination out of WE, understanding exactly where Graves was on the map, what was available, and utilizing that double teleport to get around.
Yeah, and GA was holding his teleport for so long as well, until everyone had committed, and then he comes down, puts that interesting barrel, and then just destroys PentaQ with it. And you just saw how incredibly scared that Lucian was of the Gangplank, because I was wondering, as I watched that replay the first time around, because Lucian gets wild growth, and then just gets the hell out of there, just beelines right to the bottom of the map. Everyone was launching
on very no mana. So he was had very low health, had to get wild growth early. Honestly, they overreached for that, and twice Mystic lived on no health, so it wasn't really, I guess, the ideal fight. M3 would look at that one and think we just got RNG'd because he lived on about 7 health twice, and it wasn't a fantastic feeling. So a nicely executed team fight by WE, and maybe M3 getting a little bit unlucky on that one. As we have another replay to actually pull up onto your screen, as you see, this is the mid lane team fight here from Masters 3. So as you roll this one out, they're going to go super aggressive. They literally just run at the team. Scenery's in there, but the kite back is just too much. You know, Savoki eats him, actually flashes him forward into the team one more time, but Condi's holding up PentaQ on the backline. You can't really run past 957 and this Gangplank who just do way too much work. That one's really tanky enough at the moment. Gets a nice barrel there, flashes, gets an auto attack on YOLO, and cleans up the team fight. Once again, they're just splitting up these fights across multiple fronts, and time again, the Lissandra Gangplank are just controlling too much area, and you're not able to engage the way you want if you are Masters 3.
Yeah, and it was incredibly low health bars there as well. I mean, juggling of aggro that was coming out of especially 957. He fell down to about 15 health. Something like that. Utterly ridiculous. And you saw Connie there in the backline just being a nuisance. And I thought initially that the cannon barrage was in an odd position, but it just lined up so well with the Lissandra Frozen Tomb that there was the entire mid lane that you couldn't actually walk in if you were M3.
And we keep talking about it, the fact that Lissandra creates this time for your team. She has the stasis of her ultimate, she has the stasis of Zhonya's Hourglass and a lot of zone control. Gangplank kind of does the same thing. So you get this kind of big, deep breath in the middle of the team fight. You're able to reposition and fight around what your strengths are, which is a heck of a lot of CC and high burst damage. So that was a really good example of why they were running down mid lane, because they can't really fight them in the jungle. However, it was a very nicely executed fight from WE.
Yeah, well, we do actually have the last team fight here as well, and I want to keep a pause just for 1 second, because 957 tries to do exactly the same thing, but just doesn't get the right position for his ultimate. And instead of just throwing it out there and saying, Hail Mary, I don't mind, he just stays there and tries to soak as much aggro as he can.
Yeah, and as you roll this one out, we probably talked about Mystic the first time around, so keep an eye on 957. So he flies in there, doesn't really get what he's looking for. Zhonya creates his part at the front of the fight, then uses his ultimate, chunks people out. All of a sudden, Gangplank barrel goes down, Gangplank ultimate goes down, and chunks the whole team. Mystic, he's the superstar on the sideline. He actually picks up the kill for it, but it really was that first barrel and the Gangplank ultimate that chunked everyone else out and meant that they definitely couldn't fight that. The replay will continue to roll because, M3, they do the right thing. They go for the one last roll of the dice here. Pentacu's trying to skirt the fight, trying to get as much damage down as possible. But at this stage of the game, it's just way too much lockdown, way too much damage out of Mystic. He goes bonkers, cleans up the back end of the team fight, and WE run away with a series. But that was much closer than it looked.
Yeah,
to get to that stage of the game, Masters 3 played incredibly well.
It was a little bit unfortunate that Scenery sort of just tried to engage. He was like, I got this, we're going to get in there, and then just flat out dies because of so much CC. The Braum passive went off almost instantly due to all of the auto attacks that everyone had available. The sort of last-ditch effort was just a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, they had to force tempo a little bit quicker than that. Otherwise, it was going to get to that position. So credit to Masters 3 trying to get the game accelerated. But in the end, when it got to that point, it was WE's game to win.
Yeah, really nicely played. So WE, 2 controlled victories here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. But when we get back, LGD are trying to find their first victory in the LPL up against Energy Pacemaker All.
And we're back for our last day of week 3 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me is Zach. Oh man, Zach Rusty Pipe. That was apparently more difficult than it's been normally. We're going to take you through our last 2 best of 3s of the evening. Rusty, how you going?
It's so simple, Pastry. Spawn has a beard now. There's no way I'll look like him
sorry.
anymore. It's okay though, I forgive you. I'm very excited to get into these games. A lot of interesting matchups to follow for the rest of today, but we did have a pretty crazy series to kick us off.
We do actually. Last game was strong there from WE, taking a 2-0 of where we thought M3 might be able to take it here and there, but LGD going to be taken to the riff one more time versus Energy Pacemaker All. And unfortunately for LGD at this point, it's just a wait and see what happens situation.
LGD are literally playing Duck Duck Goose with victory. And they're just sitting there, they're walking around the circle, just patting duck on everyone's head. And they haven't actually hit the goose moment where they actually win a game.
Yep.
They've got all of the makings to do it. They've got the best players in the best positions possible. They just haven't come together as a team and found a single win.
Yeah, and it's hard to say exactly how long it'll take for the team to really gel, but certainly early days has been awkward, to say the least, for the team. It's been tricky, but, we'll have to see what happens. On the other side, though, EPA, certainly a team that's on the up and up. I felt like M3 were one of the maybe lower-tier teams that has started to show some pretty good signs, but EPA sort of between M3 and HYG if you want to look at sort of the lower-strength teams early on.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, but I actually think EPA are better than M3. At the moment, their only victory is against M3 as well, if that's worth considering. They've only won a single series, and that puts them one ahead of LGD, so 5th and 6th respectively on the ladder. But of course, EPA potentially even having the upper hand today based off those results.
Yeah, it could be here, but we'll have to see as we are going to start on the LGD side of things. Might have seen some changes here on the lineup. We'll have a look through in just a second, but like we mentioned, it really does seem like LGD going through quite a lot of trouble the end of last year and starting off this season, but they should have most of their star players in the right spots. We'll have a look at the team profile, though.
Yeah, LGD at it again. We'll see what roster they want to field this time around. They've changed junglers once in the past.
And they're going to do it again here. Marin, Shaoxi, Wayless, Imp, and PYL will start for game 1. So it does seem like we have Shaoxi and Amy swapping spots here and there. So let's start in the top lane. Marin, the man everyone expected to have a breakout LPL, and right now, like the rest of his team, hasn't quite found his stride yet.
Yeah, Marin more inclined towards these control mages, but has shown he's still got the Gnar and the Fiora available. He just hasn't picked up the meta control mages.
Yeah, not just yet. Here is Shaoxi with the Evelyn there, as his only play, did play yesterday, I believe. Had one game after Amy subbed in. And Wayless, who's, I think, been picking up a little bit of the slack that's been left, but there's a little too much left there still for LG. But Wayless seems to be moving back to maybe his old form.
I feel like he's definitely regaining that form. We saw a stellar gangplank game from him, even in defeat. So good signs for what's to come for Wayless.
And Imp, still the AD carry, still super solid on whatever champion he picks up. But again, it's more of a team thing here for LGD. Their bottom lane's been fine, definitely dominating laning phase most of the time, but just doesn't feel like the map movement and the synergies there. As PYL, lots of Braum actually, probably the most notable thing for him.
Yeah, it definitely has been, and it's always been a pretty good laning phase, to say the least, for LGD's bottom lane. They're always ahead in farm, and then it's just that mid-game for the team as a whole, where they start to rotate around, look for team fights, look for objectives. Now the Dragon's no longer as big a deal. Very difficult for LGD to look predictably and force these things, and it feels like maybe their macro play really is hurting from that shot caller.
Yeah, and it does feel like when we saw the most successful LGD, it's when they had really figured out their plan and were able to execute wherever they needed to. They were famous for being so good in lane swaps pretty much halfway through last year, but they can adapt, of course. They're just a team that seems a bit slow to do so. So with some new members, with the new Korean top laner, I can see where some of the struggles are, but I'll have to see what they can show off today. Like you said, not just hurting in matches, also in wins total with no games won just yet, but EPA, Gimgoon, Crisis, Republic, Romantic, and Jay-Z, everyone's favorite support.
Yes, of course. We're calling him Jay-Z because it's simple. It's fast and fun. What a great nickname to give him.
It's good stuff. Kim Goon's going to start things off in the top lane here. Plenty of different picks, even going back to the Maokai in a recent game here. Kim Goon, pretty solid player.
Shows he can play it all, essentially, Gimgoon. He's a very well-rounded top laner. Works with the team quite nicely, and this jungler complements him as well.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of Crisis' play. I believe he was subbed in after a few weeks in. He wasn't the original jungler.
It was their first win as well.
But yeah, Crisis has definitely been impressive. And Republic, you've just been fine as well. Lots of Ezreal Corki, but plenty of other mages, including a sneaky Zillion in there, which unfortunately was not a win.
Yeah, look, we can question that all we'd like. It didn't work out for them. As we move on to the AD carry Romantic, and between Republic and Romantic, they've done their job But I haven't really seen anything to make the names stand out whatsoever just yet. It's all Gimgoon.
Yeah, and then Jay-Z in the bottom lane, of course, his support. Pretty solid stuff just in general. Plenty of thresh, which we do expect from a lot of the younger Chinese support players. But EPA, a team that are relatively new. The org itself's been around for quite a long time, but always with a almost revolving door of talent. They're actually a team that is very good at bringing young talent in and then moving them off to other teams. They're a great team for that sort of thing. So we'll see what EPA can do here. They're back into the LPL, I think, after a split or two absent as simply Energy Pacemaker. Now, of course, Energy Pacemaker all. And it's just curious to watch them play, but LGD, we just have so many questions. But we'll have a look at EPA stats here.
Yeah, so Energy Pacemaker all, they show that they're more inclined towards their teamwork. They're just slightly above the average on pretty much everything across the board except gold per minute and KDA, but that's reflective of their results. And it shows they do have a lot of pressure and work together quite nicely as a team. They're a young, mechanical team, essentially.
Yeah,
so.
I found this a lot with lots of the different teams like HYG and M3. They seem to have a lot of synergy together, almost as friends, and they do play well together as a team. So we are looking at Jay-Z's stats
what
here.
A stat.
KDA 20
No, crowd control per game.
That's pretty cool. I wonder how that one's calculated.
I have not a single
destroy
clue.
per minute.
That one's good.
It is. I guess it's hit based. Like, how do you destroy 0.39 of a ward?
Well,
it would be based on like slaps and stuff, right?
yeah. Well, that's so deep.
Yeah.
That is.
Look, another day perhaps. As we are going to get into Champ Select for our first game here. LGD going to start things off and ban away Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn taken off the board. Not a surprise anymore, actually.
Nope.
Quinn has crept up into one of the strongest states of the game, and LGD's last best of 3 that they lost was against 2 Quins. So smartly getting rid of what was a big deal and annoying Marin.
Yep, no Quins there, as we are going to have Graves banned by LGD. Also as EP, go ahead and ban away Gangplank and Lulu. So more standard bans there on the red side, although, like you mentioned, Quinn and Graves, certainly not strangers to the bench at this point in the LPL.
No, not at this point anyway. And of course, AD carry is the primary focus of bans here from LGD, believe it or not, but not in the AD carry role.
Yep.
As if they continue that trend, Corki would be the third.
Well, Corki definitely something that we're starting to see played, picked, and banned significantly more often. So we'll see what LGD do want to ban away, but LeBlanc will be their choice. They're going to take that away from Republic. Seems to be a pretty common ban against some of these younger mid laners because they're all pretty good LeBlanc players.
Well, even just across the board again, LeBlanc has crept up like Quinn has in consistency of being banned. Leaves open a lot of these other really strong champions, such as what has been banned from EPA, rightly so. But this is also the other one that we mentioned should be contested.
Yep, and there's Corki picked up for LGD. I'm sure both Wayless and Imp more than proficient on the champions. Heck, Mara can probably play it if he really wanted to.
Sure he
We'll
can.
see what LGD want to take it there. And I feel like Corki's the top of the champions that aren't Rise or Gangplank now. He's not at their level as far as power goes, but he's probably the strongest of the champions you can leave open that people still routinely leave up.
Yeah, and we looked at week 1, probably Lissandra, crept back
Yeah.
into Lulu in the second week in popularity. Week 3 has been all about this Corki. Still defining themselves in a meta here, the LPL, but they're really finding their feet now.
Yep.
The drafting is a lot more defined, and a lot of the bans are much more targeted as
and
well.
it's not like Lulu or Sandra are bad champions, but I think teams learn to play with and against them a little bit better. So they've dropped a bit in priority, even though they are decent picks that you can pick up here. So EP, we'll see what they want to do with their first 2 picks. They might just take a bottom lane here, and they will. Alistar and Kalista looks like a completed bottom lane.
Yeah, the Kalista bottom lane. They've picked that one up, and honestly, Kalista is still such a great competitive pick. Being in patch 5.24, this is pre-rend changes also, so still gets the full mana back and can harass in laning phase a lot more effectively and out-sustain their opponent.
Yep, also a good takeaway from Imp there, and a lot of these young AD carry players seem to have settled on Kalista recently, as Rek'Sai is already locked in actually for LGD, and they are going to lock in Janna as well. That's a throwback PYL champion.
Yeah, that's a really interesting decision here from LGD. Most supports at the moment are looking towards some form of disengage, but they're also generally tanks, which is why PYL's most common played is Braum. On the flip side is generally a Trundle. But instead, they've gone straight into the defensive basket pretty much exclusively here. They even hovered the Lucian, so I would not be surprised if that were picked, but I like that they kept the Corki as an open option.
Yeah. And again, they've got plenty of flexibility there with those early picks, but do take 2 utility champions fairly highly, as we'll see what PWL can get done with Janna, which has seen some play around the world, but certainly not been nearly as...
I like this, though, what they're hovering now, and I hope that EPA lock this in. we've seen internationally Victor as a counter to Corki. Not a direct counter, but can very easily match, doesn't get pushed out. But, you know, Republic, he does what he wants.
Not today, at least, as Lux and Elise are going to be the picks here. Crisis will take Elise. Pretty standard jungle champion. That's sort of the other one that pairs with Rek'Sai. Usually tend to see both at the same time, especially with something like Graves banned away. But Lux, I'm going to agree with you on the Victor point versus
yeah, at least
Corki.
they got the Victor spiel out of the way.
Yeah,
Victor is good into Corki. Lux is a longer ranged Victor. But like the reason that it's not going to be as effective is because it's higher cooldowns. Corki can poke you more often and actually match you. You force your shield out, really high cooldown, whereas Victor's Q that gives the shield is also doubling up his damage.
Yep, and you can see Ezreal actually already locked in for LGD, so looks like Imp will take that and give Wayless the Corki, although they can, of course, move those around pretty much wherever they want. You can see Lux has seen a bit of play, though. Hasn't won a game just yet, poor Lux, but has been picked 3 out of 63 games. As Marin, I didn't mind the Rumble Hover. LGD might serve just to go back to comfort, and they would have good zone control with the comp as well. But apparently Marin is all about top lane Morgana.
This stage we're just going to
we're going to get it again
to like Morgaren or something, just because he's so persistent on playing this champion. And sure, it does work. You just need to be super proficient on Morgana as a player and know the limits of your champion. Last time we've seen this, it was into Poppies that have solo killed Morgana on more than one occasion. And they don't have their top laner picked here for EPA.
No, and Poppy's still open, so that could be the pickup here for Gimgoon to see him do work for his team time and time again. But might even go with something that somewhat of a similar feel to Poppy here in the Trundle. But whatever he takes, he knows that he's getting pretty much a free lane.
Well, he's absolutely getting a free lane. Trundle's also good at sustaining through the W damage. Whereas if you go for a champion like Poppy, you're more of a fighter and in their face, you have a gap close. Lots of options still available, though, for Gimgoon. He's the real carry of this side.
So it looks like he will take some sort of carry champion. Might just take one split pusher and go with another instead. Trundle was a consideration, but they will lock in the Fiora. What a world we live in, where young LPL teams are locking in Fiora against Marin.
It raises some interesting questions, of course. What a world we live in when Marin's picking Morgana top lane in the LPL. It's a really drastic change.
Well, I like this from Gimgoon at least. Seen quite a lot of Fiora in the first few weeks, and you can do a lot of different things with her. I know Spawn's a big fan of the champion, but was kind of saying you can split push, you can team fight, you just have to decide which of those you want to do. So depending on how Gimgoon goes in the game, you'll be able to either use that split push or even just team fight, depending on what EPA think they need.
Well, Spawn does know all of the limits of Fiora as a champion. He's tested them all himself. Has yet to actually win a game on it, I think. As EPA will try their hand at it. And I actually like the Fiora into Morgana matchup for Fiora. Very mobile champion, can dodge the bindings. The only question is going to be, can you keep the lane at a neutral point? Or are you just going to get constantly pushed in by the pressure?
Well, that's always Morgana's thing. Hang out in the lane. AFK farm pushed away pretty much and then back out. You know, Flandre somewhat jokingly said that he liked to play it because he just didn't want to think about his lane. But that's sort of what Morgana gives you in top.
Yeah, well, if you don't have to think about your lane, generally you're looking to wave clear and disappear. And we'll see what Marin does look to do.
We certainly will. So we're going to get ourselves onto the Rift for our first game. And here we are for our start of our second series of the evening as LGD going to look for their first game win against EPA, who are looking to see if they can move just a bit up from the bottom of the ladder. These two teams are 5th and 6th in their group right now, and surprisingly, it is LGD that occupy that 6th spot, so a series win here would push them up into tying with 5th now for EPA. EPA, of course, can make some ground here, and both teams just looking to see if they can get a little bit more done here.
Yeah, and of course, for reference, 5th and 6th is indeed last and second last. There's no one else in this particular group. So, you know, vying to be out of last place is always a very big deal and the best opportunity to do so for LGD.
Well, if anything, LGD, you have to think they want some confidence more than anything else here. Just a game win changes so much for these type of players especially. We know Imp and Whalers can be a little bit more on the emotional side, so I have to think a strong game here will set them up nicely, as we are seeing just a bit of aggression here. Imp going to poke his way in, but JZ looks for it, wants the pulve. PYL's in range, but he's not going to pop it. They're just going to chase, and there's the pulve coming in. Now the damage is out. Going to keep moving in with the Rent. Don't quite pop it just yet here, as Marin has rotated up as well. But there's the Rent. Good damage on the PYL. Binding does land, but Alistar's going to be just fine.
Such a weird time for them to hit each other. You have to keep in mind that minions are on the way to the lane. And both of these guys have lost an abundance of health. We know that Jazo does not have the heal, so sustaining this bottom lane for EPA is a little bit lacking. And of course, PYL is able to buff Imp up some more, keep him happy in this lane.
You can see just a bit of nice little trade there actually from Republic. Looks like Corrupting Potion versus Doran's here, but Whalers just hanging out in the Corki. Seen a lot of different games from this player. Control Mages, Assassins, carries, you name it. We'll see what Whalers can get done here, because it does feel like he's the player that's leading the charge here potentially for LGD. And Corki is a very powerful champion.
That was so aggressive from EPA. It was a very risky decision to go for that Grom. They could have sacked their own laning phase a bit here. They do know it's a Janna. PYL is not going to have a whole lot of pressure, but once he ticks 2, what are they going to do? They have a Pulverize and that's it.
And you can see just how aggressively Imp is playing his top side now. Gimgoon looking to go in onto Marin. Does hit level 2, looks in for the Vital, and that's great damage out onto the Morgana, who's still only level 1.
This will tick it.
Yep, does get it now, but Gimgoon taking a little bit of early initiative here in the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what you expect out of this lane. Gimgoon being level 2 went straight into E. So he got that extra slow and crit damage down onto Marin. Completely poked him. Forced both of the potions already. And Fiora's already found a point of power. The question was going to be, can Marin control Gimgoon and as such the top lane? The answer at the moment is definitely not.
Well, the answer seems to be bottom lane actually for EPA. They are going to move in. Cocoon just missing Imp there. He will Arcane Shift back, so a bit of pressure shown by EPA's jungler, but no dice on the gank there as Xiaoxi actually looking to fend off the Elise. Oh, that was funny. Praise Seek right into the Scuttle Crab. In fact, going to get aggressive here. Rappel down though to dodge on Burrow. Now going to turn things around. Good damage there from Elise. Xiaoxi takes a couple hits there as he gets aggressive on Energy Pacemaker's jungler.
Yeah, Xiaoxi not actually unburrowing, so all the damage Crisis could manage was put out. The pressure's continuing.
Yeah, Crisis is going in for it, but Xiaoxi can get out.
JZ's there.
Crisis going to collapse the tunnel. No, just leaves it up actually. LGD do own the Scuttle Crab, so a little safe there. But Crisis maybe just walking into the jungle now as back in topside Gimgoon. Still keeping that XP lead up against Marin, who wants to get a few more levels before he feels really safe in this lane.
Yeah, Marin, of course, believe it or not, has to be accurate with his spell shields. He needs to stop the slow out of Gimgoon and potentially the stun that can come back to bite him if the binding is riposted. Interesting mind games can ensue in this top lane 1v1.
Yeah, for sure. Marin's going to have to get maybe point blank with the bindings because from long range they're pretty telegraphed. Gimgoon is going to hang out though, keep the wave in a decent spot, and Marin's going to try and push it all the way back out here. As you can see, Gimgoon, he wants to get aggressive. He's playing very far forward, and Marin is using those long range spells to farm safely.
Yeah, absolutely. Marin's now got that control that we expected in the top lane. Just early aggression from Gimgoon to set himself up. And being this even with farms, nice. He's going to be stuck under turret though once Marin makes his way back. We'll see what item build he goes towards.
Yep, you can see Marin does actually move back. Does teleport actually as well. Wow. As the Spell Thief's Edge and another Doran Shield plus a few potions. So pretty aggressive early itemization here. Marin just wants to get through these early levels safely.
Yeah, just wants to farm, wants to scale. And of course, Gimgoon wants to fight. But is happy to scale himself, as does he deny it?
Yep, does indeed. Could riposte, but...
Good stun tower.
Marin just going to keep pushing things up here. Level 5 now, so 3 levels in the soil. That's usually where Morgana starts to do a little bit better in these lanes. As you can see, Marin wandering down, making sure there are no junglers. As Gimgoon goes back, gets himself most of his phage and TP's back straight to lane.
Yeah, of course, acknowledging that the teleport was used by Marin. Gimgoon, happy to sack that summoner spell himself. Doesn't necessarily need it. It's basically like black shields against each other with the riposte and being able to not stun Marin from the riposte anyway. Oh, weird dynamic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Top lane Morgana is just a champion we don't see too much of, so be curious to see how the matchup continues to play out. As back in mid lane, a Sheen now for Wales and a blue buff. So feeling nice and happy here, pushing Republic in, but Lux kind of just wants to chill all the time.
Yeah, 100% wants to sit past, like, way back beyond a Corki Phosphorus bomb range. Just be happy, of course. Once level 6 ticks over for Wayless, the pressure can still reach Republic's face. And mana is the question that you have to raise about this Lux.
Yeah, and you saw that as well. Crisis was looking immediately for the mid lane gank, but Xiaoxi in a good spot for the counter gank. Gets the vision with the Tremor Sense, and that's going to force things away here. Republic, though, keeping up nicely in last hits, so just going to have to stay nice and safe here. Grabs them all, and Wayless continuing. Now level 6, actually. Going to be even more aggressive with the wave clear if he wants to.
Yeah, I guess he can kind of keep Republic down, but if you control where the minion wave is, you start to creep ahead with minions at level 6 because you can threaten the rockets on the minion wave and poke him down indirectly despite hitting those minions. So mind games again in the middle lane, and pretty much across the borders. We're looking for small victories here for both teams.
Yeah, it's all about the subtleties here in the early game as Romantic and Jay-Z actually pushing out a little bit better now. We've seen a lot of aggressive laning from Imp.YL, but this is a fairly defensive bottom lane from them, and keeping up nicely in CS they are, but not really going to be a lane where we expect them to get those big leads that Imp has still been getting in the early weeks of the LPL.
To have a tier and to be ahead this much in farm, you'd question why, right? But that's Boots of Swiftness on Romantic anyway. So
okay.
I will say he's not going to run a threat of dying, and it's good into an Ezreal, but it also means that there is zero chance that he's looking to trade.
Yep. And Republic actually getting chunked out in that mid lane. Seems like Corki's starting to hit some of those spells. Wayless will force the Lux back here and push in aggressively. Heal up for Republic, so pretty safe, but no TP to come back to the lane easily. He's actually going to lose quite a number of CS. And you know he wants to stay. He's got his ulti for wave clear, but Wayless might even look for an all-in if he finds the opportunity.
Republic, yeah, definitely struggling. The package is the big go button, though, for Wayless to either work around a dragon or another lane, not necessarily to pressure mid. So by keeping Republic under his turret, even taking Raptors, very obvious signs of aggression here from LGD's mid laner.
Yep, in fact, we've got an invade actually coming out from the jungler and mid laner of LGD. Wayless looking for something, but
sure
Crisis has spotted them, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, absolutely spotted them.
They did see Crisis, though. He moved just a centimeter, and that's enough to actually deter LGD from continuing that invade.
He spent so long standing still. Just assumed Xiaoxi was in the bush and then moved anyway. I don't know, LGD, they're still pressuring this. I feel like it will get taken.
Yep, looks like they may have suspected that Crisis has left, although no. Lux returning to the lane. Maybe not enough there as Wayless just going to walk back. He's actually down in CS after that, so not too sure what they wanted to do.
A long time and nothing gained, really, here from LGD. The bottom lane is still their saving grace because of course Boots of Swiftness, not known for trading capabilities.
No, not ideal. Even with the dagger there from Kalista.
If someone with a tier of the goddess beats you in laning phase in direct trades, you know you've done something unusual.
Well, let's see what him gets done here. Nice ulti. Just going to chunk them out. Continue putting pressure down. Push the wave out. Looks like shop time for the LGD bottom lane here. As your passive helping him push out this lane nicely. And off we go to buy probably a Sheen. Maybe some parts of the Manamune or the Iceborne Gauntlet, depending on what Imp wants to do and how much money he's got. But pretty standard stuff here so far in the bottom side.
Yep.
Apart from maybe the Boots of Swiftness.
Yeah, they're not exactly standard, but of course, a lot of power items now bought from Imp, gone for the Sheen and Boots of Lucidity. PYL on Janna will be able to buffer his strength as well to a pretty overwhelming extent, especially against this Kalista Alistar. And the real question is this.
He goes straight in for it with the package, but he gets stunned in midair. Wayless, though, still going to move it down. That's going to force the flash out. The Ignite's down as well.
No.
And the shield repels out of the way and dies.
Repels out of the Lux shield. What were you thinking? It doesn't get rid of Ignite. He had nothing left to offer. He couldn't even come back down in time and just dies.
And
Crisis.
Smart play from Wayless there as well, knowing that his target was dead without any intervention. So just walks away from it, doesn't overcommit into a Lux combo. And Wayless gets himself first blood, looking good.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pressure that they spent to that red buff obviously pays off for them. They know exactly when he's going to go for it. And by leaving the red buff alive, essentially bait him into it.
Xiaoxi actually going to clear that one out, so he'll have the time up. Republic, though, in trouble. Damage is down. Ulti used, though, just to get some poke back. But here comes the tower dive. Wayless going to keep moving on, but Republic's able to flash it. Blinding not there in time. So no kill trader back here for the Lux, but Republic uses all the summoners and fends off the jungle attack.
Republic gets out. Wayless acknowledging that the E was put down from this Lux and jumps straight over it to trade with him. Has the red buff, so very aggressive stuff here from this LGD mid laner. And it's a very positive sign moving forward, as of course once the bind was used, Xiaoxi found a free way in to try and dive him. Not executing effectively enough though.
No, not able to get it down, but right idea certainly as Wayless. Still looking good, this time on Corki. Does have his blue buff and a Hex Drinker now, so should be pretty tricky for Republic to kill him in one combo at this point. And back in the bottom lane, you can see Imp's actually building that lead once again, so we should never have doubted him, apparently. He's still able to get ahead here on the Ezreal now that he's got the Sheen and the cooldown boots.
This is the one standard thing that you'll find with LGD is Imp and PYL find themselves ahead in farm somehow every single time. Of course, we pretty much know how this time. Level 1 kind of put EPA into a very awkward position. Then they bought Boots of Swiftness and were unable to really trade from that point out just to survive. Their goal is not to win laning phase anyway here from Energy Pacemaker. They're looking towards the mid-game fights as it is. Even Fiora, Gimgoon wasn't meant to be doing that well in this top lane once level 2 came around. So took his advantages where he could, and it's all evened out again now.
Yeah, mid lane. Looks like the visit spot once again as Wayless just has to shove this back out. Xiaoxi not going to come in though, and Republic actually wandering down towards the bottom half of the map. Does have the speed shrine, so maybe he wants a gank, but I believe he has been spotted. Yeah, you can see some pings there. I believe they know it's warded. Republic's trying to get something done here, but doesn't really have the space to do so.
It's just a matter of clear the wave, leave the lane. That's exactly what you usually see from the top Morganas. The Lux is entirely capable of doing it also. Depends on what their goal is in the laning phase. Republic can't 1v1. Not against a Hex Drinker Corki, to say the least. So he's more than happy to leave that lane after he's cleared the minions. Look to pressure elsewhere. They've got an Alistar, and Crisis is caught.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up. It's actually 2 levels down on Xiaoxi as Wayless just comes in. Takes those Krugs away. Crisis starting to get kind of bullied around in this jungle. We might even see a dive here. Looks like Gimgoon's backed all the way off the top lane.
And as he has to do, of course, Crisis, having been out-traded, knows that a dive is entirely possible with Wayless hanging around. And this is one of the reasons it's going to come back to drafting time and again. If you pick Lux, you don't actually have a lot of lane presence compared to that of a Corki, who can clear the wave the same as you, but then roam around with a lot more skirmish utility. Lux is the one-and-done champion where you've got all of this burst, but it has to be perfect. Corki can just relentlessly throw it out and try and make trades. And that's what we're seeing now. He's affecting every other aspect of the map from this.
Yeah, we wonder if how Wayless was going to use the package, but he's effectively used it for jungle pressure. It's been a really good top side here for LGD, and why not really a very self-sufficient bottom lane, as Imp is now almost 20 CS ahead in the matchup and only getting stronger. It's Romantic and Jay-Z are just trying to do what they can here, but Imp is going to spike pretty early here. She goes back, does finish the gauntlet. And it's a big up as far as item power goes.
That's a big deal, of course. Even the Rift Herald taken for Marin here as they're looking to pressure mid lane. Difficult to take down these minions when the Morgana pressure is evident. And Corki's damage on that turret, they almost take that down already.
Yeah, no Trinity Force, but the Sheen helping out there. Wayless able to do good damage to the mid outer. They did take top tower, of course, in that last little exchange 3v2 in top. So LGD off to another early lead here. We've seen this quite a few times. This definitely is the cleanest I think they've ever got ahead.
Yeah.
At least in recent memory, but I always have to wonder how that mid and late game's going to go, because it does seem to crumble a bit.
Marin knows.
Certainly does.
Oh, he's not given the respect anymore. He's just assumed that he's gone. I don't think Gimgoon wants it unless the binding's down, but even now.
Good luck versus all the minions.
Nah, just leave, Gimgoon.
Going to chase his minion way back towards the turret. I guess he's got some space.
It's alright, he's left it at pretty much a freeze for himself. Of course, Marin clearing that wave. Just wants to get some extra farm in his back pocket. Gimgoon safely acknowledges that Marin's missing and can tell the rest of the team effectively that he's not here. We're looking at a potentially aggressive Corki one more time though. That middle lane turret.
Yeah, it's actually pretty much one hit away. And Wayless does have the package. Might even just go for the tower and then look for the dive. Wayless definitely known for his aggressive streak, yeah.
He's just the kind of guy to do that. Of course, he's got Xiaoxi here. He's acknowledged the tower should be going down. Misses 2 minions, Republic. But this is going to be the hardest tower to take in history unless they do this.
There we go. Just force it there. Xiaoxi able to provide enough cover And Wayless, package running out, I think. But
going top.
Yep, just go straight towards the top side. And back to the red buff. Can you get it one more time?
Yeah, might as well use it for the objective. Being the jungle camp at this time, and they get a turret and a red buff. They're controlling the top lane. All that's left is for the bottom lane to get their turret, but they've rotated mid.
Yeah, bottom lane's fine, really. Imp still got that CS lead.
Just go bottom.
Back we go. Imp and PY are going to meet the wave. Scarlet Crab going to help. Imp should be able to get there with plenty of time.
Yeah.
And LGD, 2-0 now in turrets, including that very crucial mid-outer. Unlike Victor, it's just wave clear. Not that great in the early game.
They should even get a lot of damage onto this turret. We'll see how low it gets. There's a chance that it gets down. Of course, PYL's here now. But this is the only outer turret remaining for LGD to take. They could just look to group for it with Xiaoxi. Even Morgana has that teleport to threaten. And if they can just look at the rest of the map, place down vision, and find members, then they can look to be aggressive on this turret here, LGD. It's just a matter of time. And once this is down, it's all about objective and vision control.
Yep.
Easy for LGD to look towards with the team comp they have.
Imp is just going straight in with the poke. Even uses the ulti down there to keep pressure up on that tower. So might fall naturally here if EPA can't come to defend it. But of course the issue there is that if they do pull people down, it'll be hard to get work done on the other part of the map. So LGD instead actually going to consolidate for Dragon. Why not?
Yeah.
Well, seem to be going back to mid lane. They really want to kill somebody before they start this objective.
Oh, the Ghosts will find him though. Not a chance. This is not really effective decision making. It is now the Dragon, so they don't waste a lot of time. Just a little bit.
Just want to see if they could get something for free there, but instead they'll just take the Dragon. EPA not really in a position to try and fight it. In fact, Imp's just going in onto Alistar there.
Yeah, he's letting them zone away.
Yeah, Wayless pops the Valkyrie. That's going to use the Fate's Call. So a couple cooldowns burnt there for EPA's bottom lane. Republic actually, good duke of that binding. Wayless come back in with the damage. Valkyrie not up for 8 seconds. But he's just going to keep firing poke away. And poor Lux, his long cooldowns just don't help you. Good damage though. Combo's there, but Xiaoxi's actually going to try and finish it off. And Marin with a nice snipe able to collect it.
In moments like this, you question why the Lux pick is in place. Has to stand still to pop down that ultimate. Really easy work here from Xiaoxi and Marin, hitting the binding and the flash knockup respectively. And from the Dragon, what was looking to be a flank from Jay-Z on this Alistar, Imp pushes him away. They acknowledge this. They get an immediate flank onto Lux, knowing that there is no Kalista, there's no Alistar. They get themselves more than just that, because the bottom turret is going to go down also, you would imagine.
Yeah, Imp should be able to get this. He even has help, just in case. It's PYL, because you're clearing a pink wall just in the top left of your screen. But that's going to be 3 outers done. Imp a little short on the W. But
Playing PYL on that one.
Doesn't need the extra attack speed. Able to take the turret out anyway. And LGD after a very strong lead early on. 5,000 gold ahead already.
This is almost signs of the LGD that we were missing at the start of this. But they've got control around the map quite nicely. It's just slow, steady macro play. They've found themselves with this gold lead of basically just neutral objectives. Only 2 kills. We'll see if it continues, hopefully.
Yeah, it's all they need, really. Marin playing nicely on the more supportive champion here. Wayless, nice dominant lane, but roaming a little bit more. And Imp, just being Imp and winning lanes that maybe he has no right to win. But looking good, as he's actually picked up the Manamune now as well. And Alacrity enchanted cooldown boots. So actually finished a boot upgrade. Certainly does have to go fast, and will be.
Trying to match Romantic, I guess. He's going swiftly. He has to go fast. Those Alacrity upgrades. It's aggressive from Imp, but it's also very smart. Against Fiora, you want to be able to get away by running as fast as possible, honestly. He's got enough disengage from his kit already. Of course, Elise, they're the kind of champions that you can kite if you stay at a reasonable enough distance. So by having these boots of Alacrity, adding extra move speed on his base level, you'll be able to slow them more effectively and speed himself up as such, to not let them get close to him.
You can see LGD now starting to look at tier 2 towers. Wayless quickly clears that wave. LGD going to just sort of constrict EPA to this top half of the map. Poke's actually pretty good between Morgana and Ezreal at this point. You can see EPA just chucking down defensive wards as Marin now on split push duty here in the bottom lane.
It's an Ezreal and a Lux off. It's an all Ezreal Corki against Lux right now. So looking at the poke wars, you'd have to give it to LGD. because EPA's poke is actually just engage. If one binding connects, then the ultimate will come out from Lux straight after, whereas we're looking at a poke composition here from LGD. They've got Morgana to keep them alive if it comes down to it with that black shield, so we'll see if Marin does look to group with the rest of the team. Actually work around their poke and siege with said poke.
Yeah, it feels like Marin's actually just moving between lanes at this point. Wayless actually busy on EPA's middle turret. He does have that Trinity Force and a BF Sword and the Hex Drinker, so he's doing good damage to this turret. You can see it's already about 40% health. Alstar tries to make something happen. Marin is going to go with PWA off flash ultis to help disengage them. And then Tornado down as well. Keeps them all safe.
That was good from PYL, but careful, Xiaoxi.
Pretty tanky, so it should be okay. Locket actually already done as well.
Oh,
Just a massive item advantage for LGD, who are still 6k ahead now. Although Gimgoon's going to try and make that a little slower, although Marin is going to force him off with that teleport. Going in for
okay,
it.
never mind.
Going straight in for the ulti. Pops the back shield. Grand Challenge is down. Does riposte the stun there, but Binding will miss. Gimgoon has to be a bit careful. Does dodge his way back in, but no riposte now. And PWL and Xiaoxi are here. Knockup's going to start things off. Gimgoon going to try and do what he can as he does get exhausted and lunge away. Looks like he will get safely away, but had to use a lot to get out.
Yeah, Gimgoon is gone. Of course, uses the flash, distances himself from Marin on this Morgana, and not a lot of pick once the Rek'Sai knockup has been established. They do get the middle turret though, so LGD still proactive. Hello, Imp.
Yep, now topside Imp. 1v2, going to try and make some sort of big outplay, but he's filled with spears right now. Ren should be close, does pop, but the heal's used as well. Imp actually maybe gets away. The Alacrity boots helping out a lot, but now Lux is going to join in on the party. Oh, the Ghost. Going to ruin all the fun. Imp's going to die to Republic.
Oh, 4 members is what it takes, though, to actually get Imp down. He was kiting effectively away from the Alistar and the Kalista, and it gives LGD time to set up vision elsewhere on this map. They look towards the topside jungle. They're setting up control near the Baron area, and it's pink wards as well, so very easy for them to utilize these to get picks with the composition that they have. Imp did the best that he could with what he had.
Not sure why he was there.
Not a clue.
Certainly at least makes the best of a bad situation, as Dragon is back in 35 seconds. LGD looking for their second of the game, perhaps, as Republic just going to clear out Vision that LGD just put down. So good use of the pinks there. Vision in the back of Baron as well. Seen quite a lot of relatively early Barons, I'll say. Teams not afraid, especially with these double AD carry comps, to try and force it early.
Yeah. Of course, the Barons, much more accessible. The Dragons have kind of just been the afterthought, which is the downside of that. Heavy AD carry compositions, it's just a throw pit if you try and contest and one team has an advantage. Speaking of, there's actually 2 of those then in the game, but the Dragon, not even a big deal whatsoever.
No. Looks like it is up, but LGD not scrambling to get over there at light speed. More than happy to just be patient, collect their farm, and see what they can do. In fact,
yeah,
EPA is going to beat them to the area.
Yeah, so the idea is take it when it's free. If you've already got the first Dragon, you look for advantages, and if there's nothing else left for you to take, as an example, no outer turrets standing, then you just go straight for the Dragon. EPA contesting this because they can't actually get to the turrets. They want a team fight, and they don't have any other way to try and at least potentially force one.
Package is up.
But LGD, I don't know if they want it just yet.
Oh my god, Imp steals.
Oh, that'll work.
Nice Mystic shot. Rand is not able to secure that one. Imp even is going to use his ulti. Why not?
Insult to injury right there. Imp's just saying, yep, that's your Dragon that I stole. EPA, it could be a sign of a younger team to just go straight for the Dragon and commit to that. Denying the potential Dragons, though, from LGD is a smart idea when you recognize that you're behind. And saying that they didn't stop it. In fact, they gave them the free Dragon and wasted a lot of time for it.
Yep. Always good to win the first one, but 2 Dragons now for LGD.
Corky's build as well.
Yeah,
that's
Infinity Edge second.
Yeah, so that's a completed Infinity Edge. Wow, I didn't say it most important. There's the package.
Yeah, Whaler's going straight in for it. Gets Cocoon and
You're
bound,
dead.
and he's just dead. Oh, the Hex Drinker barely keeps him alive, but Crisis does finish it off as Gimgoon ports in there. We're going to chase down Fate's Call. Does land on Tamarin, but disengage there from PYL is going to keep them safe.
Whoa.
And goodbye Rek'Sai, looking for a flank maybe. 5v4 now for EPA's. Whaler's just suicides in.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's the Corky syndrome. It's like Lee Sin with the Q, but to a greater extent. One of the reasons you have to appreciate Lux on this team, Corky has to fly in a straight line. We saw the same thing with Elise as well against Lee Sin in the last game. Prevents any type of engage. good spell shield.
Very nice, but EPA can't get much done there, unfortunately. In fact, LGD kind of chased them towards the Baron pit and might even have a good line down towards mid damage. Marin and Imp are trying to cut them off, I think, and cancel some recalls. Imp does have his ulti, does spot them, I think, with a blue trinket. Unbinding does land. This could be damage. Romantic going to get taken out. Imp goes aggressively over, now fighting Gimgoon and the rest of the team.
I wish you luck.
He's going to try and kite it out. The Black Shield's off, though. He does use the ulti. It does shift away from it. Might actually be okay, but Gimgoon's going to chase him down.
He tried his absolute hardest to live. A lot of damage from him, and they do get a pick at the same time. So 1 for 1, and damage onto this turret. Not looking good for Energy Pacemaker all.
But LGD starting to feel a bit overconfident, I might even say. That was swagger from Imp, not using his ulti for the burst and shifting over the wall to kill an AD carry.
I mean, the best part is Imp actually used his ultimate whilst being CC'd from an Alistar because it still channels the ultimate. So as much damage as he possibly could have put out. Didn't have a team to back him up.
Didn't even have a Marin. Marin booked it.
Exactly, as Marin should have, because Imp just went straight in there. But all things considered, the confidence that you mentioned from LGD is almost refreshing. Don't often see this much confidence from them.
No, and it's been nice to see they've actually still kept themselves a nice healthy lead, and we're 27 minutes into the game. This is normally when things start to look a little shaky for LGD, but held pretty solid so far, and really it's just been Imp who's been still showing a little bit of that reckless aggression. Although, now thinking back to Wayless's package, maybe
it's just LGD.
Yeah, maybe it's just LGD. Marin's the one in control today.
And PYL's just on daycare.
Yeah.
Trying to keep them all alive. Flash monsoons and whatnot from the Janna. Oh, he's trying his absolute hardest, but, you know, at this stage, they've actually secured a lead of a very large margin. And if they continue with this overconfidence, eventually they'll just have the items to brute force it.
Well, they are going to try and brute force Baron, I think, or at least get themselves in position to take it. So they want to kill first. They've chased Gimgoon down as they clear vision out of the area, but Fiora should be safely back. So they are looking for something here. Crisis off to the side. Cocoon will go wide. Xiaoxi, very tanky. Happy to just sit there in the front. It looks like LGD is going to try and take this turret.
Yeah, the poke-off is going to commence. Marin's on a flank, so this...
Oh,
hello,
my God,
goodbye.
Republic just did so much damage, but Imp is going to eat the burst as well on the other side, and PYL can't save him that time. Romantic able to take it out as Gimgoon's going to leap forward into the rest of LGD. He does propose and lunge away as Wayless is still firing in. But Romantic's going aggressive. They need to kill Wayless. They will take him out. Republic going to get that one. Xiaoxi now as Kalista takes out the Rek'Sai. And LGD, we talked about it just too much on that one.
And there's the LGD that we've seen all of Spring Split for 2016. One more time, they look to throw away their lead. They potentially give away the Baron here. It's going to be up to PYL and Marin to absolutely miracle steal this one. Marin has his ult.
Effectively your two supports. Let's see if Marin can make a play. EPA getting quite low. But they've got plenty of Baron secure here. Tornado is out and won't quite do it. The render's there as the smite comes out. And Baron does go to EPA safely.
And they pick up the Baron. And again, the Lux pick isn't designed for laning phase. It's designed for the mid to late game skirmishes. This time, they pick up Imp with it. And honestly, we're looking for a Mikhail's Crucible now on PYL. He's not even there in time. The Monsoon was late, not able to save them as he's off with the fairies, honestly, PYL. Look at this. He lives. PYL's like, oh, hang on, you lived through that. My bad. Tries to keep him alive. Now Xiaoxi's just stuck in the middle of this team. Marin's zone from Jay-Z. And this, again, this is where Romantic just starts to really kick it into overtime. Those boots of swiftness paying off in the mid-game themselves.
Yep, looking good. And Imp went for the Blade of the Ruin King over the early QSS. Have to think he's going to get one now.
Well, you would hope so. And even Wayless, who went for the Hex Drinker just to avoid the early game burst, may want that himself and could be regretting his item choices here.
Quite possibly. As EPA now, even the gold almost back up. LG still have a decent lead, but Baron buff in the hands of Energy Pacemaker is going to give them plenty of room to maneuver, try and bring that gold all the way back, which honestly, LGD just should not be making these mistakes, but we've seen it time and time again. Feels like they're still learning as a team.
And it's entirely doable for Energy Pacemaker right now. The top, middle, and bottom turrets are standing. Very easy gold on the map for a team with a Baron buff. They need to potentially look towards a split push. They could honestly take other lanes, but it feels like EPA just want to brute force their way in and look for more kills. That's
actually
dangerous.
Wayless Binding's out there as well. Are going to combo in there. Wayless gets chunked out. They are going to go for the tower dive, but PYL's going to try and reset it. And Romantic took tower aggro. Shashi flashes forward, but Romantic barely lives up the end as Imp will snipe him just towards the end of it. And now Marin's going to come in. Alistar's going to get snared up forever. And the ulti won't keep him safe for too much longer as Wayless answers back 3-0 LGD in that fight.
And EPA this time, they find Wayless, who has survived through the burst one more time. Republic not doing enough. They look to execute on a dive, but PYL is next to them this time. And this is why the Janna pick can come up trumps, as they're threatening the turret and potentially the inhibitor here.
Yeah, this is great from LGD. EPA just a little too aggressive there with the Baron. And able to break the middle of the base and take the inhib. LGD all of a sudden straight back with that momentum. Strip Baron off 3 members and open up the middle of the map.
That was just so simple from LGD. On the flip side, EPA, they capitalize on mistakes. LGD capitalize on the same thing. Apparently no one wants that ward.
Blue Trinket goes flying past the members of LGD. It looks like Marin actually walked back to get it. But LGD are going to get a 3rd dragon here as well. EPA pop the trinket down, are going to see the dragon going down, but nothing they can do about it this time. Dragon number 3 now for LGD. As EPA back on the offensive in mid lane, but Super Minions this time going to make the push a bit trickier.
They should still get this turret. They've got all members here. And LGD overstay for the dragon, so very easy objective for them to take. Honestly, they should go down bottom, secure some more map gold that is free to take. Even just put Fiora down there against the Morgana, but right now they want him around. They're looking for fights.
Yeah,
they found Xiaoxi.
Yeah, don't know if that's who they want. He's got about 4,000 health. Even although Fiora will do decent damage, pretty tricky to kill him at this point.
Well, Marin has no teleport. That's evidently communicated. They're about to spot him still bottom. And they've got options now if they wanted to find picks, but they just don't have the ability to do so. They have a lack of vision, really.
Yep.
And pressure across the map.
Marin's going to back off now as well. Does just push a wave in and then go back home to regroup with his team. Xiaoxi getting good info here as well, so he's doing a bit of Rek'Sai reconnaissance work. And next few buys have come out. Im continuing his aggressive play from this game. Actually, Last Whisper as his 4th item, so still doesn't want that QSS.
No, I think they're all confident enough that PYO will save them. He is working towards the Mikhails, so once that's completed, they're all safe.
Safe-ish.
Well, yeah, you can't QSS a Fiora ultimate if you don't have one either, so... Lots of interesting decisions here, but they're far enough ahead that it shouldn't matter too much.
Yep. We'll see if it does come back to bite them, but LGD right now still with a good lead. Wayless has effectively 4 damage items as well. With a rapid fire cannon done. He is doing absolutely ridiculous things.
I mean, mind you, the Last Whisper's not that effective at the moment. You're better off with the Giant Slayer aspect of it, because they only really have armor on 1 member.
Well, LGD instead are going to try and poke out under this turret. Xiaoxi does hit some poke, but Gimgoon going to eat a tornado. Poking out nicely as well. As Marin over the top. He's just basically being in Italy at this point. Just throwing poke over the wall. Very hard tower for EPA to defend. It looks like they are going to have to give it up.
They will be definitely giving this one up unless they get a pick. Marin is just so threatening right now, though.
Yep, and you can see it does zone them off it. LGD able to pick that up.
This is like Season 1 Hotshot GG in Italy.
Yep. Oh!
There
Republic needs a binding. Marin goes straight in for the big Zonya's ulti and pops it. And that's going to be the first kill there as Wayless takes out Lux. JZ is going to get Faith Cord out of the way. Marin has to move out now as PYL's gone a little too deep. They will get the counter kill, but Marin is the next target. They'll dive in onto it. They'll get it. The reset there from Fiora as the ulti's up, but Imp is doing crazy damage as he dies. Gimgoon does work, but Wayless is there to carry the end of the fight as LGD will trade 5 for 3.
Oh, almost. There's so many carries available from this LGD side. They get themselves the ace. Most likely the end of this game as they do abandon that bottom turret, and they have all the time in the world. LGD starting on the right foot this time around.
Yep, 5 for 2, excuse me, as Xiaoxi did live through the end of the burst, but LGD going to bust through the Nexus turrets here with some good carry play from all 3 of their star solo laners. And LGD happy to pick up the first one. They would like a match win, but their first game win is finally on board for LGD Gaming.
They've had far worse showings than this one. LGD, it feels like they're returning almost to that former self.
Definitely a much cleaner game. There were moments where classic Wayless and Imp were on display there, where they got themselves, I'm going to say, unnecessarily killed.
Absolutely.
But the laning is what we expect from players of this caliber. The execution, the way they moved around the map was much cleaner, and even their team fighting and skirmishing looked a lot better as well. Across the board, we were waiting for a good game from LGD. That was a good game from LGD.
That was a solid game, and you have to give them kudos where it's due, of course. They did perform well. It's just there's so many hints, and I feel like EPA are the side just above them on this ladder right now. That's 5th against 6th.
Yep.
And they're not necessarily the best team in this group. So LGD, if they go the way that they just did against teams that are arguably better than EPA in this ladder right now, then they run the risk of still falling behind from the mistakes they're making. But the early pressure that LGD was able to put in place, and we're seeing it again now.
Oh, Imp. This was an Imp moment. This goes in and dies. And
this
again,
is the Imp moment again.
Eats a binding. Bad news bears. And this is it for EPA. They took their opportunities pretty well, but LGD were able to keep on top of things as EPA themselves got a bit too aggressive around that mid turret, which I'm sure is coming up.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. This was the moment where you questioned LGD's decision-making again. But this is where it all turned back around. The bind connects. Flashbacks to Hotshot GG, as we mentioned. Just straight dives that turret with the Zonias. Easy work here for LGD because they'd established themselves a successful lead. And they consolidated that lead effectively and put themselves into the victory.
Great the last dive there from LGD as well. They, executed well. PWL's Jana actually was, you called it daycare system. I think it was actually really fitting for how they wanted to play, and actually very good when you have two good AD carry players like Wayless, like Imp, who want to play aggressively from their roles.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of double, triple AD, but I feel like even though Disengage is very prominent in the support role, you mentioned it's more like tanks, and I actually do like the Jana adaptation.
I like the Jana adaptation solely because they were against high cooldown burst, and they've got pure Disengage targets. Against more fighter champions, let's say they were against the Poppy, it's not going to stop Poppy more than once. You're just kind of a deterrent, whereas against the Lux, it's just the one-and-done champion. You survive through that, LGD wins the team fight. So good drafting here from LGD.
Solid drafting there from LGD. And their first win of the 2016 LPL is now on board. Can they take it 2-0 and get themselves a match win, or are we going to fight to a third one? Don't go too far. We'll be right back. And welcome back, guys, to our second best of 3 of the night as LGD finally get to celebrate and put a win there in that column. Nice to see them take a game versus EPA, but Rusty, the only real question is, can they do it again?
I didn't think I'd ever say it at this stage. I thought all hope was lost, that LGD, they were done. We lost them to the abyss that was defeat. But they turned one back, and it was the first game of the series. Finally, and we get to see who was the most valuable player in that one.
Most valuable pilot. Definitely Corky there on played by Wayless. Looking good. And I think Wayless actually played excellent. He wasn't just playing well in lane, poking down, punishing Republic, but the way he was working the top side of the map with Xiaoxi, their jungler, Wayless was doing more than his fair share of heavy lifting in this game, and it showed.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he worked with Xiaoxi effectively to control the jungle of EPA, keep them down. Crisis, he just struggled the entire game. He was always behind. And EPA were running a pick comp with the Lux, but when the Elise is a non-factor, then it's never going to work. And if the team comp doesn't work, LGD were able to just run over them.
And I think for me, a lot of that comes down to also Xiaoxi's strong jungling. We saw one EVE game from him before. Felt a little bit too aggressive, like he was trying to get too much work done when he was playing the champion. But Rek'Sai is the perfect champion for that sort of play from LGD. Maron's got a safe lane top in the Morgana. Wayless wants to play aggressive, so just bounce your jungler back and forth as Rek'Sai, and you have constant vision. They invaded red buff twice successfully.
And the one thing that makes me the most curious now is how LGD with Xiaoxi would perform against RNG. Because they're both aggressive by nature right now. Xiaoxi seems to complement LGD better through more aggressive play. Of course, the mid laner Wayless complements that by invading the jungle with him. And if they can do this and continue this trend, then they can actually look to snowball the early game more effectively here, LGD. The only team that would actually match them would be RNG.
Yeah, and it's scary to call, Xiaoxi such an aggressive jungler when his, starting jungler is Amy, who's hyper-aggressive. But I think Xiaoxi just played a little bit smarter than maybe we saw in his only other game of the season, which has been on the Evelyn. And Rek'Sai, again, is such a great champion for getting that info. Because with perfect information on the top side, LGD, I think, 90+% of the time expect to win bottom lane. So all Xiaoxi has to do is keep Wayless and Maron okay, and they're good.
And that's the best part, is they focus the right area. If you leave bot lane as a 2v2, Imp and PYL, just notorious for going up in farm. Doesn't matter how the lane goes. They could be winning or losing. Somehow they're ahead in farm.
Yeah.
And if you focus the top side of the jungle, you know that mid lane has control through wave clear, and you actually say to Marin that you're safe to push. You have to back now. They know exactly where the junglers are. And then it lets Marin be his old self and just hyper carry later anyway.
Yep, and then all that sort of came down to much cleaner execution of the mid game there from LGD as well. Very clean around the map, took the outers very quickly and very clinically. And then, apart from a few moments here or there where they may have overstepped some boundaries, I'm looking at you, Imp and Wayless, and some aggressive face checks into enemy champions, they had the right idea every step of the way.
When a Corki has a package, you can't actually blame him for doing that, right? So, yeah, we just actually found out.
Yeah, and that's an interesting tidbit, actually. I just heard in my ear that Marin is apparently going to be subbed out for this game for Acorn. Coach Acorn coming off the bench, out of the support stuff, and back into the lineup. So this is interesting, because Marin had a fine game there. Yeah. But we've been almost joking that if you're going to play, this Morgana and stuff in the top lane, not give Marin a carry, why not just play Acorn? And they're actually just going to play Acorn.
So now they're just going to do it. So we've had the substitute actually happen, and Marin's on the bench. What an interesting change after winning the first game, though.
And notably, they'll leave Xiaoxi in the starting lineup. Yeah. So the change we might have expected them to make, and LGD were famous for subbing between Akon and Flame no matter what happened last year.
Yeah.
We thought that Xiaoxi and Amy might be a bit more of that, switchback. But Akon's coming in, a different player to Marin, I think. But again, if LGD wants to play this style with more supportive top laners, Akon does fit that a little bit better, at least as far as his personal player styles go.
Yeah, and we saw the way they played in Game 1. They were looking at slow movements around the map, controlling objectives, and just effectively getting a lead before they team fight. And of course, Akon was always the man to go to for this.
Just wait. He'll pick Fiora in and dump
no doubt.
someone.
It just seems that they had the Akon Flame swap.
Yeah.
It's you should play this, you should play nah. They just swap every single time for no reason. Interesting drafting, but Akon should complement the style that they just played in Game 1 very effectively.
And I think maybe we talk about Mara needing to adjust to the team, and it does feel like in general LGD have gone through a couple of communication issues here and there. Definitely still shaking off, some of the rust perhaps from Worlds and how that performance could have affected them. So I think bringing Akon on, he's a very positive force in the team. He's, again, one of the support staff, is a coach, I believe. So it makes sense to bring him on in. Just give Maron a break. You don't want to overburden the guy because he's already achieved so much.
Absolutely, and it also brings up some interesting questions of Akon's the analyst for the team at the moment, so perhaps the drafting almost gets an extra boost from this.
Well, maybe. We'll have to find out. See how much Akon has to do with this next game here, as he is subbed in for the second one. EPA over on the blue side for our second draft. LGD, of course, swapping over to the red. And an instant Rek'Sai ban there from EPA.
Of course, LGD being able to play that Rek'Sai, dismantling them in that first game. So a smart ban here from EPA is LGD.
Respecting the power of the Corki, will actually ban it away on the red side. Do not want to give it over to Energy Pacemaker all. We'll see exactly which champions are going to get through here. Some pretty specific bans here. Rise Gangplank we always want to look at, although both those champions are starting to...
The stats ruined pastry time. No longer 100%. Only Alistar maintains 100%.
Yep, and the win rate from Rise also rip after picking up a loss in today's earlier series, as Lulu going to stay pretty consistently banned away here. Makes sense, especially as Akon is also back on the lineup. He is a fearsome Lulu player.
Yeah, the Lulu is just a strong feature in any team composition. Controlling the lane is a pretty big deal, and you can't push a Lulu out. All she has is that wave clear. Works around LGD's style as well quite nicely.
As we do have Gangplank banned away. See where Rise ends up. As you can see, still one of the most banned champions along with that GP. And of course, Alistar, who does just get banned away, was our other considerations. So I feel like trends would indicate LGD will ban Rise, and there we go. Sometimes it's just this easy.
How do you do it?
It's almost like I listen to you a lot, and then they put the stats on my screen, and I read them off. As EPA are looking at their first pick now. Graves notably left open as he was banned away by LGD in the first game, and that will get picked up here by Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, so they concede the Corki, and they ban that one away, but they also give over the Graves willingly. Xiaoxi, I know he's got some champions available to respond to that, and there's one of them.
Yeah, Poppy locked in, actually, so it could go just anywhere. Again, if that's Akon's champion, I'm going to find that quite funny. But we'll see what happens here. Plenty of room for this champion to go. Although I have seen it probably most commonly top in the LPL. As looks like it might be top there with Braum being considered as well. PYL might just go back to something that he's been playing a lot in these first few weeks. Although 20 seconds left for LGD to make sure these are the picks they want.
Yeah, so they don't have to go for the support role here, but very easy to just pick that one up. They don't even need to flex anything like an Ezreal now that the Corki is no longer available.
You're also sort of pigeonholing them into Trundle as well if you do this, so nice bit of denial drafting perhaps from LGD. There's only 1 second left. It is going to be that Braum. So Poppy Braum, the first two picks. Very solid, very safe, and still relatively flexible.
Yeah, so they've picked up their support and their top laner. Unless Xiaoxi does something outrageous.
Yep. He has played Evelyn.
Yeah.
So hard to say what to expect from the young jungler, as that's Quinn locked in. Was banned by LGD once again in the first series, so he's going to get let through this time, and have to think that's Gimgoon's champion. Does seem to like it quite a bit.
Yeah, and keep in mind LeBlanc is also open. Hasn't been banned in this game either, so completely different bans across the board, even after winning their first game. Goes to show the impact that red and blue side does have on your drafting phase. And having that Quinn as well just opens up so much map pressure.
Well, Kalista was the other pick. Right now EPA with triple 80 carries. So we'll see where they can go with the next two. Probably going to have to get a bit tankier somewhere, but I'm sure they'll find some room. And there's Dr. Mundo and Lucian here for LGD. Quite like the Mundo pick with this many 80 carries hanging out.
Yes and no to the Mundo pick. Of course, a lot of AD carries, you should be able to stack armor. But they're also AD carries to the point where they should kill you quite quickly unless you get scaling into the later stages. Mind you, just a lot of run-at-your-face champions, honestly, from LGD. Even including the Lucian, basically.
It's relatively typical, I suppose, of LGD.
So this draft right here from EPA is what it should be. They go back to the Nidalee. I think they're making a mistake. Elise is more of a control-based. I'm going to say jungler actually has a Cocoon and CC to keep the AD carries alive. which also does mean that it's a top Graves, though.
Oh, that's true. This is apparently now a thing, as we did see it from YOLO twice in the last series. No wins, unfortunately, for YOLO when he's top Graves, but good to see Graves moving his way around the rift, as there it is Trundle Elise, just as you suggested.
Yeah, so they've picked up the Elise. They've got an overbearing powerhouse in that top lane. And they've got... Hang on. Yeah, so it's Quinn mid.
Yes, actually.
Don't do this to me, EPA.
Well, they are doing it, because comp pretty much revealed now. LGD, though, trying to figure out how they want to round out their drafts. Looks like Wayless needs a champion. Did go straight to LeBlanc, which is open. But Ezreal, of course, available as well. And Wayless capable of playing just about anything. As there is the Ezreal.
Yeah, the Ezreal pick into the Quinn is interesting. I think that it's kind of just going to be a farm fest in the middle lane, but one of them can influence the rest of the map at level 6 by roaming around. The other just has an ultimate. And even wave clear, you would have to say, starts to favor Republic. Dangerous lane to be in for Wayless.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised he didn't pick the LeBlanc there, but taking an AD carry there needs a bit more scaling into that mid game instead. Curious to see Wayless play the champion. He did just have a game on Corki, so maybe he's just ready to play AD carries mid. But we'll see how this works out for LGD. A relatively similar look from their last team comp, actually.
Yeah.
Just without that supportive top laner. Although Poppy can do decent peel and frontline work.
Well, Poppy's also a support by nature as well. She's been picked in both roles, able to disengage to an extent, but more so just engaging and staying in the front line, keeping the back line of EPA busy. Will still fulfill the role. Comes down to what can Braum do, honestly, against all of the EPA lineup with that Unbreakable.
Well, we've seen Lucian Braum from LGD before. Romantic and Jay-Z had not the best time in the bottom lane with pretty similar bottom lane. We'll see. Let's see if they have any trouble here with the matchup. We are going to get ourselves onto the rift for our second game. And here we are for our second game as LGD with a win finally on the board. We're going to see if they can move themselves to a 2-0 and pick up their first best-of-3 win in the 2016 LPL. Pretty similar look as far as their team comps go from game number 1, as Wayless will be taking their Ezreal with double AD carries on the LGD side. But if there was ever a counter Rusty, it must be triple AD carry, surely.
Oh, to an extent, of course. Well, it heavily comes down to execution regardless. And we'll see what this triple AD can do against the double AD of the opposition. Because, you know, AD carry meta.
Yeah, welcome to this metagame. It's been pretty fun here. As PYL, he's going to move in with the rest of his team. Be the front runner here for the Citadel Invade. And we are going to be checking some stuff out here. Looks like Romantic.
Such a good skin.
It is a great skin.
Is it Lionheart?
Yes.
Lionheart, bro. Glorious.
Zero likes the skin a lot. Look at PYL. He does see them. Romantic not going to go back. So maybe if LGD wanted a lane swap, they'll have vision of where the lanes are now. But we've almost just taken over this bottom side jungle here. You can see Crisis is on the other side. And this is going to be a steal.
What's funny, it's just like brute forcing.
Yeah.
They're not actually doing anything, and they found the bot lane of EPA. And they're going to watch them do the doubles. We'll see how successfully they get these Krugs under vision, because honestly, LGD could actually just walk around and catch them doing it. It feels like there's going to be pressure there now.
Well, Akon took a single mini Raptor. This Imp is, oh my god, this will be a steal. No, Q not quite there. Good rend out from Romantic. Imp way out with a bit of help for the jungler there. We'll give Xiaoxi the enemy red buff. But looks like we are just going to have maybe vertical jungling here, as I imagine Crisis will go top.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, the thing here is between Jay-Z and Romantic, they're going to have level 2 pretty much immediately. And LGD's bot lane are going to be zoning themselves,
Yeah, you can
taking
see
what they can.
have to play back here as PYL happy to hang out. So a little early lead here for Kalista and the Trundle as Crisis hanging out now on that top side where we expect him to be.
They know though.
Yeah, LGD do have a ward down. Don't know if there'll be a contest here, but Xiaoxi not on the right side to get it anyway, so no 3 buff here for the EPA jungler.
No, but unsurprisingly, of course, Crisis does go to this red. The thing about stealing the buff is you know exactly where he'll go next, and as a Mundo on your first clear, kind of helps to know where the Elise is so that you don't run a risk of dying. So good vision here from LGD, I will say, as this could get interesting.
Yeah, Crisis is actually top lane now. He's on only level 2. Oh, good damage there from the Graves.
My God.
Yeah, this is the top lane Graves. As we are going to go into the tower dive now.
way.
Acorn has to try and get out of this. Does pop the W, but they're going to keep going in for a Crisis. This actually gets himself knocked into the turret. He's forced to repel out as Acorn. He's going to flash. He somehow dukes the end of the line, but Crisis will get it.
My God.
And Graves dies. That's the trade. Now Xiaoxi coming up here as well. Crisis just doesn't have anything left. He will flash out of the way, but the cleaver goes wide. Xiaoxi is going to flash and chase him down, though.
Why on earth do you dive a Poppy? Right there, LGD. They get themselves a trade effectively in their advantage because they're just going to teleport back in and they're going to be perfectly fine. Graves doesn't even get the kill. It's Crisis. And in this top lane, Acorn's actually got himself an advantage from this. What were you thinking?
Yeah, over-aggressive there from EPA. Thought they had the damage, but just a little too risky, and Acorn collects a kill and an assist, and Xiaoxi gets a kill for himself, goes back and gets himself a Tracker's Knife. As we do pop back into the bottom lane. Imp still a bit far behind on CS right now, but after the early experience lead from the Krugs, not super surprising here, and they'll be just fine, I'm sure, as the lane continues. There's Wayless and Republic going at it nice and even here. This is one of the weirder matchups. AD carry versus AD carry mid. Again, welcome to the metagame.
Preseason 1 almost. Gonna go ahead and say that
Thank
that'll
God
be
there's no Ashe mid action.
Yeah, God, teleport Ashe, throw the ultimate, teleport, beat them into it. 3 seconds done.
Please no.
No, again, this lane will be fairly non-interactive unless Republic is the one enforcing it. And there's a real chance that he does, but it's all on that Q connecting that we just saw. Of course, if it hits a minion and you don't get that double shot, you're not really able to out-trade Wayless at all. Even Ignites on these middle laners, they're ready to kill each other.
They certainly are. In Crisis, I thought he might be ready to die, but he will just take a camp here instead. Xiaoxi going to get counter jungled a bit, but oh, Wayless does know he's there. Nice ward. That's his Raptors, that's for sure. Does get himself a Raptor in Crisis now. Forced back to his blue side of the jungle, where currently there are absolutely no camps for him to take. So he's starting to fall behind a bit after that botched tower dive in top lane.
Nothing for him to take, and also a CS lead has started to creep up in favor of Xiaoxi. Just from doing that extra farm in between the gank and the top lane, he's managed to consolidate and establish a very successful gold lead. This top lane is really struggling though.
Yeah, Acorn actually, despite the early advantage, still taking hits here as Graves able to do good damage. They actually have a roam in the top side. 3 people in the top. Gimgoon, no flash left after the dive. They are going to go back in for it. Buckler thrown down there by Acorn. He's going to get an assist out of it, and the kill, it will go to him. Dashes forward onto Gimgoon.
They gift Acorn the kill. Now 2-1 on this Poppy, and that is smart play from LGD as PYL makes his way up here. And this is a much more crisp shot-calling based team right now. Where has this been?
And look at Crisis. He's down the bottom side trying to fend off Imp, but Imp is just playing back. He's gotten used to this by now, as PWL is a very good roamer. But this is going to be damage down onto the outer, as PWL might not be here in time. Wayless actually taking blue buff by himself, I believe, so he's going to be down here as well, but I don't know if they can convert the ulti out. Looking for something. They are going to try and tag it. Jay-Z does eat the ulti, but just there to make sure the wave stays safe.
It's a lot of damage out of Wayless, though, to push them back. You might say scares them off as well, as Brahms made his way back in to protect his AD carry and turret. And they don't get a lot for this EPA. They do get to kill a pink, and of course there's a second one. Not bad, but still not great.
And again, it just feels like Imp, even though he's falling a bit behind, with his support leaving his lane, he's just not bothered at all. Able to hold the wave there now, collect some more CS, keep it back nice and even. And LGD's laning looking good here with, again, like macro level shot calling a lot better. It feels like PYL really. It's just stepping up last game in this game. Just playing a lot more like he used to.
Yeah, absolutely. He just knows what he's doing at most stages of this game. Like even now, rotating with Xiaoxi to clear vision, control the red buff that should be spawning again soon. Jay-Z's got something to say about it.
Yep, gonna pop down a ward. But Red is back. LGD have vision on it, and Quinn could be in a bit of trouble here.
They know, and they've got an Elise nearby to watch this.
I would not go in for this. Republic going to get himself tagged. Is forced to flash the Winter's
There's
bite.
the teleport.
Going to turn it around though. Xiaoxi getting super low there as Gimgoon's going to make his way down. Republic able to turn it around and get the kill. EPA, nice little bait there as PYL will make it out safely.
Yeah, that was a simple bait and execute from EPA. They recognized that the gank was coming mid. They watched you go to red buff, then walk mid, and they successfully say that we can fight, and they perform on that. Effective from Republic, I will say in particular, to keep himself alive. Uses the flash and gets the triple proc of his passive. Imp as well.
Yeah, he's actually trying to snipe Kalista, but Imp is going to get ganked there as Republic does come from that mid lane. Caught a little too far forward there, trying to 1v1 that Kalista, and Wayless's ulti, no help there.
And it's Quinn o'clock right now. Level 6 has well and truly been set in stone for LGD as Imp goes down. And the pressure hasn't stopped yet.
Yeah, Gimgoon's actually just laning mid right now. Able to shove that wave in, and Wayless, who's low on mana with just a tier, can't really clear this without a bit of help. Republic, though, is going to give him a breather as he goes to take his blue buff, but Wayless probably not too happy with the situation. Does put a ward down. Will clear this where he can, and probably has to go back, pick up that Sheen, and get things going here in the mid lane.
Yeah, acknowledging that the blue buff is taken, or getting taken. He has enough time to try and clear as much as he can. Deny farm. Standard mid lane tactic, and hopefully has enough money for that big next item buy, which you would assume so.
Should do, as he certainly does. More than enough money for the Sheen there. Not going to have the cooldown boost that Imp had in game 1, but he's going to collect those early items.
And a pink ward.
Nice and quickly. Yeah, look at you.
It's a must do now.
Yes,
there's no green
certainly.
wards, so you can always default to pink and be right. It's genius.
There's Gimgoon, I see. Gimgoon in that top lane, still looking good, but Akon has actually caught up on CS, so buy me Cinder Chain Vest. Going to be a little trickier now for Graves to get aggressive as Xiaoxi and Jay-Z having a bit of a battle. Mundo farming up nicely though. Red buff is there. Oh my god, they're porting to the buff. They really want to contest for this. Crisis not there. Xiaoxi moves in for the smite and does collect it. And Akon's going to try and find something here, but he might be able to cut off Kalista.
Yeah, this could be a dive.
Medic's having a bad time. I'll clear the wave, calling out though. And the mini wave coming back in. This is going to be a dive. Xiaoxi going to start things off. Huge slam into the wall. And Imp's going to get the kill.
And Xiaoxi just tanking that turret, as that is one dead AD carry for Energy Pacemaker all. The top lane's being pressured though from Gimgoon. And Graves does a lot of damage to these objectives, and he takes them down.
Slowly but surely. Reloading the shotgun. But wave clear there. Just going to stay and tank. One shot there as the bottom turret does fall to Imp. Gets all the gold for it himself as well. Gimgoon though should be able to answer here.
Yeah, you would think so. Of course, this is the other.
Nice gank. Cocoon lands in. Vault in there as well. And Crisis. An easy kill there in mid lane. Possibly turret pressure as well.
Yeah, this could be the middle turret also. Energy Pacemaker all actually finding an advantage from this. From extra time LGD in that bottom lane. Even though LGD get a kill. Immediate response here, and that's very smart play around the map here from Energy Pacemaker all.
So the overall trade 2-1 up in turrets there for EPA. They are 1,000 gold ahead as well, as the kills are equal 11 minutes into this game. Imp though, now mid lane, going to see if he can answer back, but definitely an overall win for Energy Pacemaker.
Definitely is. Of course, not a massive lead established by any means. And LGD's immediate response once the bottom lane turret was gone is to go mid. They're against a Quinn as well, who I will say is happy to sit in a side wave and push and then look for cheeky flanks, but also can't really lane against this many people as well. So if they force him onto a side wave, what do we look? Oh, yeah.
Yep, just off into the distance there. As Wayless, I think, was doing a buff perhaps. Imp though, back into the bottom side, has left Wayless back his lane and getting aggressive. No, not quite, just a forward ward there. Looking to spot anyone that comes up, and Gimgoon returns to the top lane. Going to clear this away for himself as well. So Sunfire done for Akon. Ghostblade's on the way. Republic actually has his. Gimgoon's is pretty close. And Essence Reaver almost done versus Blade of the Ruined King for the AD carries.
Yeah,
so
just keep your eyes on this man, honestly. If anyone's going to make an impact on the map from this point on, it's either this guy or Crisis, the Elise, and one of them moves faster, so who can make an impact first? Well, here it goes.
Harold, that's the first target here as Republic and Romantic going to team up to get it. LGD happy to bide their time at this point.
Hit him in the eye, man.
Yeah, that was good right in the eyeball.
Oh, he's out of patience.
Oh, no.
You've made him mad.
Very angry Harold. But he's going to go to Republic. He'll collect the buff. And then Birdie's way over. Is LGD actually going to sneak in a Dragon?
Yep. And this is clever play from LGD. They're trading every single time they can. Doesn't always go in their favor, but this particular one you would call basically even, as it is the first Dragon. Always got some worth to it.
Yep, just that turret, really. That's the big separator here, but LGD happy to play a bit more patient. Once again, Acorn getting some attention in the top lane. But Sunfire Cape Poppy, level 9. Probably not too much to be worried about there. Crisis just keeping his tabs on the old Poppy. We've seen what happens when Poppy starts getting ahead or getting those items. Yeah. Really just takes over the game from the midpoint.
Different item builds as well here from Gimgoon. I'm going to say more standard. Not a rapid fire cannon on this Graves.
Nope, just the Ghost Blade, which what we've come to expect, even from the jungle, honestly.
Yeah.
The jungle items.
Well, we're looking at a Ghost Blade comp from these guys. Ghost Blade mid lane.
There's a discount,
same thing,
apparently.
Top lane. Yeah, it's on sale.
Yeah, it is.
Buy one, get one free.
Well,
or for the same price, I guess.
Yeah.
Doesn't really change.
No, but they will have 2 Ghost Blades. In fact, they do have 2 Ghost Blades.
Yeah.
3 purple swords. There you go. Blade of the Ruin King, Ghost Blade, Ghost Blade. With the triple 80 carries of EPA.
Well, there's 3 more for Count Dorans as well. They're purple swords.
Ah, I see.
And saying that EPA, that means mid-game and early aggression from these items. They're very efficient items. They give you a lot. Armor penetration, the active as well. Super effective as... This is interesting.
Shashi just walked in, checked the blue was there with a cleaver, and now is maybe in a bit of trouble. Does get out safely. Quinn, though, will take the bottom tower, actually, as Imp not able to 1v1 that Quinn with the Ghost Blade, understandably. But Republic going to give EPA their 3rd tower of the game, and all of a sudden, the pressure's starting to mount up here.
There's some more pressure in the middle lane as well. This is a fast Quinn. Shashi's such a Mundo. Like, it just feels like he's personifying Mundo for this entire game.
He's role-playing.
Mundo can see the ward, or can see the buff, but has to cleave at the buff anyway, just to ensure that it's real.
You know, got to make sure it's calibrated properly.
It's the same thing before onto a ward. Like, he acknowledged that it was warded by cleaving. I don't know. It's great.
Well, doing what he wants, which is sort of Mundo's prerogative. Going to take the Grump now. It seems like LGD are just waiting for a bit more power. Acorn does want to scale. Wayless really needs 2 items before he can start getting stuff done, although he actually doesn't even have the gauntlet yet, so he's got some money to spend for sure.
Yeah, he's been on these for quite some time. We're getting very close to that. Honestly, they are still waiting for items. 2 items for Poppy. Same thing goes to an extent for Imp. Just wants the Zeal, really, before he finds a point of power. We'll see if they can do anything about this.
And EPA instead going to take their early game pressure. Start applying it to this Tier 2. Republic, though, 1 too many tower hits there. Probably 2 more than he needed. And he did take 2. There's Acorn. Actually now mid lane, hanging out. But again, LGD, as long as they're getting farm, they're happy. They're behind, but not too far behind. They'll be sitting pretty, I suppose. Only 2,000 gold down. They can't let it get any more out of hand, and Republic is poised to take over the game with this Quinn. But as long as LGD can keep things nice and calm for a bit, they'll be just fine once the mid-game rolls around.
Yeah, weather the pressure that's being put out from EPA right now. They rotated top lane, tanked a bit of turret needlessly, and realistically, they're just looking for these item spikes that we mentioned before. As the less that EPA get done, the happier LGD are, because effective item spikes make you much more cost efficient even with gold deficits.
Dash with another steal, but he's actually going to get locked up here. The damage is a little too much there as he's forced to flush the pillar. They are going to keep chasing though. Acorn is the next target, but he pops up the W, keeps the rest of his team safe. Xiaoxi healing back now with the ultimate as LGD are trying to take a turret in top.
Yeah, trying their best to take the turret. It's just jungle pressure first, and now they've got map advantage. No Gimgoon yet.
Republic though, still getting aggressive. JZ to the side with a flank, forces PWL to hop over the pillar.
Gimgoon
now in there as well. And they're actually pretty low. JZ taking a lot of the early damage, but the Fate Skull does get popped. Nice and aggressively forward towards PWL, who's forced to burn the flash. And LGD have to play poke here. Need to be careful as Wayless catches Gimgoon with a Q. Ooh. But you have to know, these champions do a lot of damage early on. People are very close to dying as LGD seem to get the better of that little exchange. Culling out there for him. Going to force Republic off the tower, and they almost get it. But they'll take the tower instead.
And actually a flash used from Imp to stay alive. Nothing that EPA could have done once they engaged and didn't get a kill. They were close, but they just didn't find what they were looking for there and capitalized on indefinitely from LGD as they closed that gap a little bit more and they even out almost to those turrets, just one behind still.
Yep, and that's pretty much the gold lead we're seeing still. EPL now only 1,000 gold up, and we're Dragon on the way. See if we can even those up as well. Xiaoxi gets low, but should be just fine here on the Mundo. Powering up nicely, almost at level 11. But I think we'll get it off this camp and does. That's a nice little power spike there for the ulti. And Wayless.
Speaking of powering up from ultis, woo, he's about to tick 11 himself. Of course, we'll be doing a lot more damage with that. Working towards that mana immune, you would hope. Should be a pickaxe, might be the whole thing.
Just a pickaxe this time, as Harold is going to get picked up for the second time this game. Have to imagine Republic's going to get it again.
Yeah.
Ooh, almost steals it.
But you can't actually steal it. It's just 50 gold. It'll be in your pocket.
You can.
No, the buff's still going to be on the floor.
Yeah, but you can't pick it up if you don't kill it.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted that too. There you go.
What?
Yeah. So the team that slays Harold gets to take the buff. Just hangs out. I don't know how long it hangs out for. Please tweet at Spawn Lord with the answer of
yeah, that'd be good.
Buff,
yeah,
round buff duration. There's LGD. Moving down to this bottom side now.
So I don't even need to do it anymore. You do. It's great. We've established the precedent.
Well, it's good times. But again, LGD just happy to take their farm. Iceborne Gauntlet on the way for Akon. Dragon number 2, perfectly serviceable objective for LGD as well. EPA are somewhat in position to contest, but Game Goon's a little late to the party. Well, the Republic, definitely on time. Smite battle. Oh, it does go to Crisis. First Dragon will get picked up, but the ulti's out there for Lucian. Crisis already low as Akon TP's into the backline. Uses the ulti, but I think it missed Romantic, but they still got the damage as they are going to move forward. Big Graves ulti is going to get them lower. Xiaoxi's just going to get taken out. Now Trundle looking for the flank, slows down PYL.
Watch Wayless.
But Imp wants to get something done off to the side. Going to get chased out by Republic instead. And this is probably a 1v1 he can't afford to take here as Wayless still poking around, but he's going to get chased down and forced to flash out of the way.
Quinn's coming again. This is dangerous territory.
Oh, Crisis is low, but he's not going to get taken out just yet. PYL's pretty much caught at this point. They will be able to take him out as Romantic gets another kill out of it. Republic still looking to chase, has to dodge out of the damage.
The never-ending AD carry battle is still going as Wayless and Imp, they find their way out to safety. But Energy, Pacemaker, they steal the Dragon with Crisis on that smite. And then they back up, and they look for a team fight, and they turn it back around, and they actually come out ahead for it. Imp did nothing in that fight. All he was good for was the culling. He stayed in the Dragon Pit to maximize the culling damage, and then used his Relentless Pursuit over the wall, and didn't even auto-attack once.
Yep.
Oh no, you're dead.
Oh, Wayless going to get aggressed on Q, will miss. Minions in the way, but Republic's still going to chase. No kill there though, but he'll pop the Ghostblade and run away to safety. And Wayless escapes a pretty close attempt there.
Wayless used his E forward to get minions and deserved to die there, honestly, but he's a quite tanky Ezreal, to say the least. Gets away with it, barely. His mistakes covered by his team, arriving right on time. Not bad.
Yep, he'll take it,
Well
certainly.
stuck.
He is. Oh, it's a struggle. Let's get the blue trinket, though. As the pillar will dissipate. EPA, though, do have good vision around this Baron area. Double pinks, actually, around this river. Jay-Z does take out a ward in the back. He's going to be the Rift Scuttler buff collected as well. They'll build a speed shrine around the pit. And 21 minutes in, maybe a little early for the actual Baron. But we've seen this a lot, again, from the double, triple AD carry comps. You always have the early threat.
And the thing that you look towards is, are we an AD carry comp that has Blade of the Ruined King? Really? Because that means that you can do the Baron much more successfully. Having that Callista there does indicate that it's entirely possible from this EPA lineup. LGD need to be vigilant of this. But of course, they've got a lot of poke and a lot of forced disengage if they get here to stop this, because they don't know.
EPA are going to start it, and Republic's actually bottom lane, so it's almost a feint here from EPA as POL will do his work and make sure he wards it. Immediate disengage there from EPA, but Republic causing problems. They can just keep doing this, to be honest. LGD constantly have to check the pit.
Yeah, absolutely. Gimgoon can press Q once and wave clear. We don't know if Acorn is capable of dealing with a Quinn just yet on this split push, but that Quinn build is actually kind of designed to poke you down and not die through the burst that is capable. As, honestly, so is Gimgoon now. They've got the exact same build.
Yeah, Executioner's calling, actually, for Republic, so cognizant of the Mundo, which seems perfectly serviceable given that Xiaoxi actually relatively tanky early on. Got a Cinderhawk and that Deadman's Plate all done.
Absolutely.
EPA continuing to apply pressure here. Xiaoxi does hit a Cocoon. Crisis though not going to follow up. There's Kim-Gun and Republic going to start the 1-3-1. And again, if EPA can keep central pressure up, they've got the vision around the Baron. They've got plenty of options here.
Yeah. Just have to maintain hyper awareness of Republic on this Quinn. The ability to rotate at super speeds kind of puts you on the back foot here if you're LGD. It means Acorn has to address every lane that he goes to, but doesn't have his teleport available, which is why they were looking to threaten that Baron. They knew he couldn't teleport to response if he appeared bottom. And honestly, Republic could just fly there at super speeds.
And actually, it is Kim-Gun in the back. Clears out a ward, but Xiaoxi, oh, misses it. But I guess he's confident they're not there, as he threw it in front of the
he's
Baron.
clearing the ward again.
Yeah.
It's just Mundo things.
Let's go back. Probably get himself a board. Just to run out of trackers.
2 big items as well for Imp. So he's got his rapid fire cannon, and same with Wayless, the 2 big items. So they've hit their spikes. As a team composition and what they're designed to do, they could poke you down. Could actually look to skirmish and just out mechanics you.
That was kind of how LGD won game 1 in some ways. But this one definitely has to be a little bit slower. Romantic does hit the edge of a true shot barrage. That's Wayless having a bit of fun. Shift away, clearing these minions very aggressively with his cooldowns.
It's just not necessary. Like, he's just doing it for flair. Even BYL was like, can I have one of those? Nope. And missed.
Wayless with blue buff, I suppose. There we go.
It's already a Muramana. Like, what are you stacking, man?
He's keeping his hands warm, you know, for the big fight that could break out here. So Dragon actually back in 45 seconds. Might be something to look at, but we've split the first 2, so not super important at this stage of the game. And again, it feels like LGD are just being patient. I'm not too sure what they're waiting on. But EPA do still have control around the objectives.
They're waiting on EPA to make a mistake, really. But EPA are waiting for a point where the Baron doesn't have vision, because someone's had to go back to base. If they get knowledge or any type of awareness that, as an example, Xiaoxi is recalling to get more stacks on a ward on the trackers, then they can just start it up safely knowing that there's not 5 there.
Imp's actually bottom as well, so he's picking up his farm, but does mean he's on the wrong side of the map for Baron. Acorn, though, pushing top side. Looks like LGD have found a way to get some counter pressure going. So Acorn going to slap the ground, wants to charge there of the Iceborne Gauntlet, and he's just going to do pretty significant damage to this tower.
Keep going.
Yeah, he will.
There's no one there from EPA. Kim-Gun sitting in base. He was looking for a Home Guard's teleport to get a flank at that dragon fight, but he's been forced to go top now. Interesting start of a fight about to break out potentially, as Acorn smartly backs up.
Yeah, Acorn I think just knows that his team might need him soon with a teleport, as they are looking to maybe poke around the dragon area. Imp though pops the culling, and LGD may as well just start the dragon.
Yeah, do the top laners teleport, or do they just fight each other? Both looking to teleport.
Yeah, there's a
one.
TP for Acorn. Republic though is going to swoop in. Acorn in once again as the Brawl Multi hits onto Crisis. Republic going to leap forward, but Acorn's just straight into the back line, gets a knock up there onto the Elise. And now Graves looking for it. He's coming to the mid lane. Going to rejoin his team. His Fate Skull does get popped, but EPA, that was awkward. No, we're good to go. Instead, mid lane, they just have to try and get damage done here. And this will work by the looks of things. Minions running out, but EPA here to take it out.
Acorn's going to be zoned as well, so that's a free turret here. LGD, they may be looking aggressive to poke them down, but every time that we see this, what is their engage here for LGD? They got Mundo Cleavers, PYL slow. They're honestly banking on a Braum passive stun to follow it up with the rest of their team, and that's hard to do against the EPA lineup with AD carries and mobility everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy as well, perhaps, but it's a little tricky. LGD are going to try and answer turrets here. Still don't have the mid outer. That's probably the biggest discrepancy as far as geographical advantage goes in this game. And EPA actually creeping their way up in the gold stacks as well. 3,500 up now in this particular game. It's Republic going to go ahead and get himself a blue buff. Excuse me. And once again, we just sort of reset. EPA happy to play this relatively slow.
They are definitely happy to play it slow. The question's always going to be arisen, though. One of the 2 LSPL sides to come into this split of the LPL. They're very good at laning phase. They're very good at the mid-game team fighting. But once it hits late game, they start to implode.
Maybe caught. Does get jumped on there. It will be safe.
Has an E button. Pretty hard to kill a Braum with an E button available to him, of course. As we mentioned, you know, the mid-game looks solid here from APA, but they could be tunneling onto this Baron a little bit too much. And very high chance of it backfiring if LGD are able to capitalize on this tunneling.
Well, part of the problem might be that Republic is the one they want to split push, but doesn't have a TP. But they are building minion waves in the side as well. You can see bottom lane has a pretty big stack of blue minions, as Imp's going to use the culling and force them away. But I agree, EPR are playing this maybe a little too slowly. Feeling like their team comp is going to start to drop off just a bit. Yep, Chashi's in. POL wants it as well. They might have found one, but flash over the wall from Trundles. Baron's doing good damage. EPA took a poke there. Need to be careful. Are going to dive in for it. POL again is going to be the target, but he flash ulti's out of there. Does die on the end of it, and now Republic's in onto Wayless. That's a good target, but they need to get the Queen down. Akon able to get it as Shashi is still tanking everything. And EPA just a little too squishy. Akon again, he's going to go back in, but he does die as a result. And now Wayless forced to get out. The damage is there. Blue Trinket down. Wayless will disengage successfully.
They only lose 2 members, but everyone blinking except Imp. More pressure able to be put down. Oh, not quite.
No, does get pillared though. And that is going to give top tower to EPA. As LGD, again, just dropping off a little bit here. Didn't have maybe the landing phase they had in game number 1. And it does feel like they're struggling to get things together. Maybe moving Akon back into the lineup wasn't what they needed, because it's not working out just now. At least in the way they're playing around the map. That's not Akon's fault.
It's not Akon's fault at all. It's just that re-engage was a little bit questionable, to be fair. Had like 500 health on his Poppy, just went into 4 members that all deal damage to him. Went down way too quickly, and way less even. Getting engaged on from Republic, used Z into the wall at red buff. Did exceptionally well to stay alive somehow. And they did well to even pick up Republic in that. But still, the team fighting from LGD just doesn't feel that crisp unless they're ahead. Because the over-aggressiveness of Wayless and Imp can very easily backfire.
And now EPA actually build themselves up even more sizable lead. They're 5k up now at almost 30 minutes into the game, and the AD carries are getting stronger everywhere. Trundle going to eat some damage. Culling actually used. Ulti out there as well for Wayless, but Trundle's okay. Can get Fate's called if absolutely necessary. We'll heal up with that passive, and naturally there as well. Yeah. Once again, EPA back around the Baron area.
It's just so desperate. They've never gained control of the river here, LGD.
And now Shashi may be caught. He's pretty tanky. But he's taking damage from lots of different carries. He's forced to pop the ulti. Akon trying to do work again. Crisis may be caught though. POL ulti will move in, but Republic's going to assassinate the front line, or at least try to. Now they'll have to pull away.
Poke battles. Honestly, it's just keeping up. Every time they try and get vision, Crisis, he's getting low.
Yeah, has to be careful. Akon
oh,
charges
wow.
the ulti. Crisis actually going to eat the True Shot Barrage. Nice little poppy combo there, but at least we'll survive. Uses the flash though.
That was nice from Akon. Disengages with 3 of the members. Republic split from the team, and they do get control of the river. A major shift in pressure, essentially, from this LGD side. They actually get control for once in this game around a very important area. And we'll see if they can consolidate this and actually start to swing the pace of the game back in their favor. That's only one step. It's not the whole 9 yards.
No, it's not even close, really. LGD still behind here in the game. And EPA happy to play patiently. Once again, it might be too patiently here, because the scaling is still on for LGD. 3 items now for Poppy, 3 almost done for Mundo, with the random ones almost completed. And plenty of damage with 3 items apiece for both Wayless and Imp. LGD certainly don't want to make any mistakes here. They know they're still playing from behind.
And he's gone for the last Whisper upgrade again here. Xiaoxi,
yeah,
oh no.
He's going to get jumped on, and that's a good pick for EPA. Just feels like LGD, again, that crisp mid to late game, not really there just yet. And EPA actually looking for a power play here. POL gets Cocoon. And they might just go straight to Baron.
They should just go straight to Baron. Don't let Wayless poke you down. At least bait it and get control of the area. Otherwise, LGD have no reason to rotate whatsoever.
LGD are going to rotate, and
there
EPA are going to start it. They're going to force LGD to fight them in the pit.
5K.
Oh, that's a good ult. Actually, as Akon does move one away, they're going to just go straight for it, though. Crisis stays on it. The renders in there as well from Kalista. They do secure the Baron, and now EPA need to try and turn around the team fight. Imp, though, and Wayless cutting out nicely. Jay-Z just goes thrown in there as Wayless getting jumped on. Will go down there, but he does get the trader onto the Trundle. Imp, though, forced out of the fight. Romantic cutting around as Akon is able to collect it, but he's going to get chased down here. Volt's on for Quinn. Akon going to get taken away. And 2 for 2, but the Baron does go to EPA.
And Akon even finishing that fight with his flash still available. Not having Xiaoxi there, you think the fight could have been a little bit different if they had their Mundo for the front line. And Akon did his absolute best to try and be one, but LGD just don't have an answer to all of the damage that Energy Pacemaker will provide. No threat of going down here if you're Republic. Stayed so healthy.
Yep. You can see just how disruptive this triple AD carries can be. Even Crisis doing work there in the fights. And Akon and Poppy and Mundo, sorry, at this point just aren't quite there yet. Especially with Xiaoxi dead.
Well, yeah.
To really
had no reason to do his Gromp, to be fair. They had vision around the Baron area. They had complete control of the river, and they also knew that EPA weren't near the river. So by going to the opposite side of the jungle, you run a risk of dying.
And that is exactly what happened. Xiaoxi has Duranduins now, but not going to save him when he's 1v4. He's now going to take the Gromp safely this time, as I can see EPA in the mid lane. But Baron still onto 3 members of Energy Pacemaker. Plenty of time left on the buff to try and get something done here.
Absolutely, and that's what they should be looking towards doing. This is their point in the game where they should be able to take control and snowball the game a little bit further in their favor. Look for that last team fight. Secure the lead and look for a victory, but this is a side that we've seen time and again. EPA, they struggle to close out.
Well, they are going to get this tier 2 at least. It's pretty easy pickings. They don't even need Gimgoon, he's busy pushing the mid lane. So 6 turrets to 2 now. It's actually all of the tier 2s also gone away. LGD definitely struggling in tower gold here, but they just have nowhere really to go as far as pressure is concerned. And unlike last time, don't have some sort of binding for an obvious initiation tool. Like you mentioned, their engage is much softer than it was in the last game.
Lots of poke though. Looking less for the engage, more for the frontline poke damage. Mundo's like a poke tank, not just like a Malphite to engage. And if they can whittle their opponents low enough, they can find ways into this fight. The thing is, being this poke comp from behind makes it infinitely harder if you were ahead.
Yeah, and again, it's sort of on Akon to try and get something started, but he has to do it in the right spot. LGD will fend off the aggression now, as Gimgoon's going to go to the top side actually, but 3.5 item Graves, happy to take on the Poppy at this point. Even Republic poking does get Imp with the back end of that Q despite the Unbreakable from PYL.
Oh wow.
Going to start a fight here. Wayless is also in the top side. Gimgoon could be in trouble. Wayless abandons his top laner. And Gimgoon's going to get away.
There's only so far you can chase before the bottom side of the map, Energy Pacemaker, pressure themselves. The call was obviously made, but Gimgoon doesn't go down. Republic regaining some of that health bar that was taken away from him from the Lucian ultimate. LGD holding their own.
Well, it seems like Baron has dropped, so LGD will defend the base for now. But still behind here, and actually significantly behind in gold now. It's relatively late, 36 minutes into the game, but that gold is still going to matter. And LGD just feel like they've not been able to get anything going here. We've sort of seen this a few times, but when they can't get those early lane leads, it feels like LGD just don't have the best idea of what to do. And in this game, they're actually behind, which is even worse with the poke comp, like you mentioned.
Definitely struggling with the composition they've put in place here, LGD. Not going to say they need a miracle, but they need something really strong to come back in their favor.
Yeah, they just need something. That's the real thing.
Yeah.
It's not like LGD.
Anything.
Yeah, because they've done really not a whole lot just yet here.
They can't split push. I don't know if they can team fight without poking first. And honestly, they've drafted themselves into this position where they just don't have a direct way back in besides EPA misplaying.
Well, we'll see if EPA close this one out cleanly. If they are, in fact, in a commanding position. 8k up now. Just clearing vision out once again. I'm going to look to try and take out the very pesky base structures here. 3 dragons up for them as well, so do have that to fall back on once Dragon 4, the 5th overall in the game, will respawn
There's a lot of
in 2 minutes. And yeah, Imp does have a lot of farm. Imp's good at getting farm, that's for sure, but we've seen Imp consistently lane well and get farm, but he's not been able to really carry it. It just feels like on a team level, LGD is still learning how to play together. And it feels like definitely we're seeing a bit more of the LGD we've come to know in the early weeks, rather than the one we saw in the last game.
Yet this is the one with Acorn. It's the one you don't really expect to see from them at all. This is what the old LGD should be by having him in this roster. It's very obvious that top lane's not an issue. It's more than that.
Yeah, again, it does feel like a team thing here. As LGD sort of backed into a corner at this point, just hoping EPA do something silly, but the big monsters will be back up soon. Baron and Dragon within about 5 seconds of each other as far as spawn goes. And they're both perfectly good objectives for EPA to want to take here. As LGD just trying to clear out whatever vision they can. And we'll get a pink ward there near their own red, but plenty of vision left here as Imp they get himself a ward. But that pink still stands.
Yeah, aggressively stancing themselves. Republic's about to reveal himself. Acorn should be able to address that, as Gimgoon's not going to be in top lane. And LGD, they know the Republic doesn't have his teleport because he just doesn't have one. And they could look to control vision around these objectives. And they should ideally be focusing the Baron. But it is Dragon 4.
I mean, yeah, LGD are starting to run out of good choices in this game, unfortunately for them. And EPA are going to consolidate their vision and move their way down towards the Dragon. As Wayless takes some of Akon's farm. Why not, really?
Yeah. He needs to do damage. I'd prioritize way less as well on this Ezreal. Honestly. To be fair, Ezreal mid is more of the physical damage approach to the Corki. But it just doesn't feel like it has the same amount of impact. It's just exclusive poke.
Yeah, you certainly don't do nearly as much damage. There's LGD. Ooh, good fight there. Actually, Romantic going to be spotted in by Akon. Damage is there. Can they take him out? They will be able to get it as Wayless gets the first kill for themselves. Now LGD going to move their way forward. Gimgoon gets crit his face off almost by Imp, who's just aggressively chasing him down. He'll just face tank the ulti. They'll keep chasing through. Crisis now going to get himself tagged as Imp's going to take him out. And EPA, this is the fight that they didn't want here as they try and disengage, but 2 are already down.
And we say it every single time we watch Energy Pacemaker or players. At what point can you consolidate your lead, find the inhibitors, break the base? In this case of LGD, they don't. And they potentially throw away the Baron for it as 2 members are dead from a fantastic flank out of Acorn. And they just took too long to execute.
And finally, Acorn, who's known for his flanking prowess and usually his teleports, didn't need a TP that time as LGD are 3-manning the Baron. I like this from LGD though. They know the Republic can try and solo this. And they're going to kick him off the Dragon. I don't know if they can take it, but they are going to try.
They don't even know if LGD are doing the Baron, but they're just about to find out that it's done. and they get both.
Yeah, simultaneous objective take there from LGD. They deny the 4th Dragon. They pick up Baron for themselves. And all of a sudden, LGD, who was still behind in gold, but it's starting to matter less and less.
Acorn, get out of there.
Just find the one team fight they needed.
What are you doing?
Acorn's busy.
Okay, well, they do get out. Acorn does live. And a big swing of gold comes back into the hands of LGD. Map pressure, most importantly, you'll find starts to come into their favor one more time. And Acorn with a flash.
Yeah, still going back in. Has actually found a romance.
This is
oh, it's a replay.
Mate. You can calm down.
Hey.
As we're going to watch. Yeah, so Imp hyper aggressive in this particular one. See, just consolidating with the rest of the team. Acorn, that flank engage from him with the flash was phenomenal. So still a little bit amused, sorry. That was great. I love the excitement.
Hey, it was a great team fight.
It was.
It's LGD. Take that great team fight that we just saw again. And LGD now going to start smashing through some towers and equalizing the gold. But once again, this is more about what they can get done. Acorn going to charge at the ulti, disengages them, or at least zones them off. And they are going to take another tower. Acorn, nice denial W there. Prevents Crisis from maybe going in. And Acorn's still aggressive. LGD want to fight once more. They've got the Baron. They are going to make it happen. Moving good, but Xiaoxi taking a little too much damage. Acorn is super low towards the end of it. And Crisis will get away with the repel. Now the LGD carries have to keep kiting. Imp is almost down as Wayless trying desperately to get a kill. But PYL is going to die to Romantic. And the lifesteal from this carries is there. Wayless is doing so much work. But it might just be a little too aggressive. He's going to get one more ult. Trundle Pillar makes it awkward.
Stuck. But yeah.
Actually forced them off there.
Wow, that almost turned around. Energy Pacemaker, oh, they're very blinking low with those health bars, and LGD somehow get out with their lives. Acorn almost zoning them away from the turret, I'm going to say. They still get the turret down. It's just questionable. Almost game throwing here from LGD, but they do maintain their power. They close that gold lead a little bit further. And we are going to watch a replay of this one again. There's Acorn with that W. Actually pretty good disengaging. So they get the turret, and then the Trundle Pillar says, well, crap. Acorn is just stuck. He's just stuck. Still stuck. And finally tries to get out, but has no choice but to go in. Missing health bars. Imp does his best to disengage, dodges the cocoon. And Wayless tries his hardest to find a trade onto Romantic, but that life steal on these minions is enough to keep him in it.
And Sterix is everywhere as well. 3 on the 3 AD carries of EPA, making it very difficult to kill the 3 AD carries, which you would normally expect to be relatively brittle.
Yeah.
I think they're all pretty much going for the same build as well, in one way or another. It seems to be Bloodthirst to Sterox. Keep them alive with whatever else they need to make sure they do the damage. And you don't really need Infinity Edge because everyone's going to be doing plenty of damage.
Absolutely right. The Infinity Edge isn't necessary for these guys. They need to sustain through the poke, which is the composition that LGD have in place. So by going for the Bloodthirster, you avoid the initial damage. And if they all-in attempt to kill you, the Sterix Gauge will keep you there. And then you've got lifesteal from your kit to keep you alive. Kalista in particular, 2 lifesteal items. And EPA, they're barreling down mid lane.
Yeah, they're actually going to face tank a turret here as Acorn finds Crisis, but just some poke there as we do have a pause. Pretty crucial point in the game. 44 minutes into this one. And it's a much, much more tense game number 2.
Absolutely is. LGD started this game on the back foot almost. Looked for their ways in, but Energy Pacemaker, they brought it back to them and got themselves about 8k gold ahead. And it felt like they were going to take this to the third game.
But, like we've seen from EPA time and time again, for the younger teams, it can be tricky to close out sometimes. And again, I feel like Triple 80 carry is just such a weird comp to try and end the game with as well. But they certainly had more options available than maybe they thought, because they were definitely maybe too much on the Baron area there.
Yeah, I mean, they've itemized to deal with the LGD team composition. Everything's in place for EPA. They're set up for success. Even now, they're still ahead in gold. And they've set themselves up for success once again by pushing down that middle lane. If you can keep LGD busy, not let them split push, then you'll be perfectly fine. It's just about doing that and executing on it every single time, because how do they siege? They just do damage.
Yeah, and on the LGD side, we have seen that they can win fights, but it's when Acorn finds the right target with a flank, with some sort of play onto a carry, because they're very tanky, but if you can kill one of them, it's really easy to kill everyone else, because all of a sudden, there's basically no tank line, the damage falls apart, and you can just snowball with your 2 AD carries and just run them down.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams are capable of doing that. The one time we saw Xiaoxi get picked off, it was a free Baron for EPA, but whenever we saw a single pick onto any member of this EPA side, then immediately LGD have the complete advantage as we are back in.
Yeah, we pop our way back in. Nice short pause there as LGD looking to try and find a way to win this second game and not have to play a third here. And again, finally pick up a win and at least tie for 5th. Well, actually, I guess technically they're tying for last, but it's better than being actual last.
Yeah, well,
which is where they currently sit still.
Yeah. Tied's definitely better than flat amounts, I will say for certain. LGD still have the momentum in this game, which is something you need to keep in mind. Actually a bigger deal than you would believe. Just by being able to feel like you're ahead or in control of the map, the gold lead means less and less, even as we get to these higher gold values. Full builds across the board.
Yeah, everyone's pretty much all stacked up here. It's just which team executes better. You have to think LGD as the veteran team might be able to, but they have kind of got to catch him. Mundo actually going to get aggressed on. He'll flash out of the way. But a TP in for Acorn, who was splitting bottom. He's going to... Where'd he go? Probably hiding somewhere. In the back there, I think.
Yeah. So sorry, Acorn being into this fight now means that Gimgoon's got teleport options in side lanes. But LGD having 5 means the pressure is here and he can't leave. And now it's a poke battle.
Well, just to think, Ezreal probably has the upper hand in the poke battle. But we'll see. LGD trying to do their best to siege this turret. Imp wants to get aggressive, does pop some damage on the Crisis, gets a crit.
Republic's coming in at super speed.
Yep, going to zoom back in. Bit of a home guard Quinn initiation. Good pillar there, actually going to try and zone them, but you can see once again, EPA don't really have
Turret's gone.
Yep, going to have to give up that turret here. Oh my god,
Whoa.
Gimgoon almost gets exploded, and now that's too far for the Trundle. He's going to have to get pulled here, but Akon straight into the back line is going to charge up the ulti. Make sure Republic can't join in. And LGD, they'll take the advantages where they can. No need to overcommit, especially with Dragon coming back up and Baron up soon as well.
Exactly right. They can look towards these objectives now and just control the area once more. They get that free turret, and as we mentioned, the gold lead may be 1.5, but that is irrelevant at this point in the game. It all comes down to execution. We're at late game with AD carries everywhere. And the Dragon is gone.
Yep, Dragon is going to get picked up. Republic swoops over, steals the blue buff away, and then his team groups to make sure that Dragon goes to them. Gimgoon is going to hang out in top lane with his teleport still available and push back what he can. And now Dragon 5 is a real threat as well. This is one of the longer games we've had in a while, and this could be a catch. They do find the Trundle. The ulti will miss, though, from PYL.
Poppy flank. Oh, never mind.
Akon is not in position. LGD going to use their cooldowns and just clear the waves by the looks of things.
20 seconds until Baron is available, and EPA have the teleport advantage. So what LGD have done is they've sent literally everybody into this bottom lane to stop him from split pushing in a point of relevance. That's like Turbo Queen. Akon
just slapped the tower as well, so LGD going to try and do what they can here. Xiaoxi tanking up. Doesn't pop the ulti just yet. Chasey in trouble though. Calling out there from Imp's going to do good poke damage. It's the front line of LGD starting to really show itself off here. Xiaoxi healing back up also. And there's the ulti out from Ezreal. He's going to cancel the back. LGD just want the tower. They are going to get it. And slowly but surely, forcing EPA's objectives down. We're going to be even in gold with everyone pretty much built up already. We can see the pings onto Baron. LGD know what the plan is.
Yep, they've chipped away at the outer turrets. They've got control of the bottom lane. And now they can just work towards the natural progression of objectives. This one's going to be Baron, but EPA, they're straight on it.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Republic's going to be there first. Romantic and Crisis will join in soon, and LGD have to go right now. Baron is super low. Akon's just going to charge in for it. They are going to look for the fight. Gimgoon hits a target.
Oh my
Massive
God.
three-man Poppy ulti used in there as well. And PYL's just taking up everything. Republic is going to jump in onto Imp, but Imp will stay safe for now.
Baron's
and
still
EPA
going.
are just forced out of it. Crisis does eventually take out Akon, but EPA can't get out. That's going to be a forced splash on Crisis. And now we're actually going to have the Baron taken by LGD as Imp collects it. And EPA on the wrong side of the map.
They're going top lane. They're just going to push top. Like, LGD have to recall or deal with this in some way.
Yep, Imp's going to find Republic. Oh, too fast for the culling. LGD know they have to cut them off here, but this is dangerous. PYL caught out. Cocoon lands. Damage is down. Gimgoon's going to get the first kill. Chasey gets chased. That'll be a return as supports do get traded. And Wailer slow on mana. Can't really afford to chase. LGD keep EPA off their side of the map.
This.
Wailer certainly does.
He's only getting spiders.
And EPA will successfully disengage. They are going to keep chasing though. Imp really wants it. It's not going to find anything here. LGD now going to actually put pressure back in, but I think we are going to have to reset.
LGD, they do get the Baron though. Aggressive and almost desperate decision here from Energy Pacemaker all. They just straight go on it. But they immediately regret that decision. Akon, of course, making their life a living hell. And this was the next rotation from EPA. It was met smartly, of course, by LGD. They didn't just barrel down mid lane after they got the Baron. They respected it. And we're going to see what happened at this Baron fight as Akon, in the middle of them all, this ultimate was unbelievable from this LGD top lane. It completely changes the pace of that fight. It's like a 2v2 inside the Baron pit between tanks, and at the same time the carries are fighting each other on the sides. Romantic is just chilling, throwing spears where he can, but Lucian, of all people, manages to pick up that Baron.
Yeah, Xiaoxi actually didn't even smite. I think they knew Crisis couldn't make it back in, because they'd used all his gap closes.
That's still a needless risk, though.
Oh, I agree. But Imp does get the Baron.
I'm going to go ahead and say that Imp crit it instead. Xiaoxi just didn't smite it in time.
Too many crits, man.
It's 1.2k crits.
Yeah, Imp is massive in this point. He almost has 600 CS in this game.
So the interesting thing about this right now, the front line of LGD are actually superior to that of EPA. They're fake tanks from Energy Pacemaker, all the Sterix Gauge Black Cleaver. It doesn't actually make you a tank compared to Randuin's Thornmail with Frozen Fist in this case on Poppy and Dead Man's Plate on both respective members. Impossible to kill these tanks with all that armor that they have, and mostly physical damage on the side of EPA.
Yep. Tricky stuff. We did kind of mention this with the Mundo. That's why the pick sort of made sense here. But LGD, I think at some point in this game, felt they could outscale. And this is certainly the point they needed to be at. Fell behind, but now finally in control to maybe take the game. Do have to dodge the cocoons though, but Akon going to get aggressive. This tower is not going to last very long.
Yeah, the poke battle when you're ahead here from LGD starts to reign supreme. The pressure's well and truly in place now. This next wave could be the turret, or even before it if Akon wants to do that.
Imp's just saving his passive. He does so much damage to these turrets. And it is going to go down. Now EPA have to run or fight. LGD more than happy to take it to them as this inhib's going to get sacrificed. And finally, LGD are the first ones to break the base in this game as sidewaves are causing all sorts of problems.
Yeah, that's a massive bottom wave here for EPA. They could even potentially teleport to that, but they're not going to.
Yeah, Whaler's going to try and trim what he can. Does get a good stack of minions, but ulti doesn't do too much damage.
That was getting low, though. Super low. One thing to keep in mind, 36 seconds for Dragon number 5. LGD are aware of this, and they don't actually recall to go deal with that bottom wave. They stay to control the area.
Well, they're going to get blue buff over to Whaler's. Tower does fall actually to minions.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal here. LGD kind of have to make their decision now. Gimgun's actually starting another push in the top side as he's TP to join if needed. But LGD sort of know they need to do Baron. EPA like, sure, let's go down mid lane.
They're just being run around the map.
Yeah.
Imp was going to go bottom. Has to change his mind at the last second as well. As may even have to ultimate it one more time.
You know, EPA just going mid lane. It's almost a race situation at this point. LGD are going to get the dragon, but damage is maybe done
gone.
Here. Yeah, this turret is dead.
The inhibitor might as well.
Akon has a flank though. Ooh. Oh, big ulti. Akon actually just disengages. He's going to start a fight here. Republic is a good target. PYL now going to close the trap as Imp has to be careful. Does get exhausted, but Trundle's going to move in as Whalers does get the killing onto Republic. And the damage is just a little too much. EPA can't fight all this off. And this looks to be an ace here for LGD as Gimgun, he's going to flash himself out of the way and 1v1 the Mundo, but it'll take him so long to get this kill, although maybe not.
The Mundo will die. They should not keep chasing unless they want to keep him busy.
3 kills already. They are going to chase Gimgun. They want to take him down. Akon and PYL, very sticky. Going to finally finish him off at the end as Akon gets it. 4 kills for nothing. They defend their base, and LGD are going to move in for the kill.
And Akon will likely just teleport in to secure this victory. Tank some minions in the turrets down. Only the Trundle remaining for EPA. And that team fight engaged from Akon. They had no answer here, EPA. They got flanked entirely out. Easy work here.
Imp just ate so much turret damage. He's actually going to lifesteal off of the support. Culling goes down. Imp just going to keep them zoned into the fountain. And LGD going to finally pick up what looks like their first win ever in the 2016 LPL. It's a long time coming. They are going to move up a place. Now tied for last instead of straight last, but LGD are going to be happy with the win.
You take the victory that you can. This is the one matchup that you would look at on paper and say LGD should be winning. Please, LGD.
And
they did.
They did. Subbing an Akon there for game 2. Do manage to pick up a win. Have to say, between games looked a lot less clean from game 1 to game 2. Game 1 seemed like the playing was there. They executed well, were able to get aggressive, and then mostly controlled as they closed up the first game in pretty easily. But game 2, very messy, almost an hour-long battle to pick up a game 2 victory there for LGD. But they will take it. They'll be happy with the 2-0.
It absolutely was a battle. It was a hard-fought slog back and forth. EPA, they started with the lead. And they just could not close the game out. The inhibitor turrets stand. And it was just waiting on one mistake from EPA. It's a young side. And LGD fight their way back. Tooth and nail just barely get there in the end.
At the end, they could actually team fight through everything there. And LGD, whew, finally monkey off the back, I suppose. Picking up a first best-of-3 win. They'll be much happier with 1-4 versus 0-4, even though neither scoreline particularly attractive for the organization that won the last season. But, you know, they'll take what they can get. This is at least a good start for them, especially game 1. Feels like LGD did show that they can sort of play like they were last year.
It shows that they still exist, so don't write LGD off just yet in every best of 3 from here. But best of luck tipping the winner. from here on out. We have seen good signs from LGD in this best of 3. Very happy with what they did in Game 1, but Game 2 was still, if they were against a side, a more experienced team, they probably wouldn't have been able to come back.
Yeah, it's just the thing with LGD. They can't afford to keep putting themselves in these weird holes. And again, it's nice to see them actually win a late game team fight, or a couple of them to close out a game, but the game just didn't need to get to that point. EPA, I guess on the other side though, are still demonstrating they do need to learn how to close out a game a bit more effectively, because they had a big lead in that one.
Absolutely. 8k gold should have been enough to close out the game for EPA here, and there's still a lot of promising signs from this Energy Pacemaker roster. I feel like they definitely know how to execute on their laning phase, getting into the mid game and getting a lead. The question is just always going to be, how do they play with that lead? Because we've seen a lot of hiccups from these guys actually trying to execute on winning the game.
Yeah, and I think more questions still for LGD. Using Acorn versus not using Amy is interesting. Xiaoxi with 2 games and actually 2 wins for the side. But certainly after Game 1, I was not strictly convinced by Acorn being back in the top lane.
No, not at all. And honestly, Myron played fine. I think that the top laners, no matter how good or bad they actually go in that top lane, I don't think it's the biggest issue for LGD. So they could sub in Acorn, they could keep Myron, just bring Flame back. It doesn't matter, honestly. It's not that. It's the fact that they just don't seem to be able to come together as a team and find these victories. Even with Acorn as the shot calling top laner or wave controlling top laner, whatever he may be, it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's certainly not. And I think we are expecting LGD to still do a lot of growing. They're working out their roster still, definitely working out some issues as far as mid to late game calls go. But again, nice to see them with a win. Imp, I have to say, has consistently been playing well. He's always set up to carry, but I feel like his team's not giving him the opportunity to. And he had a little bit more to show off in this game maybe than others.
Absolutely. He got to his late game item build. He had a lot of CS and basically farmed himself up to a point of power and utilized that point of power effectively to carry through team fights with Wayless, who I have to say did perform in these team fights quite well.
Wayless, he's a weird one to me because 280 carry games, Corki and Ezreal. Corki looks great, applying pressure, using the package for an objective control.
Yeah.
Definitely more control on the Ezreal, not as many random face checks. But I guess it's weird to see Wayless on a champion that is more pokey, kind of like his Varus, I guess, but he's not having the same impact as MVP does actually go to Acorn.
Yeah, Acorn, though we've just been saying that Myron was perfectly acceptable, the thing that Acorn did in this particular game was engage. Every single time, 93% kill contribution, and it all came down to that fight around the Baron where really the lead was cemented for LGD. The fact that he was able to pick these engages and ult 4 people even as Poppy to just keep them all stuck in the pit, set the rest of the team up was phenomenal work.
Yep, and I can't imagine it's a champion pool thing for Myron, but when you sub in Acorn and Myron plays Morgana and Acorn takes Poppy, that's an interesting one to me.
Yeah.
Because I feel like Myron is a very good, versatile player who would be able to play the meta top laners like Poppy, but, could be a star thing for LGD, could be just about anything here, but hard to say exactly. And I think now that they've finally got a win, LGD will be feeling better about themselves, but I'm now looking forward to seeing more LGD games.
Yeah, and the best part is they get those 2 weeks of break to look at what they've done and really work out where they went well by actually having a victory and what they did poorly to find a lot of those defeats. So hopefully LGD, in that small break that they have, are able to work out their problems.
Yeah, and I think problems still there, definitely for LGD. Part of me feels like they're still adjusting to the patch. Part of me really just feels like they're adjusting to playing as a team. But we got a lot more out of them as far as general strength goes. Imp is consistently playing well, so we sung his praises already. I think Myron almost had a breakout game now. He had good Morgana performances before, but the team couldn't close out. And Wayless, I think the team in general just needs to learn that when they play with a little more chill, that it's just a lot easier for them to end games, especially when they're the more experienced team like in this matchup.
Yeah, just relax and utilize your effective shot calling. And speaking of, I believe we have that replay of the big fight here out of Poppy, I think, engaging the one last time. So we'll roll this one out and just keep your eyes on what Poppy's capable of doing. Crisis is a non-factor in this fight, and he engages onto Republic to keep him down. The E not available to jump away, and Quingus just gets absolutely destroyed. And that was all on the back of what Acorn did to set them up for success. He runs away with about 20 Ren stacks in his back pocket so they don't get exploded on his face. And the rest of LGD are able to put down this damage. And again, MVP-worthy performance. We saw it there, individual decision-making in these fights. To get the rest of the team going, Imp was always doing damage. There wasn't a moment where he wasn't trying to hit people and execute on these fights. And just like that.
Yeah, nice to, again, see the team fighting be a bit more back for LGD. It's just, I guess we've watched 2 games, we've seen 2 wins, one much cleaner than the other, but we've seen good moments across almost every minute of the map for LGD. Just a matter of playing more consistent, because like you mentioned, they start playing some of these top teams now. They're trying to crawl themselves back out of the bottom of the standings in their group.
Yeah.
They're going to get crushed if they play like that against someone like Xiaogu.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. If you let a team like Xiaogu RNG get 8K rough gold ahead, then you're actually just going to stay down, and you'll probably not be able to dig yourself out of a hole like that. And playing the poke composition they did, it's perfectly fine. But if you fall behind early, which they did, you shouldn't be able to claw yourself out of that deficit either as a team composition, yet they could against this EPA
And
side.
it's just weird to see LGD falling behind in their lanes, because it's probably been their laning that's been their biggest strength, even though they've suffered so many losses up until this point, finally picking up their first win in their 5th best of 3. Week at the end of week 3, effectively. Like that's a long time for a team with that many good players in it to finally get themselves a game win, let alone a match win.
Yeah, no, spot on. And again, we're going to have a look at this game. Some match highlights from these guys. This is one of the most questionable dive decisions that you think EPA could possibly make. They actually get trades in a 1v2 scenario, and Akon starting off strong. Crisis tries to get away, but Mundo has flash as well. And lots of crazy stuff happened here. This is one of the later game fights as well. This is where the tank line was just too big of a deal from LGD, but they were 1 or so items away. Almost turns it back, and that was like super speed knockaway moments here. Akon's mechanics have just like reached StarCraft 2 levels. But this is the last team fight that we saw again. Clever work here from Wayless and Imp in particular, kiting around these fights. And the front line, they got that extra item. They were overwhelming.
Yeah, and again with Wayless, I think definitely was a bit inconsistent in general last year. As you can see, the fans very happy to see the team finally pick up a win. Slide. But I think Wayless was known for initially his great team fighting, and then eventually his strong laning, and then slowly, at his peak last year, just being amazing at both. And I feel like we've seen good landing on the Corki game, maybe better team fighting in the Ezreal game.
Yeah.
And hopefully Wayless continues to improve, because he's definitely been the player with probably the biggest moments, even though he has been a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, definitely has had the biggest moments in this team besides that inconsistency. But in saying that, like, he just needs to put the 2 things together, the poke and the team fight.
Well, that's sort of LGD. They've got all these good things, time to stick them together, but at least they managed to get it together for 2 games and pick themselves up win. We have 1 more best of 3 to play for the week, and what a way to end it. We're going to have Xiaogu taking on Snake right after this. And we are back for our final series of the week, actually, Rusty. Before the LPL, we'll go on a short break for Chinese New Year, but this has to be one of the best ways to end any LPL, really. And looks like Crystal signs are out, so I have to think he's going to be playing again for Snake, as I'll be taking on Xiaogu for our final best of 3 of week 3.
Now, to be fair, Uzi signs are out there everywhere
that's
also,
true.
so I don't know if that's guaranteed to happen, but in saying that, you're right. LGD, they came up trumps, but this game's a whole new ballpark as we watched 5th, 5th, and 6th play it out. Now we're watching 1st and 2nd in their own match, and you're right, what a way to close it out.
This would not guarantee Snake first, I believe, as far as the standings go.
Tie them.
It would tie them. So it'd be 4-1 apiece.
Yep.
Xiaogu, of course, though, what a storyline already. The best start to a season I think any team can hope for here. Same roster that came second at IEM last year. Same roster that almost made it to Worlds and made it to the finals, just losing to LGD in 5 games. This team's on a roll, to say the very least. And you mentioned Uzi. They've got a high-powered bench just in case stuff starts hitting the fan.
Yeah.
But at this point, 4-0, 8-0, why change anything?
The team that comes second in everything, actually starting in 1st.
Woo!
So nice changes here for Xiaogu, but of course, up against their opponents, it's going to be quite interesting to see how these two clash. It is definitely a clash of styles. The team fighting experts as they are, and always have been, Xiaogu, going to be taking on Snake, who have just got a superstar top laner, and work around his strength, which means they lane swap.
Definitely feels like Snake are having trouble finding an identity again. They're a team that definitely knows about meteoric starts to a season. They had a breakout season last year when they first entered the LPL, started smashing through teams, which is kind of what QG are doing right now. But yeah, from what we have seen of Snake, it's definitely Flandro-led. The team always has been, but I think with a few changes in jungle and mid lane, he's really the big carry for his team. We did see Crystal yesterday, so maybe going back to a bit more of the big carry in the bottom side as well. But what we can tell you is that Snake, they play well at the macro level, and that's about it right now. Snake used to be good at everything. Now they're kind of just good at one thing, and they're getting better at everything else slowly.
Yeah, they're definitely still inconsistent. But as you said, they've got that macro level strategy down, which is weird because LGD were always like that, and Snake were always like the late game team fight lords anyway. Which is interesting coming into this game against QG, because if anyone knows about the late game team fight, just fall back to what works. It was Snake. Now, though, they're against the team that's going to be able to do that against them.
Yeah, if Snake play as slow as they did yesterday, they're in some trouble here because QG just seem better at that strategy. So I feel like they are going to have to really dig deep here and figure out a way to do it, whether it's a big split push or just Flandre going off on something like a Riven, or even Crystal if he's playing, doing some shenanigans and playing maybe the Draven again. Like, something has to change here from Snake from yesterday, because they did pull out a narrow win 2-1, but it was narrow. And they've got themselves in a second, but it's not been an easy ride.
It wasn't easy at all, and of course, they even got gifted a gangplank in one of those games, and Flandre put on an exhibit and shows that he knows exactly what it means to play that champion. So you would imagine the drafting changes will happen again in this series. There'll be a lot of extra things to consider here for Snake. They won't just get gifted free victories in this best of 3.
No, and they still had to work for that Gangplank game as well. Snake game's been very long in that particular series.
Yeah.
So, Xiaogu, very efficient team. We talk about their late game all the time. They're excellent late game team fighters, but they're also pretty good early game, very good mid game, I would say. Can get aggressive when they need to. And even though, again, they've been playing still the same style that's been working for them for half a year, like 9 months at this point almost, I feel like Xiaogu are still ending games quickly because they're just getting leads and just snowballing them.
Yeah, so one thing we've seen from this side that is new to this split is that they're getting leads early, and that never used to happen. They were known as the 10k goal deficit team fighters who just managed to pull out this team fight from thin air and find a victory. Well, now they're getting ahead early, and that's a scary thing to consider because they were always able to close out games when they won team fights. But if they can accelerate it at 20 minutes, they're doing exactly that.
And with, no changes in the lineup just yet, full credit for that pretty much for me has to go to Swift. Their jungler impressed me so much when he debuted in Split 2 last year. And he will just happily play the game at whatever tempo he wants, and that's usually about as fast as he can get away with.
Pretty much. And we've seen a lot of unique stuff from him already. Of course, the rest of QG are kind of designed to work around him, which is why it raises some questions if we ever do see Uzi or Dade sitting on that bench role. I feel like without Doinby, as much as we respect Swift as a jungler, and I'm endlessly impressed by what he's capable of doing, I think if Doinby's missing, then Xiaogu missing as well.
Yep, certainly. Doinby's definitely the best support a jungler could ask for, which is sort of a weird thing to say about a jungler mid synergy, but if Swift is the man always leading the charge, wanting to carry, Doinby's always right there behind him, roaming together, looking for kills, usually following up on the team fights. Doinby can play just about anything, and he does anything Swift needs him to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's almost like he doesn't get a choice in it, Swift. Like, he kind of just gets followed around, and it works out for them very well. Swift is just aggressive, and if the team can do exactly what we just said and work around Swift without having to coordinate him, or Swift having to coordinate them at all, just trust that they're going to be there, then QG look like an entirely different side. The other thing about this is if we look at the support role, then they're just doing the same thing. Moore is stepping up massive right now in this split. He was always the underperformer. He was the weak link of this QG side where you would exploit the bot lane, just get ahead, snowball the rest of the map and win. Well, they're winning bot lane now.
Yeah.
What's your strat?
I mean, they're still playing in a similar way, but yeah, they're just much better in the laning phase. And that's sort of true of all of QG. We talked about it. They used to get behind early. That was where they sort of found a lot of their losses or troubles, was when they couldn't get the laning phase together. And Swift can only really gank 1 or 2 lanes, not 5. And it felt like when they fell behind, there was just too much ground for him to try and cover. But the fact that they're able to get more aggressive early, they've stepped up across the board. I feel like we've seen games this season already where someone on QG, a different member, has gone off and carried the game. That includes V, who never ever would have carried a game last year. And there's a reason they're pretty much on top of the KDA rankings across the board.
Absolutely. And we even, at the very start of the summer split, we saw V carry 1 or 2 games, and that was the last we saw of it. He just dropped off the face of the earth. Just became a Hecker and Maokai only player. So it's very good to see him jumping back in, suiting the meta quite nicely, can pick up the Poppy and hyper carry for his team. The rest of the team, as you said, entirely capable of doing this exact same thing. And it's a scary thing to consider here because I look at the Snake lineup in response and I question who's going to carry. Well, now if they have Crystal, definitely I think they've got 2 people that can.
I feel like Crystal is just he's in the wrong position to carry, unfortunately for him, because it's not a hard carry 80 carry meta right now. Flandre can always try and carry, but he's even been going back to the supportive stuff. He's gone back to Morgana recently to maybe try and help Crystal through some of that early laning phase. Yeah. It's just inconsistency from Snake. That's the issue there. Their jungle mid pressure is just not the same. ZZR and Tank have been doing decently, but they've not really been able to hard carry a game, it feels like. And again, Snake just feel like they're going through some growing pains, despite the fact they've had relatively good results.
Yeah, they've been doing quite nicely considering, but none of the games have been whitewashes. They've all been super close that have gone down to the late game wire where Snake have just pulled through in the end. And the same thing continues through for every single game that they've played. I think that ZZR and Tank have been reasonably impressive as well. There's moments of brilliance behind them, but there's also moments of pains that from that growing, as you mentioned. Tank in particular, I feel like he's good at team fighting. And I feel like that's something that the rest of Snake need to kind of get around.
Maybe.
Because there's points, though, where he's kind of like, I feel like he wants to do this thing. Like, he wants to team fight in this way and gets caught for it. And if they actually work around him in team fights, Tank is actually the biggest deal.
Yeah, Tank... Yeah, I've not quite figured out Tank as a player yet. And some of the stuff you say there does resonate with me based on the play we've seen from him. But it's still weird to have you on the bench or off the team and then have kind of the same player hitting in mid lane. I mean, like, it works for Snake. Their last lineup was very good. They're probably missing a little bit of Beast's early pressure, but he, of course, left the lineup as well. Now it's ZZR in jungle. And, you know, as Snake adjusts, I'm sure they'll figure out what they are good at and what they're not good at. And they certainly seem to still be good at team fighting. I guess, I don't know. I'm still waiting to see more from Snake. I feel like once this split ends, we'll know a lot about Snake.
Yeah.
But if we're on the other side, we already know Shagu's amazing.
Exactly. And that's the big question is, can Snake actually step up to the plate here and deal with what QG have to offer? Because we know they're amazing, as you mentioned. And if they get to team fighting, can Snake actually handle that?
I don't know. That's an interesting question to me. And I almost want to have one of these games go to 40, 45 minutes, that's even. And I just want to see what happens when they team fight each other. Because Snake are really good at team fighting.
Yeah.
But QG are even better at team fighting, you have to think. And I just want to see. I think Snake will play at least one game that way, where they're like, this is how we're winning now. We have to play this way. They'll probably lose, but they'll at least try and make it close. And then I think at some point they have to swap over.
I think it's safe to say that if Snake get ahead early, we will find a 40 to 45 minute game of them trying to close this out and getting to a team fight and seeing what happens. Yeah, Gangplank, best example of it. We might even see Quinn again. Of course, the Morgana, very item reliant as a top laner, unless you're Marin and get Mikhail's Crucible, because you can. Look, everyone does their own thing on the top Morgana, but Flandre will farm.
If we're ever going to see some Mikhail's Crucibles, it's going to be with Crystal playing in the lineup back again. That game was fun. Probably not, though. And I think AD carry actually might be another spot where the teams can look at, because Pekko much more consistent than either Martin or Crystal. They're both good players. They play in actually a surprisingly similar way. But again, you're looking at teamfight AD carries. Everybody thinks of Peko.
Absolutely. I mean, he's kind of just like the facilitator of the entire roster. He just does his thing, tries to live through laning phase, gets to mid-game, and then team fights very well with the rest of the team. And the fact that he's actually allowed to do that is just beyond me, because the rest of the side kind of just leave him to his own devices. That's why he suits Ezreal so nicely.
Yeah, and we can see the QG guys sitting in their chairs. No surprises just yet, unfortunately. I feel like it's not going to be this week, unfortunately, for Xiaogu.
One day.
One day.
You can dream.
I will. But right now, let's see the same 5 sitting together. Just such a good, consistent team. Felt like the best friends club when they started playing. And with the way they team fight, not super surprising, as we are going to go through their lineup. No surprises, as we said, though. V, Swift, Doinby, Peko, and more.
Yeah, they pick up the very standard team composition. No Uzis, no Dardes yet in the roster. So
Sometimes.
You can all wait another week for that one, if not longer. We don't know yet.
That's true. Maybe he's powering up in the break, so we are going to start in the top lane, V. Plenty of Poppy, some Nautilus, some Tom Kench. She had a Rise game earlier in the season. V just doing whatever V wants to do. So is Swift. Rek'Sai Graves. All he needs.
Pretty much. Just plays what's required of him. The Rek'Sai is
game in there.
definitely a standout performer for Swift at the moment. Just goes back to the Rek'Sai. Almost gets a ban from him, you would have to expect.
Yeah, Rek'Sai's very good champion in his hands. As Doinby also been sticking to what he knows. Definitely playing still sort of his own style. Cassidy and LeBlanc, I guess, has been a bit more popular. And this Peko actually had a Sivir game.
He did.
Going back to a throwback champion. But like you mentioned, plenty of Ezreal. Just a great all-round player. Best KDA in the league currently as well.
Well, if you want to talk about a facilitator, that's all he is.
This
He
man?
played Sivir for it. No.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely Peko. This guy kind of facilitates the AD carry who facilitates the team.
Interesting. The best supports ever. A
Yeah.
whole duo lane support. A very greedy and very effective top half of the map. QG boys will line up for their final game before Chinese New Year. Would be a nice way. Would be nice to say undefeated going into the break for sure. But we are going to check out the Snake boys, as we'll see who they're bringing to battle today. Looks like Crystal's still sitting down. So he will be in their lineup on the AD carry, at least for the first game. Snake, though, bit of momentum from yesterday. Did manage to pick up a win there. See if they can carry some of the over into a much harder test for them.
Absolutely. I've always liked Crystal in the team photo, by the way.
Yeah.
He always looks so badass
Yeah.
in comparison to the rest. You'll see it now.
There he is. Look at him.
He's just so badass.
He is.
It's great.
And it kind of reflects in how he plays as well. But Flandre, Zizia, Tank, Crystal, and Ella will be today's Snake lineup. The same lineup they played yesterday. And they did manage to eke out a win 2-1. We'll start in the top lane, though. Flandre, the man who does whatever he wants, whenever he wants, including farm for 50 minutes on Gangplank. But it's effective. There's a reason he's one of the best top laners in the league.
Absolutely is. And for a top lane, it does his fair share of damage for this team as we move towards the jungle role and the jungler ZZR.
Yeah, CCR been up and down, I'd say. Plenty of standard stuff, Rek'Sai at least, so no surprises just yet from the young jungler, but eager to see what he can bring out. Tank has probably been the wild card, I have to say. You know, he's got the Corki in there, he's got the Victor, but even kind of a Syndra game sneaking in there. Plenty of Lissandra early as well, with Crystal. Back in the lineup. Kalista Tristana has just never changed.
He's just been known as the Draven guy as well, that conveniently has a couple of other champions in his back pocket. We used to say not to give a lot of players Kalista in the last split of the LPL. He was also one of them.
Yeah, definitely Kalista. Very strong, and Crystal, a perfectly good player. As Ella rounds out the lineup, lots of Trundle recently, but definitely known for his defensive supports. His Janna, probably the standout from last year. Makes sense that he'd be going to new Janna, which is apparently Trundle.
And most deserving of the MVP in the last game that we saw from Snake, where he was single-handedly taking down 2 members of his opposition, basically just by himself, just munching them as Trundle support, because as you do, and rightly so gets MVP. Ella, quite consistently good for this side.
Yeah, Ella's super underrated, I think. Getting with the lineup pretty much since they entered the LPL. So we are going to enter the draft now. QG on the blue side for game 1. Snake over on the red. And Corki is going to be the first ban away, as Nidalee is the response. Swift's champions already getting targeted.
No surprise that Swift gets targeted whatsoever. The big surprise to me is that Corki is the first ban from QG Reapers. We know that their opposition mid laner Tank does play it, and we haven't actually seen Doinby bring that champion out, so could be addressing that as quite a big concern.
Could be. I mean, Peko would play it as well, but definitely going to take it away on the blue side here, as Quinn also gets banned away from Flandre. Tom Kench now banned from Snake. So bans kind of all over the lanes here. There's a combination of target bans and just general strong bans are selected as QG rightfully respect the gangplank, even on blue side.
Which means the Rise has to be responded from Snake, otherwise it would have been first pick for Xiaogu, giving them the potential Lulu or any first pick that they would so like. Rek'Sai even worth considering, but most importantly, I think we would look towards the Alistar.
Yep, that's probably the most notable pick. It's still 100% pick or ban, and is a very common first pick whenever it's been available, which has been a lot less recently.
Yeah.
That's for sure, but I think QG might be deciding between Ali and Rek'Sai, because I do agree with you. I think Rek'Sai is an incredibly important champion for Swift. Not that he can't play other champions.
Also Graves, to be fair. Like,
yeah.
if you really want, like, he's so capable of playing that champion also. His last game was like 11-0-1.
Well, looks like it might just be the support instead with a few options still open there for Swift. Only one target ban this time around.
Yep.
You can see more hanging out on your screen. You can see Alistar. Been looking real good. The win rate not too bad, but just picked all of the time.
Yeah.
And they are going to get it. Looks like they're confirming with their support. Do you want this? He's like, yeah, give me the Alistar.
Gives the head nod. Lock it in.
And it is locked in.
Easy stuff here, QG. Smart pickup. Of course, Alistar just kind of does everything that you need as a support and an engage tool. Lets you play carry more so in the top lane and or jungle, depending on what you prefer. So by having an extra tank for free, just by pressing your ultimate in the bottom lane, can't complain.
And I like these pickups a lot from Snake. Haven't locked him in just yet, but Rek'Sai would make sense to take away from Swift, and is a perfectly serviceable ZZR champion. And Poppy, they can flex, and it's actually pretty good into Alistar, if memory serves. So
Yeah, it's not bad. Does its job, that's for sure. You're never going to get pushed out of the laning phase. And depending on what your AD carries are, you tend to 1v1 each other as supports. Poppy will always win that.
Yep. And there's going to be Rek'Sai Poppy. Could, of course, be Flunder's champion as well, as Swift
Saying hello.
having a bit of fun. Welcomes Crystal back into the LPL by hovering a Draven. Pekka actually has played it as well, I think. So you never know, but can't imagine it's anything other than just a bit of a poke over at Snake's AD carry. And speaking of poke, we've got an Ezreal hover.
Yeah. More so expecting the Ezreal above the Draven, I will say. Most likely
both?
given to Pekko if I had to make an assessment. There's a lot of champions still available for this middle lane, as this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, just different AD carries, you know? Pick Graves instead, why not? There's 20 seconds left for Xiaogu to decide what they are going to pick up for themselves. 15 left now. You can just see the team making sure they confirm here. But with Rek'Sai taken, have to think Swift's just going to go straight to something like Graves.
He should, yeah. And the Blanc's still available if they wish to change over, but having that flex mid AD carry pick of the Ezreal.
Yep, and there it is, Graves Ezreal. So 2 AD carries so far for QG. Can definitely make it a third if that's how they want to play. But Crystal is now going to return in kind, hover his own Draven this time around. And Trundle is open. We did expect it to be Poppy for Flandre, and Ella could possibly make it his 4th game in a row on Trundle.
Yeah, why not? It was MVP in the last time we saw it, so definitely stick towards what works for you here. As Snake up against a tough opposition should be definitely locking champions they are most comfortable with, utilizing that. In saying that, I know Crystal's comfortable on Draven. I'm not sold on the lock-in on this one themselves.
No, he's going to maybe just swap it back to still a comfort pick for him, but something that maybe fits the metagame a little bit more. Tristana will be locked in by Snake, and I don't see any reason why Ella wouldn't just go back to Trundle here unless he's really worried. Nope, just going to take it. More than happy with the matchup.
Yeah, so they've secured their bottom lane here. You would have to assume of the Trundle and the Tristana. A lot of poke can come out of that lane if the pillar connects. Explosive shot, very easy to charge then with auto attacks on the stuck opposition. And would indicate that Pekko will be playing Ezreal in that bottom lane so that you can get out of the pillar. That or Lucian.
I mean, yeah, he's good on both those carries. It's kind of just a matter of how many AD carries QG do want to play. Doinby is a very flexible player, but does feel like he's a bit more of a mage player than necessarily an AD carry player.
Yeah, he absolutely is. The Victor LeBlanc and the Kassadin are the 3 champions that you look towards on Doinby right now. They're giving the counter pick option, though, to tank.
Well, makes sense. Pretty common on red side. As Lulu is still open, actually, and could fall late into the draft.
There you go.
And there we are. Fiora and Lulu actually around this comp out.
Lots of threats here from QG.
Yeah. They're pretty much just going, you know what, let's just put a carry in most of our roles. Syndra is the instant hover there from Ella.
Yeah, Tank's played the Syndra once in the past. He knows that he's against a Lulu now. so can work towards pressuring the lane if he would so choose. Syndra very good at lane pressure. Difficult to poke out a Lulu, though, as a Syndra, as you can't trade effectively if he has a shield.
Yeah, I feel like this wasn't the matchup Tank picked it into.
No.
But I certainly got a play on it before, so at least has some liking to the champion. 20 seconds now for Snake to decide on their counter pick. Maybe just say, hey, Tank, we'll give you something comfortable. But certainly agree with you about the matchup not being ideal.
I think they could pick the Syndra, though, for the team composition they have in place. Can complement the rest of the pick quite nicely. If Snake ever fight in the jungle with this comp, they would be dangerous.
Certainly would. And looks like with only 2 seconds left, Tank's going to roll his shoulders back, mentally prepare himself, because it is going to be Syndra, the final pick there for Snake's mid laner. And looking through the drafts, look pretty solid on both sides. QG,
Absolutely.
very damage heavy though. You mentioned it already. Threats everywhere.
They have a lot of damage. Graves in the jungle, Ezreal as well as the AD carry with an Alistar in that bottom lane. So that's a dangerous and difficult to kill bottom lane, to say the least. And then Lulu Fiora to round them out. Fiora is always going to do damage, always going to scale. I think that's the most important lane to look at, though, because up against a Poppy, needs to do well.
Yeah, needs to make sure he can actually contain it. So I like the draft from QG. Sort of opts into split pushing or team fighting, so options to fight however Snake want to play the game, but Snake definitely leaning a bit more towards team fighting with this comp. As you can see, both teams very happy with the picks they've gotten here, and really the question is, what's the pace of the game like? Because we know the slow game might favor Snake, but QG have just been playing so ruthlessly.
Yeah, so they picked up the Rek'Sai and the Poppy, and it means there is a lane swap entirely possible. Poppy's going to be quite comfortable in double jungling. Flandre was easier here. They could hold hands and work their way around the jungle. In saying that, I think the V would be perfectly fine on Fiora because Graves is self-sufficient. All depends on what Snake wants.
Well, it certainly does. We'll see what they do want. We're going to get ourselves into game number 1. And we're onto the rift for the third time, I guess, or third potential time for tonight here. So we've got game 1 between Snake and Xiaogu, excuse me. It's been a long night, Rusty, but it's been a fun week of Chinese League of Legends. We've got this best of 3 play before the break. We'll see if Xiaogu can stay undefeated. And most importantly for them, they don't just want to win the series, they actually want to win 2-0.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Xiaogu don't want to go out of this with a single loss. They're looking to get to the break undefeated, but Snake want to match them on the standings. If they're able to take a victory here, then they're both tied for first.
Well, gonna have to win the series, of course, and we'll see how game 1 will set the tone. QG, though, have been just so good in the early stages of the league. Snake definitely a bit shakier, but still showing off why they're one of the strongest teams from last split. As we are going to have late vision being put down here, but just to get some info to that Gromp blue intersection, which is very popular.
And slightly amusingly, QG's ward got killed by Crystal and Ella. They then immediately recall and go for the lane swap that they were planning on anyway.
Adorable.
And they're not going to be spotted doing so.
This is really nice from Snake. You mentioned it already, especially with Crystal. They do enjoy playing the lane swap. Flandre is excellent in them, and Crystal loves to get that free farm, especially on the Trist. So we are going to start the Krogs here, and I imagine Crystal will be pushing as hard as he can.
That's the one thing Tristana is naturally designed to do, is take down turrets as effectively as possible. On the flip side, an Alistar and an Ezreal should deny any champion from coming to farm under their own turret. So we should be seeing a pretty solid 4v0. As they do give Flandre that blue buff for more effective clear and cooldown reduction. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. Easy on Flandre, going to share some jungle here though. And they'll be just fine here. V will be a little late to the double jungle party if he wants to go into it. You can see Ella already coming down just to cause some problems. Hello, V.
Hi.
Just being annoying here is Swift. Now going to get a bit of assistance.
Here we go. It begins. Ella's like, are you guys really doing the Wolves? I like how they stopped doing it too. They made him walk away so that he couldn't combo it.
Yeah, you can see the experience a lead up, sorry, for Swift, who hasn't had to share any camps, but B, of course, on the Fiora is going to be a bit behind Flunder, who's already level 2, still has that blue buff hanging out. It's easier, though. It might just keep jungling. Looks like Flunder is going to join his duo lane and start that 3v0 split push. That's, I think, becomes standard at this point.
Yeah, it's starting to become standard, just having 3 members in that top lane, letting your junglers continue to farm and just naturally work up their own strength, because you don't need to fast push those turrets down. Of course, there are other strategies behind these lane swaps, such as the 4v0, where you go for 2 turrets instead. We'll see what they actually plan on doing here, as Rek'Sai invading the bottom side of the jungle does indicate that he wants to help them push, because there is no jungle to take.
Yep, nothing there.
Them take it.
Yeah, there's a deep ward actually as well for Snake, so plenty of vision. But CZR now just going to move up, hang out with the rest of his team, and Peko and Moore actually pretty much by themselves, with V now finally joining in at level 2. Will be a bit slower to take the turret, but should be able to get it. ZZR is just doing a Gromp, I think, which might have come back up.
Yeah,
lane. There we go.
It's coming back up. He's going to place that ward down as he recalls and see if he can spot Pico and Moore on their way back to that top lane. Of course, in the respective lane swaps to match one another, avoiding each other until they get their items. Interesting.
Yeah, and looks like the top laners are going to stay in these 1v2 lanes. Seen a lot of different things happen. I think this is where paths start to diverge, and Snake definitely prefer leaving Flandre in the safe lane to farm, whereas QG are also actually doing the same, I guess. And we kind of ran into this problem before, where sometimes players would leave the unsafe lane, and all of a sudden your AD carry or your top laner can be in a bit of trouble. So both teams opting to put their top laner in the shorter lane.
Yeah, you call it the safe lane by it being the shorter lane, but you have to remember numbers advantage zones them away completely. So Flandre definitely wants farm, is not going to be getting it, and immediately V recalls as well. Knows that there's no chance of him getting any CS, because even though Crystal is a Tristana, the push isn't that fast, and you would run the risk of being dove once it actually stacks up and gets to your turret. So smart play.
Yeah, now Flandre is moving. So
yeah,
he wants to try and get that farm, but going to be going to take some damage in the mid lane in the meantime. As you can see, nice and even on CS. CZR actually continuing to do a bit of counter jungling. Going to try and stay ahead of Swift.
Working to Dragon from the looks of it. Here's Snake in particular. They've got their 4 members going bottom.
Yep, and this is going to be a fast push. It looks like Peko actually working on the top tower solo now, but has teammates just behind. And now a 4-0 push here from Snake.
Yeah. It was like a farm delayed 4v0 essentially. It took a little while for Crystal to get that minion stack to the turret. Same thing goes for top lane, but once they did, the rest of the team group around. Just a couple of extra camps were taken in the interim. And Snake is slightly ahead.
Yeah, Swift's here as well. Snake are a little bit ahead with the Trist.
Well, a lot ahead.
Yeah. Actually, Peko being left up there by himself means the tower doesn't even go down yet at all. And Snake, I don't think are stopping pushing. Why not? They have 4 people down here.
They've got 3 responding to this, though, from QG. We'll see how much damage they get down before they've stopped.
A lot.
Yeah, well, the answer's a lot.
So the tower is going to drop to half health or below. So good damage there from Snake. QG had to move and not get the turret as a result. And Flandre can port up there if he absolutely wants to. And make sure it stays up, as they tried something here, but
oh wow,
smoke screen not going to actually block Flandre's recall. And he'll get the Swiftness boots and run straight back to the top lane, which is now much safer for him to try and farm.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot safer. He's even got that outer turret there. V has a freeze in the bottom lane, so we'll find a slight lead with getting that extra farm. And they'll keep it here until he gets some levels and experience. Just some money as well in that back pocket.
And this is what I love about both these teams. They love playing this sort of... like Snake love playing the macro game, obviously, but QG are very good at responding to this in particular.
Yeah.
And Snake, they tried to leave Flandre in the 1v1 in the short lane. QG are like, no, you're not getting away with that.
Yeah.
So they go to push, and then pretty much both top laners get what they want. A safe place to farm.
Yeah, they definitely do. The answer, of course, to this is how do the junglers react, knowing that there's top laners getting free farm? Swift's immediate response is apparently near the Rift Herald, just to place vision. Whereas Ella and ZZR are looking to stop V entirely from getting this farm, just from pressuring. Hello, mid lane, though.
Yeah, really nice pressure there from Tank. Pretty hard to kill Doinby. Cleanser especially. Going to mean that wild growth should always be available to be used and shake off that aggression. But Doinby at least getting pressured here, keeping the farm up though.
I like this though from Doinby. He knows 2 members are nearby. He's pinging them. They've been spotted on a pink ward, I believe, that is near that bush opposite the red buff. And so he has to act safe. And sure, he's getting out-traded for it, but it's for the benefit of the entire team that he doesn't die. And so he lives.
Now Flandre once again in that top lane, 1v1 up against Peko. So AD carry getting farm here. Well, Flandre is still behind as far as top lane farm goes. His ulti, looking for something, not going to find anyone there. Crystal's actually just fighting V. Now Snake are going to move in and get this turret here. This is a nice move from them.
Yeah, very nice move. Delayed, but they find a trade. Crystal actually destroying V in terms of the 1v1. Moore's hanging around. They're not really getting anything from this, though, as they have to utilize the lack of vision that Snake have and stay hidden so that they can't just effectively rotate before they achieve knowledge. And really, everyone's coming out okay for this. Just a small advantage given to Snake, honestly, through 2 turrets that are still standing that should not be.
Yep, that's pretty much it. 3-1 up in turrets is the only lead here, and Snake are up about 1,500 gold as a result. V, though, is farming up nicely. Flandre starting to get farm going, but it'll get a little more difficult as the lane pushes further and further down. Now Swift even moving up to the top side. He's going to start farming up. He's level 6 already. Got the Hunter's Potion and the Tracker's Knife already done, so doing exactly what we expect from Graves here. Just a lot of farming, actually, from both junglers.
Yeah. And we would imagine the Boots of Swiftness will come onto the Graves jungle as well. But having that Hunter's Potion is a marked difference between both of these guys. Delays your jungle item, but also keeps you at full health as you walk around, clearing every single camp. It makes clearing just that little bit easier.
Yep. Graves already has a pretty easy time of it. Swift is powering through the jungle at this point. Does pop a ward into the back of Dragon though, so respects that Snake can maybe start it. Ward there going to get taken out as he quick draws just to get the auto reset. And Crystal now looking at mid lane. Surprise everyone.
I like what QG are doing as much as Snake. They're protecting their top lane of V. Snake are looking for all of the towers and objectives as soon as possible. Dangerous game played here from QG though.
Yeah, Swift even actually ate a stun there, so it does have to be a bit careful. Good damage from the explosive charge there from Crystal. As Snake do get fended off by the looks of things by Xiaogu. And now Flandre has to walk back to the bottom side. He knows that farm is on the way. He's got a Balmy Cinder, but he has not shopped yet, so pretty easy time for Flandre to get some farm. But he's actually playing behind pretty significantly here. He's 20 CS down, sort of running around the map, trying to make sure he gets his farm safely.
There are some marked advantages here for both QG and Snake. If we look at the middle lane, about 16 farm in advantage of the Syndra, which is a big deal, but 80 carries and top laners respectively for QG have themselves a CS advantage. The thing is they're still behind in those turrets by a substantial margin, so until they close that gap, they're actually going to stay behind in gold anyway.
Yep, it does seem like Snake are going to try and do everything they can.
Look at that.
To brute force down.
The pink combo. Ridiculous amounts of pink wards near that dragon area, and yet they haven't. Oh god, Swift is about to meet living hell.
Yeah.
You thought one pink was hard, Swift. Good luck.
Yeah, wards it and sees the second one. Moore's going to maybe help him out. There we go. Oh, no, he doesn't even hit it. He's so rude. Actually going to make Doinby do it.
When will it end?
Oh, Swift. It'll end now. Those 3 pink wards. Actually a pretty big investment from Snake. Taken out there by QG, doing their job and staying nice and vigilant. But we're seeing this again from Snake. They're starting to pretty much bounce their waves on either side after the fast push because they know the 2 people they want to get farm are Crystal and Flandre.
Yep, they're doing it quite effectively. Of course, the one time Syndra wanted to recall here, Tank goes back to base for his Rod of Ages. Crystal is farming the middle lane. So at all times, Snake, they're being as efficient as possible with their farm. But every time there seems to be at least a small answer here from QG. The question is, when will it blow out?
Yeah, and QG are one of those teams that the damage control is exceptional, which is kind of a weird quality to have as a team, but if you're always making some sort of positive reaction, it's a sign of a very well-trained team here.
And this is exactly the styles of these teams coming together.
Yeah.
The lane swap efficiency out of Snake against a team that just wants to bridge that to the team fighting. This lead is almost expected. The question is consolidation.
Yep. We did see that Snake, once again, had trouble quickly closing out their games yesterday. So we'll see, given that they are building a decent lead already, how long it takes them. They do want to scale, of course. This is a very typical Snake thing. Flandre is on a scaling champion. Crystal's always on a scaling champion.
Yeah.
And Tank will be happy with the farm he's gotten, especially with the Rod Evaders still charging up. So definitely going to have to wait for probably 2 items, but Snake did not use those items very well. They kind of waited till 5. So we'll see if they can get stuff done once they do hit those initial bursts of power.
And that's why I like seeing Crystal and Tristana above that of the Callista. Better with 5 items. These two are just butting heads constantly.
Ella's actually in the area as well, but probably can't add too much to a gank here. I think Goembi might have called for some help because Swift is also kind of around. But Ella's going to get jumped on. That's a good combo in as well. Good, nice exhaust and the double knock-up from ZZR. Pillar should disengage him, but Swift forces out some cooldowns.
Yeah, they force out the spells to get away here. Of course, the exhaust have to be used from Ella to keep him alive. Swift being level 6 or above means the burst is just ridiculous on his QG side. And mid laners have been poking each other out to the point of recalls here. Tank with Ignite against the Cleanse Lulu. He's been holding his own here, doing B.
Yeah. Being Lulu, hanging out, keeping up in CS, as Pekko's actually going to join in the party. Flandre, of course, has swooped into mid lane just to collect the free CS, but Tank will return now, and that does give V, with his Tiamat now done, a bit of extra farm there for V.
Yeah, everything's just kind of slowed down, and this favors, honestly, I'm going to say, to an extent, QG. We talked about bridging that gap to the team fights. Well, pretty easy to do so now if Snake continues this pace, but having a 2.5k gold lead, it's a pretty big deal at this point in the game, and rightly so, they move towards objectives.
Yep, Rift Herald. Oop, no steal this time. And that will go over to Crystal. He's going to use it to push probably, as Snake might look to mid lane once again. V, some distance covered there in the bottom side. But good damage actually there from Tank, and using Syndra almost as a poke champion, and Crystal straight onto that turret. Going to get great damage down. In fact, might even get it.
Doinby actually taking the damage to stop Crystal from hitting the turret. He'll need to recall. And that means 2 members of QG are going back. If Snake look towards this wave, they could probably take the turret down.
They are going to at least clear it down. The next wave is coming in now. Swift, gets tagged. Has to be careful.
Wow.
It's a massive Dark Sphere. Snake don't feel confident in finishing it, but they did great damage there.
That was a lot of damage onto Swift, straight in his face. Tank is starting to ramp up on this Syndra. We've seen him have a very strong Syndra game last time. We'll see if he can continue doing it moving forward.
And I guess this is sort of the missing piece for Snake, is that if they're going to play Crystal Flandre and go for scaling, they need a relatively better early game mid laner. So like Victor does do a job, as we actually have a gank in the top side there onto V.
There's more than 2.
Yeah, Flandre's here as well. He's actually used the teleport. Going to try and shut V down. The knockup's there as well. Riposte out for V, but there's not really many places he can run. Crystal, they're going to take him down. The Pro Seeker gets it with the satchel. Crystal, first blood.
And Crystal gets a very timely crit there to ensure that he's the one that can take down V. Easy work here from Snake, just rotating around the map effectively, utilizing areas where they know there's no vision from QG. And that was pretty simple stuff.
Yep, time to knock down, or at least push a wave into another turret here as Crystal will take as much farm as he can. We do have a pause, almost 16 minutes into this game. And it does feel like the Snake plan is certainly doing what we expected here.
Absolutely is. Looking at what Snake have done so far in this game, they've established themselves a sizable lead, if we consider how early it is in the game still. And they've managed to find picks where possible. And honestly, they've out-lane swapped QG to an extent. I just don't know if QG are going to be still capable of stopping that bleeding. I feel like they'll be fine.
I mean, again, Snakes still need to scale up a little bit. They want 2 items on their Triss, preferably 3, but you sort of get going from your second. Flandre also needs 2 items. He needs the Gauntlet on Poppy as well. And like I was trying to allude to before, Tank is the member that can sort of do a bit more earlier, which makes sense as why they'd use their mid laner to bridge the 2 bouncing, like pendulum farming style from Snake. But this lead isn't massive, like you mentioned, and that especially once Snake gets to the 25-minute mark that they're looking for, QG will be ready to fight. And that 2,000, 3,000 gold lead is significant, but it's not as significant as it is now. And Snake eventually actually have to win team fights.
Yeah, they definitely do. They've found themselves the Rift Herald. They're working around dragons where applicable, but QG actually even got the better of that one. And at the moment, they honestly just threw that out lane swapping. They've got the lead, and Tank needs to be this big factor that you said to consolidate them to the late game team fighting. If they're a team that wants to look towards 5-out, hello, Doinby.
Yeah, pop back into the game, and Flandre is now getting aggressive in mid lane. Used his teleport earlier for 1 kill in top and pays a visit to Lulu. No cooldowns burnt though for Doinby, so safe for now. But once again, the mid lane turret is under attack.
And you have to feel like this is an inevitable turret as well.
Ooh. Juicy stun there from Tank. Bit of poke there onto Doinby as well. Crystal farming Raptors right now. Always good to keep track of where the Snake laners are going.
Not going to let him recall. Not if you recall right there, surely.
No.
Yeah, not a chance.
Doinby just baits out some cooldowns, I guess. Flandre is going to go back to farming. V returns to a nice big wave in the bottom lane, and a Titanic Hydra is completed. So he'll be able to farm that out nice and quickly.
Such a big mistake from Doinby, though. Just recalling that aggressively, it shows a lack of respect of Snake's aggressiveness, essentially. Keeps them around, does waste some mana, but it doesn't matter that much. Thankfully, the rest of QG turned up, but Doinby doing that had to stay the next wave. And he ran the risk of not spending his money and going down for it. Same thing with Mortis there. Why are you recalling in positions where Snake are actively trying to stop?
Well, Snake are pretty much all grouped as 5 right now, so they really want to charge down this mid lane turret. It's on pretty much one satchel from Crystal, and that is going to go down. Able to take it away. Does get the last hit in it. Swift takes a decent amount of poke, and Flandre wants it. Pops him straight into the rubble and uses the ulti for a bit of disengage, but V has done any challenges Flandre, but that's not quite the target they want, as Moore's also taking damage on the back end. Double stun there onto Pekka as he does get wild growth to safety. QG, though, forced to burn everything just to get out alive.
And they do get out alive. Swift barely living through that satchel as Doinby gives him a shield. And Lulu being healthy is actually a big deal here. The Dragon's up. Snake should be able to take that. And that was easy work here. Flandre engaging for them so nicely.
Yeah, great engage there as well. Straight into the ruins of the turret. And Dragon 1 will also go over to Snake, who've got themselves about 4,000 gold in the lead. We talked about Snake making that lead a bit bigger. We've started to grow it up now. And we're really approaching that mid-game where Snake wants to try and take over and snowball the game from there.
Pekka's on a long journey towards this top lane. He's going to run into Crystal. And Crystal will say, get out of my lane.
Yep, still got a turret to run back to, although
you.
He's getting aggressed on. Crystal can't see everyone, but now can see what's up. Will Rocket jump out to safety. Ella going to go back top as well. Make sure everything's okay. There's Flandre now with his Glacial Shroud going to go challenge V's farm.
So this is that point in the game. You've got all of the outer turrets finally here, Snake. They've established themselves a 4K gold lead. They need to find other ways in through picks and through vision. And QG, they can very easily just work around mid and top where they've got free turrets to take and try their best to close that lead.
Yeah, don't be fooled. There is a lead here for Snake right now, but that will diminish quickly if QG can start gaining some traction around the map. So Snake do want to remain proactive, but like we mentioned earlier, it does feel like Snake still looking for those first few item buys. Just on the cusp of being able to start some big team fights here. But give it a minute or two. They'll be there with the items. And we'll see if Snake can be a little bit more proactive than 2 days ago.
Yeah, which is entirely possible. And definitely had some time to look back at what they did.
Yep.
How they could be a little
Had
bit
a
more
day to reflect.
Yeah, which would be nice. Of course, doing well so far. These two finally actually going to look at each other.
Yep. I think it's the first time they've actually met. I believe you're right. As V still looking good here, but just some farming happening there in the bottom, it seems like. It's easier. Going to help Tank with his minion clearing duties. And they do spot a pink ward. As Swift has been noticeably quiet all game. He's farming up a Storm. But Dizzy's doing a good job matching him in farm. As Flandre does say a quick hello.
They're going to the Baron?
No. Yeah, they're going toward the Baron, but no Rift Herald to take. Maybe they're just a little too late on that one, if they did want it again.
Swift has been on vision duty, if you were wondering where he has been. It's honestly just clearing wards, trying to maintain his team in a point of power. He's just going to stop Ella from recalling. And yeah, he's just been trying to bridge them to a point where they're able to look for team fights, able to look for skirmishes. He's just been unable to actually get his eye in. Only one engage where he forced an exhaust out of Ella.
And I guess this is the thing, is we see this from Snake. This is almost the expected game plan, really. And they've executed very well. But we did talk about QG being a team that's more than happy to play from behind and then take those later game fights. Snake are definitely letting QG get to a point where they'll be still comfortable team fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. They're farming quite happily almost, you would say, here from QG. Doinby and Tank the noticeable benefactors of this with their 200 farm plus at 20 minutes. You would have to imagine Tank is in... Got that 15 gold though.
Yeah. Got to proc the Frost Queens.
All of the worth.
Well, we do have 2 items up on Poppy and Tristana. We did mention that this is the likely go point. Even Tank actually has Morelli-Nomicon as well. Snake kind of want to go now. Flandre ready with the TP, but so is V.
We're quickly getting towards a point where Lulu can buff an Ezreal. And it's going to be scary. 21 minutes, he's got his Mirror Mana, so there's a lot of damage. You would almost say surprisingly that can come out of Pico. Well, by having Rod as well on Doing B, he's going to be hard to kill.
Yeah, it'll only take 1 stun to really start it off here, but Snake do want to try and find something here. It looks like Crystal actually going to go back top and push a wave here. We'll find a pink ward.
It's like 2 minions. He's not even going to get those. They have to go for the turret.
Yeah, the wave's already pushing, but the rest of the team isn't there. Yeah, Crystal actually has to back away now.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
Because there was no chance, unless he was going to go for the turret, that they were going to get anything. Now, they know Pico's here, so they could look for a flank mid. But surely QG are not going to overcommit to anything in there. And really, it's time wasted.
Flandre is fighting V right now. He's actually done an awful lot of damage already. Gracia and Dying will proc. Challenge is still there for V, but Flandre is looking to chase him down. V has a long way to run back home, but Flandre not going to get him unless he wants to dive. He does! Goes in for it, but a great riposte from V is going to save him.
That was a fantastic riposte from V. Keeps himself in this lane. Flandre well and truly ramping up though, but that was a flash wasted from this Poppy. Nothing used from V to keep himself alive besides the riposte. And actually a victory for V, if not a small one.
Yep. And again, V has lots of lane to contend with here as Domi and Tank going to take turns juking skill shots. But again, it feels like Snake are more than happy to get the game a little later, where it does feel like they should be pressuring their lead a bit more.
Yeah. And really, they're not actually that far ahead. The gold lead was 4K. It's now creeping back a tiny bit. Nothing worth noting just yet. And honestly, QG have done very well to hide V in this game. Something else that's interesting is V's playing a carry.
Mm-hmm.
You don't often see from him. More of a tank player.
Definitely seen it more recently, but you're right. V was, as you said, the Makai Hecarim Lord for a long time, but has been definitely branching out. And I felt like for V, it was not a matter of I can't play these things, just the meta says I should play these things, which was mostly tanks back there. So good to see him on the Fiora for sure.
That ghost target selection. What are you? That was like the Tristana right there.
Hunting ZZR.
That was silly.
The Snake do have a dragon actually they can take, but 1 apiece right now. So no big leads just there to be able to maybe get some leverage. And V's actually topside now with Snake busy on this dragon. This is a smart trade from Xiaogu. Might as well just take a turret because Dragon 2 probably doesn't matter too much to them.
Absolutely doesn't matter. They should not be passionate about fighting for that. They could look at the mid turret. They've got numbers, but only for a limited amount of time.
Actually ate a stun there, but Ella doesn't really have any team to help him out. Flandre looks for it, goes straight in onto more. Now the teleport's going to come in as well. V will join the fight. Oh, already used the riposte. That could be a bit dangerous as Crystal not looking for a fight. Moore's actually the next target. They're just going to force a flash out of him as Flandre goes in. Just pops the ulti. Can't quite combo, but a huge 4-man stuns out from Syndra. And they are trying to lock down a kill, but they haven't got it yet. Moore is the one who will finally die to Crystal as Flandre is able to get out of the other side of the fight. Flandre now going to get the next kills. Crystal's starting to get the resets. And they're going to chase down the rest of Xiaogu. Flandre again looking for a target and finds Dormy, but he does miss the wall now. Caught out of position. Looks like he is going to dive, but ZZR will flash forward to save him. True Shot Barrage will miss. They will get it onto Ella actually as V is able to take him out, but Dormy now too low and Peko completely caught out now. Does get the outplay. He flashes the stun and he's going to keep going for it. Peko low on mana and ZZR and Tank just need to chase him down, but Peko is making them work for this kill. The stun goes wide again and Flandre says not this time. Slams him into a wall, and that'll complete the ace.
That took a very long time to take down Pico to the point where it's not even an ace because Moore's alive. 4 members still gone down, and overall 5 kills for Snake. What a ridiculous series of events. Flandre gets a great teleport to come in, and honestly, Tank, he stunned so many people, even with scattered balls just lying around. All of the relevant targets go down. That was just clockwork here. Getting Crystal the kills and the resets. He's now a 4-1 Tristana.
And we talked about it. Snake trying to get something going with their lead. That team fight is definitely something. And if they can make more of that happen, they can snowball the mid-game lead they've built and take over the game. But Xiaogu still not that far behind despite all the kills that just went over to Snake. And they are still powering up as well. So 26 minutes in, things are starting to heat up here, but never count Xiaogu out of a game, that's for sure.
No, not at all. They did still find some decent trades back in their favor somehow. Getting the items that are very much relevant onto the Lulu, working towards the death cap, that'll be a very big deal if that gets completed. Swift as well, almost towards a rapid fire cannon, working towards that. Lots of positives still here for Xiaogu. They're still bridging that gap towards strength.
Does feel like Snake, though, starting to get Crystal stronger.
Yeah.
This is where they're very comfortable playing. As Flandre continuing to split push and still challenging V nicely. You feel like it gets to a point where Fiora is able to fight the Poppy, but it's not quite now. As Flandre continuing to get tankier. Going to go back home and spend some of that money.
Maybe around the Black Cleaver you'll find an opportunity, but that's almost 3 items potentially completed. Yeah, it is for Poppy, and that's near impossible to kill Poppy at this stage. And that means team fighting becomes nigh on impossible also. And for QG, that's not a good thing.
No.
For Snake, that's a great thing.
Yeah, it's their favorite thing, of course. So not being able to team fight seems like sad times for Xiaogu. And Snake, of course, they'll take it. As they are getting aggressive around the Baron area, trying to get the waves pushing out again. And 27.5 minutes in, Crystal almost with a Bloodthirster completed. Has to be close to the total gold. Snake are going to have to look to do something proactive. I don't know if they're going to get turrets here. But starting the Baron is definitely within the realm of possibility.
And still the mid turret stands here for Snake. That's a very big win for these guys. Doesn't open the map up for QG at all. They're so pressured in a short lane like that. And not having that turret is actually a big deal. QG's next play should be around that, honestly. If they overextend for the Baron here, Snake, or they overcommit to that river area, that's the easy thing for them to take.
Look at Flandre, still wants to fight. Smashes the ground. Level 15 now, though. So only getting stronger. Does actually have the Black Cleaver completed also. So it's maybe capable of fighting now, but Flandre is just so tanky.
Nah, V tried. V kind of poked his head around to do a damage test. Quickly realized that it's... Ooh, here he goes.
Going to try it now. Grand Challenge has been issued. Oh, nice from Flandre, but one Vital does actually get procced, and now they're going to have to keep fighting for it. V going to look around, but a good ulti there from Flandre might just keep him safe enough. And V does not overcommit to it.
Easy stuff here from V if he pops the ultimate at any stage. Flandre loses all capacity to trade. Doesn't matter how tanky you are, with a Black Cleaver, you're going to be able to fight that target. Simple execution from QG's top laner, but you have to remember the other threat is that Baron.
Yep, and you can see Snake are still positioned well around the area. B going to go back now, halfway through to level 16, which will make fighting Flandre even easier, but
yeah.
I think Snake going to try and convert some of this pressure into more team fights. As QG are going to retake control of the Baron area.
So they've just developed this point in the game, QG, where V is now recognized he can 1v1 Flandre. V is probably going to continue to 1v1 Flandre. And so they just put him bot lane.
Yep, that does mean that Snake's plan should probably change, though.
Yeah, which means Snake should be looking at team fighting, utilizing Flandre to teleport into fights, and then force V to no longer split push. So this is where it comes down to that dance of execution.
Well, tier 2s have been a little tricky for Snake to get, apart from the first one they got in that bottom lane early on. Dragon is back up 25 seconds. It would be Snake's 3rd over the game, the 4th overall in this particular game. And ZZR goes back to make sure he gets the vision over that Baron. And with 12 seconds up on that Dragon, looks like Snake might just go there and see what they can do.
Yeah, so Crystal's bottom at the moment, which gives a lot of opportunity for QG to regain control of the area. It's exactly what they're going to do, but Flandre being top lane, I think I like as the smart adaptation. Brings him closer to the team fights.
Yep, and Crystal actually just going to solo the Dragon out by himself. Plenty of time, plenty of lifesteal now with the Bloodthirster completed. And no real armor built up on QG, so they're not going to need that last Whisper in a hurry. And it's pretty cheap to get if he absolutely needs it in a pinch, as he is going to go back, buy himself an item, probably a pickaxe if I had to guess. Maybe QSS, but we'll see what he does next. Looks like he's going to be QSS. No Magic Mantle picked up.
Not a bad idea here. Of course, accelerating with just the Null Magic Mantle. Didn't opt towards waiting for enough money. Needs that immediately. Which means he's showing respect to the potential burst out of what is a death cap on Doinby with his Lulu.
Also feels like Snake are kind of feeling like it's time to fight.
Yeah.
Tower is a little low there in mid, but Tank's done another good job of protecting his mid lane turret. Seems to be very good at keeping those up, especially on Victor.
And level 16s across the board as well. No one's going to get too much stronger with their kit as champions, which means all of the scaling that people have as champions is well and truly online. You think of the Lulu as an example, Fiora Ultimate, very big deals.
This is just such a Snake game.
Yeah.
Again, what we saw from them earlier in the week is very patient, picking up the farm, not walking into anything too silly, and just taking fights when they're presented to themselves when they think they have an advantage. There's only been one team fight, and they won it. So the Snake plan, currently infallible, but I have to think if they keep playing like this, they could potentially be punished here.
They will probably just look towards Baron/top lane. The thing you have to keep in mind is the relative gold lead being 4K. And the reason I say relative is because that starts to mean less and less the more gold that is on the board for all of these guys with their items. 4K eventually becomes a non-factor. They're looking for a flank here.
Yeah, QG down and gold are actually trying to fight here. We are going to have a teleport in, but
Doinby's
Flanders here as
gone.
well. Doinby maybe a little bit out of position. Pekko going to get jumped on there as Crystal's in a great vantage point over the side. Morna going to get jumped on as Doinby, and Crystal might have to fight, but Moore does go in for him. Damage is down. Wild Growth is there, and Crystal just gets bounced around as Swift takes him out. Flandre challenged once again as Doinby going to flash over for a Glitter Lance. Snake, they're carry dead. They have to be careful. They will disengage.
Tank had his ultimate. You can't go face checking that big. QG, they get the pick. And that's on the hyper carry AD. They should be able to work towards this mid turret that has been kind of sitting there for far too long. We don't know if they'll get it though, because Syndra's still alive.
Yeah, Flandre and Syndra a little too threatening. So they'll protect it for now. Xiaogu unfortunately cannot convert that kill into anything other than just a bit of extra space to farm. Pekko will shift away from that stun. Does have to be careful. The Syndra is mighty strong at this stage.
Yeah, and no overshield whatsoever for this Ezreal. Has to kind of respect a lot more than you would believe for, as an example, the Bloodthirster on Crystal, which is now the QSS, so living should be a lot easier for this Tristana. It was a good opportunity, though, for QG to get something. They just could not capitalize, and Snake, they do well to stay in it.
Yep. Also burnt a lot to make sure they got the kill on Crystal, who was actually positioned really well until he was suddenly faced by an Alistar and a Lulu.
Yes,
really
and
go
no,
anywhere.
though, of course.
Yeah.
Positioned well is, yeah, because he has a flank, but if they flank you on a flank, then no.
Yeah, AD carry flanks not as effective as you think, as a general rule.
Unless you're like an Ezreal. And everything you do is basically flanking.
Snake continue to clear vision around the Baron area. Once again, very controlled pace of the game. To be fair, they're playing very safe, and it's showing in how they're able to get work done as Pekko randomly eats a trade from Flandre. And now Snake are going to start the Baron up. I like this play a lot. They have to force here.
QG are aware.
V's a little late, though. Snake, are they going to commit to this? They do have to pull away. Flandre charges up the ulti. Not going to let it go, though. Oh,
denied.
Good headbutt, actually, as Moore is actually going to pop the ultimate now. QG happy to fight. ZZR quite low. Snake might have overtaken some of that Baron damage.
More actually using that ultimate hurts. Oh my, Swift, be careful.
Does eat a stun, but good traffic cone there. Actually kind of blocks his own team off from it. And QG finally get the mid lane turret as a result. So a win there for Xiaogu.
Small victory. You have to keep in mind, Alistar not having the ultimate available did waste that one a bit in the last fight, or the poke around that they just had near that Baron, means that QG don't want to fight for a time. Doinby's just going to be like, sup?
Yeah, I think
recalls.
Snake, I thought Tank had a death cap, but he doesn't quite have the money for it. And I think that's part of the reason they didn't want to fight. Is Flandre now was a Thornmail.
Yeah, full defensive right now on this Poppy. If you have to look at the fact that it's a Ezreal, I wouldn't say that Thornmail is the most impactful thing, but it almost says that he wants to like survive his 1v1.
Yeah.
Again, I'm confused by the Thornmail, but it's by no means bad.
Flandre does this a lot.
But why not Randuin's or something, right? Like,
yeah, I'm not too sure, but Flandre does like to just jump on carries and be as annoying as possible. So he's basically accepting that he has to ignore Doinby, who now is a Lich Bane, so actually does pretty respectable damage as a Lulu.
This is a Bloodthirster as well. It's going to be built from V, so he's committed to the 1v1 in the side lane, but QG, the team fighting team, it's like this really happy medium where he's got a dead man's plate, but he also wants the split push, so needs the Bloodthirster.
More Swift. He'd be caught there. Crystal does good damage. But Dragon up in 20 seconds. QG kind of forced to fight now.
It's a lot of shield out of this Lulu. Doinby is honestly the biggest factor in these next fights. If he can keep members alive, if no one dies from QG from the initial burst of Snake, it all comes down to what Syndra can do and if Doinby can prevent it.
Well, if Snake wanted a chance to team fight, they're probably going to get it here. Xiaogu pretty much forced to do something about this next Dragon.
No. It's now just a slow dance.
Good stuns.
Ooh. Dragon's getting low now.
They're just going to go for it. Flandre uses the ulti. That should zone them off it. Moise to be careful. Gets his combo interrupted. Flandre going to keep him out as well. And that will go over to Snake, but the fight is going to break out now. V leaves him, but he's forced to flash out. And Moore goes into the backlines, running with his ulti, ticking as Swift. As Peko eats so much damage from tank. But the Syndra does die as Ella. They're going to get chased off as well. Snake just a little too split here in this fight. They did damage, but they didn't secure the kills. Ella's going to die as well to Peko as Xiaogu pick up 2 out of nowhere.
And that's exactly what we questioned here. QG needed to die immediately from Snake's burst, otherwise the team fight turns around. The Syndra ultimate was onto Swift, but the shield from Doinby was enough to well and truly keep him alive. As now they've started up the Baron, but there's members here.
Flandre's teleported back in. They are going to go in for the 3v5.
Crystal's in.
Crystal's doing good damage. Goes onto V as Swift is going to dive forward. Peko poking nicely as well as QG might just safely get out of this. They're splitting up. That's smart. V's going to dash over the wall.
Done.
Moore going to be the sacrificial lamb. He will die as Crystal gets the kill. Snake will deter Baron for now, but it costs him a lot.
It definitely does. Crystal's still going here. V needs to respect the Tristana. Because it's not just the Tristana. They're not done.
Yeah, they actually may have had another catch, but it's 3v2 as Flandre and ZZR are going to try and make the difference. Doinby barely lives with a sliver of health as Peko, still playing around the team fight, lives as Doinby takes out ZZR. Now Crystal kiting around as Flandre is trying to finish him off, gets the ulti and takes out Doinby, but it costs him his life. And the ulti out there is going to look for Crystal, but Swift already killed him.
Swift flashed it ulted to take him down. Peko obviously on another page didn't realize. And QG managing to skirt the outsides of these fights in small skirmishes and live with no health to their name. That's the most effective team fighting work here from QG that you'll ever see.
And that's exactly what we expected from the team. Snake sort of put them to the challenge. Hey, let's have some team fights. And QG say, sure, we'll take it, especially since they started at a deficit. All of a sudden, the gold lead is practically even by the numbers. And at this stage of the game, definitely even. And it feels like Xiaogu is doing what they do best, and that's team fight.
And the team fights don't look like slowing down anytime soon as they're working around their absolute Baron control. In fact, they're just doing it. Still 3 members dead here from Snake. It's a 2v4.
Yeah, 2v4 this time. It was a 3v5 last time, and Snake almost got away with it. ZZR is actually in the error. He's going to try and have to move in for the steal. He is going to come in. Who's going to get the Baron? It is going to go to Swift as Moore, almost dead, will actually die on the back end, but ZZR, he'll fall as well as V is going to look to chase. Does get the slow onto Ella, but Xiaogu just take the Baron and run.
They were expecting Tank to use the stun with that riposte, but he doesn't, and they have to run away. Xiaogu, they find themselves with the Baron in a jungle off, essentially, and ZZR straight away back to the Death Chamber after respawning and running directly to it. As QG, the gold lead, now in their favor.
And look, they don't really need it, but they'll take it here. They've got Baron, and they've got the lead finally in this particular game. Snake have been bringing it to them, that's for sure, but QG, as always, with the answers in the teamfight phase. And Crystal, he's still scaling up. He's not interested at all in a Last Whisper, apparently, at least not now. Snake are strong, but QG is executing better. That's the main difference.
He needed the Mercurials, and item build-wise, I'm going to say it is slightly greedy here from Crystal. But he's maximizing his damage onto the carries who don't have any armor. I mean, even looking at Graves, not an armor-based champion. The top laner here, only a dead man's plate. I actually agree with his item build right now. I think the Bloodthirster is his defensive item. He could honestly even go towards like a Ghost Blade or a Maul and be happy.
Yeah, maybe. But right now, QG are looking to apply pressure with the Baron buff they just got for themselves. Snake, though, all back up, grouped as 5, and quite possibly looking for a fight. Flandre does not have his TP up just yet.
Oh, wow. Flandre's gone towards the QSS. And this helps a lot with his split pushing, believe it or not. QSS the Fiora ultimate.
Flandre loves split pushing, apparently, because he is going to stick around and make sure he can challenge V. But QG, with the Baron Dart minions, poke from Lulu, poke from Ezreal, are able to just siege this turret. Snake doing a good job wave clearing, but the pressure is on.
Yeah, Syndra is not exactly a high-ranged wave clear source. You're looking at Crystal to do as much as he can auto-attacking with his Bloodthirster and double lifesteal items with the Mercurials. Otherwise, tank will get poked out. Lulu can just put that E on top of a minion every single time and just queue them all.
You can see Syndra trying, but the Baron Dart minions are pretty tanky. And it just feels like QG are going to at least be able to break this turret. So Snake will give it up. Don't want to lose anyone. No, QG are not stopping. They're going to keep hammering down mid.
They're going to see what they can get from this mid lane. If they get nothing, immediately rotate towards bottom and see if they can take that one, because QG still have a bit left on this Baron. That's the turret.
Yeah, V's just taking it by himself. Flandre actually lost out in the 1v1. So V able to take another tier 2 with a bit of help from Baron buff. But QG just going to go back, reset. Baron buff almost out. So base not broken, but damage done there for Xiaogu, who are continuing to get ahead in this game.
And the major talking points are the last Whisper completed here for Pekko, and the Void stuff just done for Doinb. So the penetration items are here for QG, whereas they're looking on the side of Snake, they've still got their items. The last Whisper, the first makings of it anyway for Crystal. He's got that one, and the Void stuff for the Syndra. So everyone's doing their relevant damage. Just feels like ZZR's not having an impact on this Rek'Sai, whereas Swift well and truly impacting the map.
Yeah, and again, like we expected, Xiaogu just very good when it comes to fighting together, as V still split pushing, and this is a real threat that Snake have to answer. They want Dragon 5 very badly.
Yeah.
So V's going to make him pay for it.
Absolutely. 5 seconds he's got left to just completely push. We'll have to teleport, so falls out of vision. In fact, he's recalling beforehand to get whatever he can with items. This is it.
Yep, they're going to force a fight here by the looks of things. There's the teleport down. V will join his friends, and QG going to have to fight for this one.
Crystal's stuck on the flank here. If they can take him down, they need to be careful.
And they're actually still on the Dragon. Not sure how I feel about that. Flandre's ulti actually just got used. He looked for Doinb, but Flandre not that tanky. Crystal still caught a little bit out of position. They're going to go in for it, but Pekko just jumps in on it. V does force the rocket jump out as Mornar gets Wild Growth into the front line. He's just disrupting everyone here, and Tank will finally take out the R-Star, but I don't know if it's enough. Flandre a little too low, still trying to fight. A great stun there across walls. Pekko is still alive somehow in the back of these fights, and Crystal trying to do what he can, but Swift is just going to chase him down. Xiaogu just too good in these fights, as ZZR is going to get chased down next. Tank will barely live through it all, and that's 4 for 1.
V is actually amazing right now as a carry player for this QG lineup, and so is Swift. Pico and Doinb, you always trust that they will do their job as carries. But having 4 carries still alive on your team, being able to outperform everybody from Snake, is what is setting QG above the rest right now, especially in this game. Tank is trying his absolute hardest, but look at this pressure.
Yeah,
he is dead.
Just getting chased down. The ace will be completed, and Xiaogu look to stay undefeated in games and possibly matches, as they'll move in on top of the Nexus turrets to take the game.
They're looking so strong right now. A slow early game from this QG side, but they find their ways in, and absolutely every single time they find a victory. It's so impressive.
Certainly is. They play Snake's game and happily take the game away from them, as Snake may need to adjust in moving into game 2, as Xiaogu still yet to drop a game.
I just feel like QG may have played Snake's game, but Snake also played QG's. And one of them wins you games late game. The other one gets you a lead early.
That's the problem.
That's the major difference here.
We talked about it. Felt like the style was pretty well matched between the two. Very similar in a lot of ways, but QG are just better when it comes to late game, and they showed it off there.
And I mean, that puts QG at 9-0 now, as well as these are the team fights that really started to turn this around. Snake, you thought they had this entire fight. This was meant to be a clean ace. Flandre again tries to get a flank, but it just doesn't work out in the way that they were planning. Desperate re-engage from ZZR. But the team of QG, even in the face of defeat right now, they're just getting smashed against Snake. They absolutely work out well for them. This is the other big one that turns around. V, massive impact in these fights, and so much credit to him. As Syndra Ultimate goes on Swift, he lives through that easily. He 1v1s the jungler, forces him out. This is where the team fight turns around. ZZR stuck down the bottom. Nothing he can do.
And again, it's really hard to just explain how good Shago are at team fighting, but some of these highlights do illustrate it here. And once more, this last little fight around Dragon, this was just all QG.
Yeah, this is the big one. Crystal's spending a lot of his time and effort hitting the Alistar of all people, just stuck in a choke point against an Ezreal, slowing that area constantly. And this is V, just inevitably just taking down all of these targets. Tank did well to even get out here with the flash. But V, what an impressive player.
Yeah, again, we talked about it. Used to be much more of a tank player. We knew he could play more stuff, but carries, nice to see him sort of changing it up. And it's funny you mentioned that game how Swift and V were looking like the carries of the team. To be honest, you look at Pekko and Doinby, the guys that always do what they need to do, and they were basically playing supports. Lulu and Blue Ezreal might as well be supports in that team comp.
Yeah, the best thing about that QG team comp, if you want to run across it, is tanks. But they aren't actually tanks. They've just got an Alistar and 4 carries that can complement each other to be tanks.
Well, only Xiaogu can pull it off with 4 carries. We'll see if they can do it again and remain undefeated in games and matches. When I throw to a break, but our game 2 is coming right up. And we're back. We're going to take a look at the MVP from last game. It was Peko on the Ezreal there from Xiaogu, as things sort of go as expected. Xiaogu get to late game and once again prove that they are the superior late game team fighting team.
Absolutely right. And you have to say it's on the back of Peko. He was playing exceptionally, especially you have to point out that last team fight. The fact that he was able to kite and zone away Crystal on a Tristana was a massive deal, and honestly secured them control of the Dragon area and as such the entire game.
Even in situations where Peko got maybe caught or couldn't quite get something done, he still did work in silly situations. So excellent Ezreal play. You can see why he's played it a number of times already here in the split. And Xiaogu keep the train rolling. They are one game away from 5-0, 10-0 to start their LPL season.
Which is the absolute perfect way to start the season, just before a break as well. So all of the momentum in their favor. Unfortunately, if they do continue along that trend, I think the break might favor everyone else.
Yeah.
Because they get 2 weeks to look back and go, oh, damn, they're winning everything. What's going on?
Well, they'll certainly be happy to try and take it out, and I'm sure that's what they want. Every team wants to go through a season undefeated if possible, and it's very difficult in the LPL, but Xiaogu making it look somewhat easy so far. So remember, this is also a battle to retain sole place of first in their group as well, which is maybe even a bigger deal.
That's a bigger deal for sure, of course. They've started off with a bang, and honestly, we watched that last game. It's just the perfect description of both of these teams in a single game. The clash of styles as well, so you've got the lane swap start from Snake. They get themselves the slight lead of about 4k gold, and then QG just claw their way back in. They team fight again and again, and suddenly they're ahead and they win. And
you mentioned this. You, in the break, were like, we could probably predict how this game was going to go just based on what we've seen from stylistically, and that's exactly what happened in that last game. So the question remains is, what does Snake change? Because clearly, them playing like that isn't going to work here.
Exactly right. So that's the big question is, Snake, if they can lane swap successfully and get yourself a 4k gold lead, don't change that.
No, that's pretty good.
Change the... that's great. Wins games. Change the fact that you can't out teamfight QG by never either having to teamfight through split pushing or accelerating the game.
Oh, man.
Oh, we did it.
For anyone who doesn't know who that is Uzi. Oh. Currently on your screen. Peko has finally been benched.
He just got MVP.
The MVP of last game has been benched, and Uzi is finally being unleashed on the world. He's smiling, he's looking happy.
It's time for Xiaoguzi.
And I don't think they're changing anything else. Dade going to stay around. No one else in the roster will move in, but Uzi's going to finally get a game. It's a nice little Chinese New Year present for the player.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I have to say, he's having a lot of fun now. He's smiling. Technically, Xiaogu can afford to give a game away.
Yeah.
But Uzi is a proud player, and Xiaogu are on fire as an organization.
For Uzi to play one game.
Uzi has to win this game, surely.
Exactly. For Uzi to come in and for Xiaogu to say, we'll give you this one game, we're 1-0 up. It's a free one, even if you lose, you've got that second chance.
Don't lose.
Exactly. Uzi's literally just going to be looking at his team going, we're not losing this anyway. You all calm down. That's a big deal, though. That's a big sign of confidence here as well.
Certainly a fun way to potentially end our week of LPL before the break. And Uzi, we talked it up. We talked about the high-powered Xiaogu bench. I feel like they're making the right choice here. Change slowly. Only one player. No other player has to come in.
Yeah, definitely.
Don't bring Dade in. Don't make drastic changes. Keep the consistency. And with the way the top half of QG's map is playing, I might not even need Uzi to do too much. But Uzi is a player that is desperate to prove himself at the highest levels of play. He's going to have a chance here.
Well, he's got everything to prove in this particular game because he's with the undefeated team. And if they were to drop a game, then you have to ask questions.
Certainly will, as we are going to get some bans underway. In Italy, Tom Kench starting off for Snake, who are now on the blue side. And QG going to go with Gangplank and Corky. So two bans they already had in the game before. In fact, all these bans are exactly the same so far as game number one.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, the standard necessities of bans are starting to work their way through. This is a bit different, though.
Yep, actually a LeBlanc ban there from Snake, which was not touched at all in the last game. We do know Doinby's proficient on the champion.
No, which means either... So they have to ban Ryze now, QG,
yep,
right?
Of course.
So first pick, basically, if they want, can just be Graves.
Yeah, I guess so.
Or Alistar.
Yep, Alistar's the one that I think makes the most sense to me. That is going to be the first pick there for Snake.
Which means the burly jungle man still can go to Swift if they choose. A good option here for first rotation, though, for QG if they'd like. Of course, Rek'Sai / Graves is the Swift special. They could easily default to a Lulu again. Mind you, I'd prefer that they didn't pick it this early in their rotation.
It's true. Did get it very late, actually, in the Game 1 draft.
Maybe even Ezreal, given that Corky's banned.
Yeah, Ezreal definitely. I'm sure something Uzi can play. Maybe not a trademark pick.
No, lock in the Sivir. Just get it done.
I mean, I think everyone wants to see his Vayne, but I don't know if we'll go that deep that quickly. If we're thinking about maybe Lucian, that would be an Uzi champion that's maybe a bit more in line with the metagame.
This is like the Uzi meta. I've been very surprised that he hasn't played yet.
Well, Poppy Rek'Sai is a good start here for Xiaogu. I do like the denial pick away from Flandre in particular, and of course can be a support, can be a top laner, but V's already proven he knows how to play carry.
Yeah, he definitely has, of course. Taking that from Flandre, pretty big deal. We'll see what Flandre defaults to, given that he's likely going to be against this Poppy.
Part of me wants him to just take the Fiora,
yeah,
and try the matchup on the other side.
See how it goes.
See what Snake want to go for. Crystal once again back on Tristana, and they are going to build around him. Already has Alistar's support, and now Lulu to add to that as well.
Yeah, we're looking at a protect the Tristana type of composition already, with only 3 members locked in. So if we were to look at what jungle pick should be done here for Snake, they may even go back to an Elise or something to that extent to just keep the rest of the team alive. Or they could go towards the Graves and have a second carry option in that team. But Flandre, you know, he might just pick one himself. Quinn's up.
Never really know what Flandre wants to do. And you're right, Quinn is up, which was not available before. Uzi going to give the crowd some love. You can see him smiling there. Does flash the Vayne. But I think he's deciding between probably those 2 champions. And there's the Uzi signs in the crowd. Fans very happy to see him back again. And he's going to take the Ezreal Braum there for more. And we'll see if Uzi can upstage the current starting AD carry, who did have an MVP Game 1, I'd like to remind you.
Yeah, let's just say he's got big shoes to fill. And it sounds funny to say that about Uzi, but so far this QG bot lane's almost infallible with their ability to get through the early game. A lot of differences between Uzi and Peko, to say the least. One of them being aggression in laning phase and pressure.
Well, I think that'll be interesting to see how the dynamic changes.
This is... wow.
Well, are we just going to go all in?
Yeah, that is 100% let Crystal carry.
Are we going back all the way to triple McHale's Snake?
No! Don't revert that deep, of course. The Elise is good at anti-pick if they were to go towards that option. Flandre, if he's to lock in Morgana, it'd be all in on protecting Crystal. If he goes for the Graves top, then a little bit less so.
No, I think Crystal... I mean, he's the one picking the champion, interestingly enough. He's like, nope, you're taking Morgana, buddy.
Did you say Graves? Was that Morgana?
Get me in there. Morgana release. The last picks there from Snake. And protect King Crystal seems to be the name of the game.
It definitely is. And Tristana, we know Crystal's entirely capable of bridging himself towards that late game strength. We saw it in the first game. The other thing here, though, is they're against a...
Pekka's just hanging out in the front row.
Looks up.
Why'd they bench me? I played so good.
He was a little bit distressed looking there. I'm not going to lie to you. Of course, what I was going to say here is that if we're looking at this team composition of Snake, having protected Tristana, and we know the bot lane of QG already, if it's an Ezreal and a Braum, then I think it's pretty safe to say that they'll look to 2v2 and kill Crystal.
If there's anything that Uzi likes doing, it's 2v2ing people, as it looks like we are picking Doinby's champion. You can see him on the screen talking to his teammates, talking to his coach, making sure they lock the pick in. They are going to... Nope, they do swap it away. It was a Varus. It is now a Victor.
The Varus was questionable, as we do go towards the Victor. Much more standard, and still Doinby entirely champion. And that is... looking at the entire QG Reapers team composition, it's just standard them at the moment. They've got their tank line, they've got their hard engage, they've got pressure around the map, and then they've got their scaling late game team fights. Snake, on the other hand, have changed it up, and we said they needed to change it up.
I feel like they've regressed.
Yeah.
They've gone even deeper into 2015 Snake. I'm going to try and protect Crystal once again. It was a decent strategy when they played the series earlier in the week. So I can see some merit to the Flandre top Morgana coming out again, but like we said, maybe prepare for long games here, because Snake, they really need to get this Tristana going. You can see the lineups back on your screen. I'm curious to see what Snake can change here. ZZR, I think, actually, may be the one to look for. Can he get some earlier jungle pressure down with this at least?
Yeah.
Get the snowball started a bit earlier.
I think we're looking at level 1, what everyone actually does, and then from there how they work their way to having the outer turrets if it's a lane swap, or if they can lane successfully, because this is a QG side with Uzi as AD.
It certainly is. It's going to be a fun game too. It is time for Xiao Guzi. And we're back onto the riff for our second game of the best of 3 in what could be our final game of the night, as Xiaogu are looking to make a big statement to the rest of the LPL. Not only are they looking to end the entire week before the break undefeated in matches and games, but they don't even need MVP Game 1 Pekko to do it.
No, they don't. Of course, they've got in Uzi, the all-star AD carry. Someone that you have to say has smart coaching decisions. Hasn't been played until now.
Surprise, welcome to Uzi, everyone.
Woo.
Going straight aggressive there with the Braum. Already another stun down, and this is horrible for Snake's bottom lane.
Just standard Uzi. Welcome back to the LPL. Just all in level 1 fights. And Braum Ezreal, pretty good at level 1. You don't really want to mess with it.
Certainly not. And
the
Snake,
question, though, Pastry Time.
yes.
Are they lane swapping, and are Xiaogu dealing with that accordingly?
Well, I know 100% that Snake are lane swapping, but do QG know? Maybe the better question there. By the looks of things, they are going to get the swap they want. Flandre already off with the jungler hiding away, and Crystal and Ella back to swapping again on the Trist and the Alistar this time.
Yeah, so they actually do put the swap into effect, and QG not looking for the 2v2 just yet, as they are content with these lane swaps. Of course, last time we saw this, there was a sizable lead given to Snake through these lane swaps, and we'll see if QG can adapt to what happened to them last time.
Well,
Match it.
not adapting just yet, because V, actually pinging missing, is now in that top side, but he's going to find two champions
get a couple
pretty
of cheeky last hits before the rest of them arrive.
Yeah, this would be nice. 1, 2. He's going to just miss that one, but
Two's all right.
now he knows what's up. Nella and Crystal coming to the lane and immediately start pushing, but Uzi on his own right now, though hits level 2, and he's going to start pushing this with a bit of help from Moore.
Yeah, and of course a lot of information is about to be digested from Snake as Ella's checking that red buff, knows that it's gone, and immediately pings. Checking further. Now he's at the Raptors.
Yeah, going to see Swift actually might even challenge for this Raptor. Swift actually just going to be like, yep, I'm not going to let you get away with this. Ward down there for Ella. Swift going to try and finish it. Does get it away from Ella, though. Nice play there from Swift. But Ella's just going to get chased now. Doinby even moving around as well.
Flash with Doinby. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, doesn't want to commit too much there. Especially with ZZR also in the area, taking that Rift Scuttler. But 2 members actually coming up from QG. So an adaptation this time. They do make a change here.
Yeah, they've got potentially 4 members here for Snake, though. And a big minion stack, because this is risky business against the Morgana. But QG, they want the lane swap.
Yeah, they kind of need Swift, but he's actually not on that side. He's, I think, turning around now. There's good damage there onto Ella. And Flandre looking in for it. You can see now ZZR's there. Oh my god, he outplays Uzi with the Cocoon. And first blood is going to go to ZZR as now the fight's going to break out. V comes up here as well as Crystal, able to hop himself away. But V is just diving straight in for Crystal. He wants the kill. He picks up the buckler, but gets Cocoon to ZZR. Off on the back end, is going to die to the Poppy. Now Moore going to look for another one as Swift did manage to rejoin in, and Crystal is going to have to flash out of it.
Here as well.
Yeah, everyone's in there. Doinby going to get down the gravity field. Finds the stun onto Flandre. Zones 2 away, and Ella, now called out, is going to go down here as well. Swift will get the kill there onto the Alistar as they want to keep chasing Tank. He has to be careful. He goes over the speed shrine, and Xiaogu trade 2 for 1.
That was ridiculous from ZZR. The flash Cocoon actually predicted Uzi to use his E. That was amazing work, but of course he'd used his flash. He'd put everything into killing Uzi, and does go down for that in response. Not that bad of a trade for QG, as they actually come out the other end better for it. Gifting a kill to V here, though, by walking directly next to him at one hit from going down. And all in all, just chaos.
I mean, Uzi's not a happy man about it. I can tell you that much. Azizi are back in with another good cocoon. Doinby going to cleanse out, but they will keep chasing. Doinby out of mana with no summoners, does not die, but he's going to be forced out of mid.
I said chaos. Well, that just ensues further as they move towards the middle lane. And this is one of the most unique lane swap scenarios that you'll ever really see. As QG decided to put their bot lane there in that top lane and didn't have Swift to help them. They then get dove for it and immediately Snake after that go mid.
Yeah, I mean, QG responded well, but Doinby actually gets the blue donated to him and is allowed to stay in the mid lane. That is a huge win for Doinby. He's going to be able to pick up levels and CS. He probably has to bail if he ever sees a jungler again.
He will after this wave. He just wants to clear it as far as he can before Lulu comes back. One thing worth noting, though, is how somehow, and I'm still not entirely sold on their strategy here, QG, but it just always works for them, is this enforced chaos style when Snake lane swaps and QG actually just want to fight them. They just decide that we can fight. This happened twice from QG, and it's actually worked for them every time.
And the best part is, they get everything they need out of the swap. They actually end up in standard lanes, which I'm assuming is where they wanted them.
Yeah, and it's also equal farm, so even if Uzi went down, the same thing happens with Crystal not actually getting anything really from it, besides 2 daggers. So everything actually where they want. You're right.
And V ahead on farm as well is nice. Up against Flandre's Morgana, a Swift on a bit of peril. He's going to put a ward down there and go back home. Build a tunnel network first. As we can see, Morgana vs Poppy. Starting to see a little bit more of this, but can get out of hand quickly.
People actually picking the Morgana into the Poppy and has a very real opportunity to backfire if you were the Morgana. Flandre, of course, knows the limits of that champion quite nicely.
Ooh, Doinby going for a walk perhaps.
Thought about it.
Rethinks it, just puts a pink ward down though. And ZZR once again staying aggressive. I do like this change from Snake's jungler. Able to come down bottom side, take out that pink, and maybe pay another visit to V here in the bottom lane.
But on the flip side, you have to keep in mind Swift. He's about to find them.
Very nice play. Looking for Crystal. Doesn't find him. Nice headbutt from Ella, but Uzi's going to move in. Does shift around. One more auto is going to be there for Ella. Now he's going to get knocked around, and that's an easy kill for the Rek'Sai.
And that was simple work here. Working on those pink wards that have been placed down from QG. Recognizing that they were going to try and place down Vision Snake in their standard lanes. Doinby also going missing a lot in that middle lane, kind of forcing them to do that as a precautionary measure. A lot of good things here coming together at one moment for QG, and they find a nice pick.
Yep, looking good so far, as they've actually managed to stop the Snake lane swap more than anything else, and even get themselves a lead of 1,000 gold up early on in this one. V now level 6, throws the buckler of Flandre, but quite a lot of means for him to have to contest with. This is Morgana at her most annoying, as per usual. And Swift just going to take this crab.
Something you'll see a lot from Morgana top lane, or in this case bot lane. Just very annoying. Just wave clears. Does his absolute best to have a non-interactive lane. That's the most important thing. Yep. And by doing so, they negate any pressure that V on this Poppy could otherwise enforce.
You can see Flandre double drones up as well. Probably going to be that Frost Queen's claim. We saw Marin do this build earlier today on LGD, playing top Morgana to a win. As Moore currently getting himself zoned away. So Uzi's was busy shopping. Does have his tier. Does have a pickaxe, actually, so we'll delay the Sheen ever so slightly. Oh, only cancels one back.
Moore wants to cancel the other. Nope, doesn't get it.
Well, now Ella actually kind of zoned away. And Swift might even go for another kill here.
Shouldn't. Should just know that there was one back and the other one's trying to, and have a free look at this blue.
Doinby coming over, though. QG have a man advantage on this side.
They're gifting it as well.
Yeah, Doinby's going to get it. That's a great pickup.
That's a super efficient pickup here as well, because Doinby's pretty much had blue this entire laning phase. It's against the Lulu, who has not, and that means the world to a Victor, because that aggressive trading, especially with a cleanse, you would otherwise look at this and say, not a chance of trading, because tank with Ignite should be able to beat you, but every time, look at this.
Yep, Doinby just abusing
He'll
that Victor
him
range.
Because I'm not even kidding, it's just Doinby.
There we go. Message received from Tank, who's running around. Trying to take too much damage from the Chaos Storm, but Doinby, why not?
I love that you can call it in advance at this stage. Doinb plays Victor, one of the most unique Victor players that you'll ever see, because if his ultimate is off cooldown, he has a blue buff. You can guarantee that he's going to use it on your face and just try and poke you out. It's exactly what he's doing now as Tank. Look how pressured he is.
Yep, still taking damage there from the death ray. Does have his ulti and his flash, so probably not going to die, but this is just giving Doinb more space in the lane to actually deal damage to the turret. Tank will finally be forced away here. And like you said, just no good choices at this point.
Absolutely not. Of course, on the flip side, if you have to have a look at this bottom lane between the Morgana and the Poppy, Flandre is doing quite nicely to keep V down. So there's a big saving grace here for the team fighting of this Snake side. The problem here is that they're trying to bridge Crystal into a point of power, and they've actually got him stuck in this standard 2v2 lane, which means that Uzi will be indefinitely matching his strength.
And even on Ezreal, Uzi, ever the aggressive AD carry player. Of course, that one kill in top lane onto Ella is nice as well. Ella only level 5, so still maybe at risk. And Zizio is
What is he doing?
happily hanging out in this bottom lane, but V's just going to go back. And I like this choice a lot. Merc treads up nice and early, plus the Barmy Cinder.
And this is just, he had a blue. He's got another
so
blue.
many blue buffs.
And immediately, I mean, Swift can just go down to that bottom lane. Teleport's there. Do they want the 2v2?
No, V just going to use it to get back to the lane in time. But Swift there, just to make sure it all goes okay. Once again, V, nice little way to get himself through lane here, as we're seeing some aggression on the top side. Uzi actually eats a Thunderlord's proc there from that E. And Crystal starting to feel himself a bit more. He's got a BF sword, so have to think he's got the combat stats advantage.
He's changed up the build here as well for the Ezreal. Usually you'll see the tier go into a Sheen, and then from there the Frozen Fist or the Iceborne Gauntlet will get picked up and then work towards the Manamune. The difference being that he's got a pickaxe straight away. Much more auto-attack focused here against this Tristana for prolonged trades and less skill shots needing to hit.
Yep. Bit of Uzi thrift shopping perhaps, but definitely
Well,
wants to get aggressive as once again. Doinb still got blue. Ulti was on cooldown. Apparently that's unacceptable. Does ulti tank once again. As that burst is starting to get a bit ridiculous. Swift now topside once more. These guys here as well. This could be a 3v3. Swift has to back out. Tunnels up to safety. Isn't going to clear that pink though.
Only barely tunnels to safety though. He was looking very close to getting headbutted into the wall, and that could have meant death. But Swift does get out. He's alright.
And going to take the crab as a result as well. So it's a lot of funny to see things change up a bit. And we sort of expected this, I think, with Uzi on the team.
Yeah.
Swift changing his jungle attention just a bit, although here comes some attention. Mid lane now, Tank going to get knocked up, but the Wild Growth moves in there as well. That's a good flash out, but Swift's going to follow, and that's a kill easily for Rek'Sai. Now going to have to find a way to get out of this situation. He's surrounded on all fronts there as Flandre's ported in. The binding will connect as Crystal's even going to jump in for it. He should be able to get it. He will claim the kill, and Doinb now, perhaps a little out of position, is going to turn damage onto Flandre.
Yeah, so they find the kill onto Lulu, but the entire team of Snake rotates to ensure that Swift doesn't get away with it. That was an aggressive decision from Swift, to say the least. Doesn't get out, even though the cocoon didn't connect. Vino teleport available, so wasn't able to get into that fight himself. Big saving grace here for Snake, potentially. And of course, 2NB didn't have his ultimate, because he uses it during laning phase.
Yep, and Uzi returning to the top lane as well. Actually was busy buying. Does have himself a Sheen and another Mana Crystal now, so 2 items will be on the way soon.
And that's the one thing that you have to question, is going for the Mana Crystal when you could get a cloth armor. Just because you have more effective trading.
Uzi man.
But that's, yeah, exactly. That's the mentality that a lot of LPL AD carries have, is that if I could get something that will let me hit more skill shots, so I can throw Q more often just because I have more of a mana pool, and afford to be more reckless with my mana, then I'll kill him. Whereas the cloth armor I don't need, because he shouldn't be able to hit me because I'm a better AD carry.
Yep.
That is the legitimate mentality of all of them.
If there was a player that ever held that, certainly this one here is Crystal and Ella in a bit of trouble. Auto's in there, nice weaving in from Uzi, and Ella's just like, I don't like any of this.
Ella accidentally ground pounded. Uzi's aggression just went to 11 out of 10. As this is, again,
Fourth blue buff?
in case you were wondering,
Doinb has gotten every single blue in this game, as these guys going to try and punish Swift, but Swift's like, nah, I'll take your ward, see you later.
and we'll take your blue buff with it. As what a big swing and change in pace here from QG, focusing entirely around the jungle, but also working around the top side to give Uzi this free laning phase. It's a question we were always going to ask is how will QG play when they've got Uzi in the roster opposed to Pico, who is much more of a sustainable, I guess, AD carry. Kind of just let him go to his own devices. Uzi likes the attention. Certainly does.
Gets a lot of it from the enemy team as well, so can maybe understand the shift in mentality, but V has been absolutely fine in his 1v1. A little out of mana right now, though, but he should be okay. Probably safe to return now, as Mort does get spotted by a Ghost, trying for a little bit of a gank there into the mid lane. V, though, going to go back.
Yeah. It's looking.
Andre
for Swift.
Finding.
Oh, that was close.
That was cute, but no dice there on that one. Instead of Hex Drinking now completed, we are going to have the swap back. It does appear. Don't quite know why. Manamuni actually done for Uzi as well. So didn't go Iceborne Gauntlet first. Wants even more early power.
Yeah, looking for more damage on the turrets, I would assume. So going back to that bottom lane after having it, it stacks quicker, and he can just freely hit minions PvE, get some turrets down. Of course, Crystal is going to respond to the pressure from having a rapid-fire cannon first item. Very much evident. This is the big surprise.
Yeah. Doinby naturally taking a tower. His mid lane does fall. Top goes the Snake, but this game probably much more Shagu's pace. And Doinby just getting it effectively by himself is a big deal.
There's 3 members here. Do they really want to dive a Poppy?
He's got his flash. Well, now he knows they want to dive in.
Press W.
Yep, here we go. Onto Crystal. Uses the ulti. Oh, gets cancelled, I think. Now Ella is going to try and pop him. Cocoon's good there as well. V, nowhere really good to go. He's going to try and look for a flash here. The Hex Drink is there. He will find the flash, but Crystal able to follow in. Gets himself stunned against the wall. One more order there is enough, and Crystal able to get the kill.
But only barely do they pick up that kill as flash is used from Ella and ZZR. A lot of summoners. They are going to get this turret, though, it would seem, if this continues. No one's going to be here in time.
Yep. Swift can't make it. Tower is going to fall. And the rest of Shagu busy doing Dragon right now. So another tier 2 will go to Snake relatively early into the game. It's funny, we talked about them mitigating some of the lane swap, and all of a sudden the game looks very similar.
Yeah, they just decided to get lane swapped on. Went back towards the bottom lane. Of course, managing to maintain a gold lead here, QG. Even though the second turret just went down, and it was basically the only 2 turrets of the game for Snake that just decided to collapse at the same time. And a pick as well. So all things considered, QG are actually happy for this.
Yeah. Nothing to complain about, I suppose.
Did get bot turret.
Yes. Uzi able to take it before. Flandre now back there. V in the top lane. Looks like top lane is going to be dodging each other for a little bit. And Shagu still with a lead, but it's pretty small at this point as Doinby actually bottom lane. He's going to take out the farm as it's convenient. With Uzi back shopping, does go for Iceborne, has finished it up already. As you're about to hit a very quick peak of power.
He definitely is, and that is the big 2 item spike. We're looking at the same thing in this middle lane for Doinby. Has his Abyssal Scepter. Quite cheap item costs, I will say, between the 2 items that he has at the moment. The Abyssal Scepter and upgrading his Hex Core twice. Cannot complain with that, but a lot of utility to be derived from this.
Can maybe complain about this, as another tower is going to fall. QG, though, trying to respond by fighting, and Swift going to go in for it. Does get headbutted away, but a huge ulti in for Doinby. Does get the first kill as Lulu's going to fall down, and now V going to look in for the flank. Good cocoon there from ZZR, might keep him back, but V in there, popping the ulti. Now going to keep moving forward as Swift is just trying to kite around the edges of the fight. He wants Flandre, he's going in. It might be suicidal, but he is going to try and take them down. Xiaogu going to leap forward as Uzi gets a kill there onto Triss, and now going to keep chasing. Flandre looks absolutely dead as he does drink the first Q, but Doinby able to secure it.
Uzi, welcome back to the LPL, showing off his mechanics one more time. Doinby hits the ultimate that they were looking for. V, the exact same thing. And seamlessly, it feels, Uzi fits into the team fighting composition that QG have as a roster. And just like that, they start to accelerate the game that little bit faster.
Yeah, looking good, and let's look at it again.
And straight away, Doinby, the flash engage, 3 members. Tank has not existed in this. Swift is honestly on a suicide mission to try and keep the rest of the team fighting as V. The ultimate was great. That was the 2nd great ultimate in a row. Uzi's trying to work his way in. Slowly but surely he gets there, and this is the kill. The auto attack as the jump and flash went in. And that was clockwork. It was so easy here to execute on if you were QG.
Yeah, it's looking good here as another blue's going to get taken away. I think Snake have got 1 blue buff this whole game. This one's going to go to Uzi, though.
Not even sold on that.
I think they got, like, the first jungler one, and that's it.
Yeah.
I know Doinby got 4 in a row, which was pretty ridiculous.
Well,
or 3 or 4 in a row.
Like, that's the impressive stat that I want to consider here is the jungle control rate. It's something they do show, the LPL. So I'm very curious to see what happens next time.
Well, I can tell you what happens this time. This is Xiaogu able to take a tower in the top lane. Going to be 3 apiece now on that particular objective. And you can see QG picking up the pace a little bit more this time around. They do have a dragon for themselves. They've still got that gold lead.
They're against the 2-item Tristana, though. They're kind of just waiting for Crystal to group here on Snake, and I'm not sure why he's still split pushing.
I feel like we're always waiting for Crystal to group.
Yeah, well, I mean, legend has it he's still not grouping
He's still
to this
split
day.
pushing, yeah.
They're building a team around. They have a Morgana, a Lulu, and an Alistar to keep him alive, and he's never with the team. I mean, yeah, best of luck to you, I guess.
Well, we'll see if they do change it up at all as V comes to meet the farm in the bottom side. Crystal, though, actually backing, so it seems like an item is up. And Flandre gets a solo kill. Sorry, Doinby solo kills Flandre. He's up to his old tricks on Victor.
At this point, I'm not even surprised. He's 403, was 303, has upgraded completely that Hex Core, and has also got his Abyssal Scepter. The burst is through the roof for this guy. He's even tried to maximize his CDR by getting the Fiendish Codex with the Lucidity. What a Victor player.
Yeah, and power just keeps growing here from Xiaogu. 3,500 gold up now as Doinby, even considering camping a brush there cheekily more. Tries to give someone the chair. Does just miss there onto Ella as Snake. We're going to group a bit more now. Try and maybe do damage to the mid turret, but it's a little too scary. Doinby off the map, actually returning now. And goes back and finishes Merlonomicon off that Fiendish.
Yeah, why not,
So
you know?
super efficient damage items for Doinby. He's looking to get aggressive early, and I guess we can kind of see why.
200 CS, 20 minutes. Makes a lot of sense that he'll have these items right now, especially when he can solo kill Flandre for the extra pocketed 300 gold before he recalls. Actually gifting him the Morellos, you would have to say. In such a confident position here. And Doinby is a very strong confidence player. If he could just walk in, he'll honestly just ult people.
He's looking for it.
He'll just drop the storm.
Crystal, yeah, rocket jumps over. And now Xiaogu trying to group up, get some damage done. Flandre off to the side, will buy in Swift. He's pretty tanky at this point, does have a locket already done. And now V will rejoin the team. And these are where the problems are going to start for Snake.
They've still got the team composition to work around right now. The fact that they've got free farm and a 3-in-1 Tristana is a big deal. Tank, it doesn't matter how poorly he plays in the early game. If he dies, it doesn't matter because in team fights, if he can keep Crystal alive, then they're actually achieving their purpose as a team composition.
Well, got a bit of business to do first for Xiaogu. Blue buff will go to Doinby yet again. And he's going to clean up bottom side with Dragon coming back up. QG might as well just move back, make sure they claim number 2 while it's here. He's also going to clean up this farm like we mentioned, and Snake going to get a bit more breathing room to give Crystal some more presence in a side lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're trying their best here, Snake, to work with what they have, which is struggling in the early game. They're managing to keep themselves in the position that Xiaogu were in last game. We'll put it at that. Their lead's never really gone out of control. The concern here is that if we compare these two teams stylistically, this favors QG indefinitely.
And Doinby is so far ahead
over 2K.
of the enemy mid laner. Yeah, over 2K, a little bit more. Everything else pretty much even, really. Although it looks like Swift has a decent lead in gold as well. But Doinby certainly the big star of this game. 4-0-3, only getting stronger. And Victor is just brutal with items. Yeah. Feels like with or without items.
Absolutely. I think he's about a nearly large rod away from him.
Oh my god, Crystal looks dead! The face of the mountain might be enough to save him, but Doinby just goes in.
Pretty simple work here when you're a Victor that's 4-0-3. Crystal, you're meant to be the hyper carry of your team, but if you're going to die that quickly, then what answer does Snake actually have? He just can't stand that far ahead.
No, and Uzi has ulti. He's going to use it to trim the bottom wave. Continue applying pressure here in mid. Doinby had to go back. He's got a Giant's Belt now. Going to be building into Rylai's. You have to think, but already has the damage items. We often see Rylai's first.
Yeah.
After some Hexcar upgrades, but I kind of like this way a bit
better.
Well,
that's the best part right now, right, is he's got the Giant's Belt because he's already got enough damage. When you're a 4-0-3 Victor with this much damage in your itemization already, you can afford to even go the Giant's Belt aspect before you go the large rod, as he's got a blue buff, but hey,
Look,
Here we
went
go.
enough blues. There's another one for Doinby. He's had almost an endless chain of blues in
Put
this
that in the
particular
bank.
game.
Yeah, seriously.
He's almost level 16 as well. Crystal will not survive an all-in like that once Doinby ticks up to rank 3 ultimate. And again, Xiaogu can apply pressure wherever they want, but it does feel like the Baron area is where they want to contest.
It does indeed. The natural progression. No outer turrets remaining. Inner turrets in the bottom lane. V can consider, but he really wants to be here with his team because they just want to outright team fight and force them to respond, and that's the Baron.
They're just going to start it here. Plenty of damage here. Doinby might even drop the ulti again, although he's waiting for somebody to try and pick off here.
Orbed it.
Swift is going to come in. They are going to back off. Didn't take too much damage. More actually,
Well,
I tell a lie, took a beating.
Yeah. Moore's going to have to go back, but QG can pretty much reset, and they don't actually know that Moore is that low, so very easy to fake it and let him come back with items.
Huge wave bottom as well. So Xiaogu can run back and rinse and repeat if they feel like it.
4 scrying orbs
That's quite a lot.
are done for Snake here, which means you can pretty much tell that they're behind.
Yeah.
It's the best way to look at it. They're not able to get deep vision. They've done well to get that ward onto the Baron area now. But again, the fact that they have 4 scrying orbs really indicates how much they're struggling here.
It has been a struggle here for Snake, who are still about 3,000 gold behind. Doinby continuing to accrue farm at a pretty alarming rate. He's actually 50 CS ahead effectively of Tank there as Uzi goes back and finishes his Blade of the Ruin King. And in and amongst all this, V's actually just gone Tank. He doesn't have the Iceborne Gauntlet just yet. He'll get it eventually. He's got the half of it there, but he knows that his job is just to be more of a tank this game.
And it's a magic resistance stacking tank essentially at the moment. He's more so trying to split push and deal with Flandre's split push. Which indicates if it comes to team fights, they're confident they've got enough damage to take down Crystal. But Crystal can absolutely destroy him.
Well, you can always send Doinby as well. We saw that earlier. Sure, he'd be more than happy to 1v1 Flandre, especially without a Zhonya still, and a long way off there for Flandre as well. But once again, Xiaogu, no need to play this too impatiently. Just get your wards down, threaten the Baron whenever it's convenient, and let V scale up a little bit more. Again, feels like Xiaogu's style plays wells into Snake, who kind of want to do the same thing.
Yeah, Snake, they're not going to be proactive to any crazy extent with what they've got so far. They're actually wanting to slowly snowball their AD carry into being this overwhelming force and then just bolstering his strength with a Lulu. So Snake, honestly, if QG continue to play the game slow, they're in their comfort zone anyway.
Yeah, and they'll just keep doing this. They'll threaten around the Baron area once again. They've got Sargos pushing. V's down the bottom. He'll be fine.
I think QG's game plan should just be to count the scrying orbs.
Yeah.
See how many. They start up, that's 1.
There's
They
1.
know there's 4. They know that's a quarter of the way.
Oh, Flandre gonna get knocked back here by V. Black Shield popped. Good juke of the Dark Binding. Pops the W, runs away. Standard Poppy trades. It's so annoying.
Yeah, it's only when you're recalling that it's the most annoying thing ever. But they do it again. And this is the rinse and repeat time here for QG.
Yep, no need to do anything other than be patient here. Dragon back in a minute as well, so QG can just fall back, take that, and then really start to threaten on either side of the map as far as neutrals go. Uzi, though, to make sure he takes a bit of farm. That's to keep the waves pushing out, so nothing wrong with this.
This is like hyper pushing it though, to be fair. So he's already got a cannon stack on it. Now he's accelerated the pace of that top lane and how the wave is pushing. They know Flandre was on the bottom side, so someone has to address the top wave. They get absolute knowledge then of where at least 2 of the members are.
Yep, that means space for Xiaogu back on the top side, so Baron once again a potential threat. Dragon up in 30. And QG sticking to the left here, at least for now.
And the wave clear as well from doing this, just ridiculous.
Yes. Everything from
In
Doinby
fact,
right
he
now
might
is
even
pretty
have his
ridiculous.
rallies.
He's going to go back. Does have it. 4-item victor in under 30 minutes.
How do you live through that?
Well, I don't know, but Snake may be the unlucky people that get to find out. At some point, they're going to have to face check Doinby at Baron.
Yeah, seriously. They're waiting, and QG, they're being patient, they're waiting, but I don't know how long that they can afford to wait. Because realistically, that's a 3-item Tristana, and once the Bloodthirst is there aren't a lot of ways to kill him unless Doinby really gets on top of his face.
Well, I imagine that's probably plan A. We'll see just how good the QG team fighting is, especially with Uzi on the lineup. Binding actually did hit the dragon, but Swift's going to get it. No steals coming here. But doesn't even have smite. Didn't need it. Don't be it to Binding. Oh my god, he goes in. He wants Flandre. He's going to look for it. The Chaos Storm Chase is there. Uzi's there for a bit of an assist. And Doinby gets another kill on Flandre.
Oh my god, he's not done.
They're going to get chased down as well. The damage is massive as QG now find an opening.
That's so easy to do. Work around the dragon. They can play a patient game here, QG. And Flandre overextends in an attempt to take it. And just by having cleanse on Doinby, the Morgana binding means absolutely nothing. They take him down. They look towards the second kill, force him back, and that's the Baron started here.
Yep, no ulti for Doinby, but it's probably not going to matter here as QG looking to just commit to this and take it out. ZZR is around for a steal.
This is miracle steal time.
But Swift smites are almost always on point. ZZR going to get knocked back. V going to try and keep him out of the pit. They will go in. It will go to Swift. Doinby gets kicked out of the pit, actually, as Swift is eating damage from Crystal. Uzi now exhausted, but they're going to try and chase down Ella. ZZR also under threat as the ulti comes out. Ella just gets melted under all the damage as ZZR falls as well. And Crystal, he just couldn't get in position there.
Crystal just unable to do the damage. And as one of the sole damage providers for Snake, it makes it that much easier for QG to walk in. As you have to keep in mind, this Tristana is still alive. But they're just diving.
Swift also ulted back in. Flandre's dead again
Jeez.
as Doinby just takes him out. And now they're going to dive in for it. Crystal in trouble. Tank eats the Brawn passive. Swift does the flash on Burrow and Uzi. He's just going straight in for the 1v1. Never mind, V going to make it an unfair fight. But Xiaogu able to break the center.
They push away the Tristana. And the strategy there, kill everyone that isn't doing damage to you because they're trying to keep the Tristana alive. When you're this far ahead, it becomes that much easier. And they walk away with an inhibitor and 9k ahead.
And still Baron left as well. More than about 3/4 of the buff still remaining. Maybe 2/3. My math is absolutely awful. But they're going to steal the red buff on the way out. They're almost 10k up at this point. Swift going to add insult to injury. Take that jungle away. And QG on the cusp, remaining undefeated in games to round out week number 3.
He's willing to give you 3/5.
Okay, cool.
How much Baron's available, just so you know.
Thank you.
But you're absolutely right, Xiaogu. They're looking near unstoppable, and even with Uzi in the roster, it doesn't change a thing. As basically going for this Baron was just the deny ZZR party, and they did exactly that. V even using his ultimate for it. Even the W actually denied the Q out of ZZR. He was just a non-factor in that fight. Ella was stuck. Once the ultimate goes down, he dies. And kite as they might here, impossible to get away from a Rylai's Victor and a Poppy.
And just keep it simple. QG going to go bottom side. V sticking maybe towards the top. He's got a frozen heart already, actually, so don't even worry about the gauntlet. Don't need it.
Nope.
Actually, full tank Poppy this time around.
Which is very smart. Needs to live through anything Crystal puts onto him. And the more armor you can get, the more attack speed reduction, the better.
And now turrets melting. Really melting here as QG are officially 10,000 gold in the lead. And Tank and friends. And the rest of Snake going to have a lot of wave clearing to do if they're going to hold on to this. Baron's still up for 1/5, we'll say. Not for too much longer, but QG already did the damage they needed to.
They definitely have. They're walking around a super Crystal. Like, he is a big deal. But if anything gets onto him from Ezreal or from Victor, then he's going to be stuck.
Well, I'm noticing about 3 Mikhails too few for a standard protect the Crystal comp. And V is going to work on this tier 2. Pretty much a free turret here for QG because Snake were never really defending that on their own. It's really the next one they have to worry about here.
Yeah.
Super minions already streaming into the base. Xiaogu just have to be patient here.
This is the danger point for Snake because now the outer is gone, the inner is gone in the top lane. All that's left is the top inhibitor turret. And if they send Flandre, QG's pressure on this bottom turret will just reach up to 10 out of 10.
Well, they've sent Flandre. So
wait, not a minion wave.
Yep.
Or they could just rotate top.
Makes sense. Looks like they might even go back towards mid. I don't quite know when the inhib's coming back up, but not too soon. Got a little bit left there. And Doinby hanging out. V.
They need the minion wave to be pressuring bottom as they go to top.
Yep.
They've kind of made a small mistake there with their minion control. But they've got time. All the time in the world.
Yep. Baron buff's fallen off, but they don't need it for this particular siege. They're just going to try and keep Tank out of the siege, really, because he's doing a nice job wave clearing. Crystal able to play up there as well. And clears quickly when he's capable of doing so. But right now, even Swift just trying to keep people at bay. V is continuing to apply pressure there as well. And something will break eventually here.
I think the idea should be to have Moore and Doinby sit bottom, and then have Uzi go mid with Swift on this Rex side to be able to pressure rotation to both lanes. We'll just burst out Crystal.
Yep, or Doinby ults Crystal and
you
tries
just
to
do
kill
what
him.
you want.
Doinby's certainly doing whatever he wants to do.
To be fair, they're doing what I suggested. It's just that Victon has no ultimate now to utilize it effectively.
Actually going to back off as well. Blue buff is up, so that means that QG do want to go get it. Uzi's going to get this one. That's his second of the game. A luxury is an AD carry player for sure. And Dragon is up soon as well, so QG happy to consolidate.
Yeah, and that was basically a whole zone use as well.
Nice.
For Doinby.
So he's full build, casually, at under 35 minutes in the game. 7-0-4.
In BD, you know. Another day in the life of Victor mid if you were Doinby.
Well, looking good so far. And there's more of Malmortius now done for V. He's also not quite full items, but just needs to keep the potion out.
5k gold ahead.
Uzi has fat stacks to spend here as well. He's actually going to ulti, push the wave mid in.
How can you be that far ahead in mid lane?
Well, you know.
It's disgusting.
Like you said, just another day in the life of Doinby here. As Uzi is going to go spend his money. Dragon number 4 will go over to Xiaogu. Baron's up in a minute 30, and Snake, good luck. Because QG just have every advantage they need in this game.
Doinby is so rich. Unbelievable. He could honestly just throw money at anyone he wants. Buy a house.
I think you prefer to
buy your whole family a house.
I think you'd prefer to throw an ultimate.
I appreciate you.
Preferably at Crystal. This blue buff Xiaoguzi going to take the Krugs here. It looks like collapse on the Baron now for QG. Buffs up in a minute. He already took away the blue, so nothing left to take on that left side. Mid inhib is back up also, so QG have that point of attack if they need to.
And to be fair, this is now a 4-item Tristana.
Yeah,
so
Crystal can do work here.
Absolutely can. The whole team is behind. That's the problem. But Crystal, it's a one-man army. That's what this is. He's like the Pied Piper.
Well, that's kind of what they signed up for. Flandre actually going to get aggressed on here. Uzi going to move in for it. The ulti's out. They need to kill him. Uzi does QSS out of the end. He's snared, but he will get the kill. Nice play there from V and Ezreal.
Uzi needs the lifesteal before they consider going anywhere further, but of course has got all of the lifesteal in the world. As the middle inhibitor, you would have to say, goes down for free. The question is, where do they go after this? Well, that's a big wave of blue minions bottom, so they can't do that unless they tank it.
Might just go to Baron.
Straight to Baron, then straight to top lane. It's the only options they have.
Uzi trims bottom as well. It's not going to quite get it done, but it's actually maybe enough to reverse the wave back into their favor. And Xiaogu, they have the plan. Flandre's dead for quite a while at this point. I think about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, 25 left.
So QG able to start this 4v5, and Snake, they'll just say, you know what? We're only going to win with one big team fight. You have the Baron.
Yeah, it is what it is. They concede the Baron, and this is the second one. You would love to have fantasy points on QG right now. They're making life easy for you.
Yeah, they're almost at Dragon 5 as well.
Absolutely. Not long till that one's available as well.
Doinby would have like so many fantasy points right now.
Yeah.
My God.
It's the whole team just because of the Baron's taken as
yeah.
well. It's unreal.
Well, looks like
they even have James Bond in the bot lane.
Yeah, 007 more, looking good. Almost doing his job of protecting Uzi. Uzi did get first blooded in a pretty epic play from ZZR, but it feels like we're a far cry from that particular incident. And of course, QG traded 2 kills for it and happily took the lead and have never really looked like dropping it. As we don't even care about, well, Dragon's done up, so they can't take it. Instead, they'll just start shoving and apply pressure once more. V, casually hanging out in the bottom lane. Going to push that all the way back.
And now I feel like we're going to rinse and repeat what happened last time. We're just going to siege inside lanes and see what QG can get. Look for mistakes from the entire roster of Snake and then just blow them up if they're out of position via Doinby. Dangerous predicament to consider, but V's also, there we go.
Yeah, Swift there as well with him.
That's gone.
And that is gone. Flandre will land the binding, but it's not enough, and that's going to force pressure out here. Snake kind of have to respond here. Flandre wants to do something.
Base is broken.
Yeah, and now they're going to break it in top as well. They finally got what they want. Flandre actually burns his ulti onto V. And now it's pretty open here for poor Snake.
Yeah. This is dangerous territory for Snake. Flandre doesn't have his ultimate to keep these guys in position. That's at least one more inhibitor. Looks like all 3.
Yeah, and Snake kind of have to pull the trigger now. Don't be a little low on mana. This is not the worst time to go, but they're not going to get it. Uzi's just monstering down that top inhib.
Yeah, Doinby low on mana still positions himself as if Crystal has to hit him above Uzi. And just like that, all 3 inhibitors are down. Probably about 2 minutes until that dragon's up too. Not far away now. And that's dragon number 5, so very easy work here from QG.
Oh, I found the blue buff. It's back up there. So it looks like Doinby is going to go ahead and
There
get
it
it.
is. Dragon in 2.
QG, plenty of space now. Everything they need to close this game out. And pretty close to a flawless game here. Of course, they got a couple deaths there in the column, but
15k ahead as well.
yeah, the way they've played has just been exceptional. Oh my god, Uzi's going to get the enemy blue.
I'm just surprised it took them 40 minutes to even get close to ending this game. And the longer the game goes, the more I look at Crystal and I say, he's still a big deal, guys.
Yeah, he's close.
He's not dying. He's still 3-1.
That's true. They do have to actually end the game, as ulti is going to fly through the mid lane. Dragon 5 on the way. QG don't necessarily need it, but might as well, if they can get it at least. Being actually in the top half, just doing a little bit of jungling by the looks of things, but QG just going to set this up. Dragon up in a minute if they want to fall back to it. And once again, Snake, they just need one fight.
They shouldn't have to fall back to the dragon. This game should be over by the time all 3 of the inhibitors are down and the super minions are breaching the base. The pressure should just overwhelm.
Well, they're going to be patient. Actually,
There it
Snake
is.
are going to try and fight. They're going to look onto more, but V's going to fly in on top of Crystal, and he gets exhausted immediately. Does poor Crystal. Now QG going to keep turning it around. ZZR sort of caught out. Tank's getting jumped on by Swift, and Swift's doing so much work just sponging up the damage.
Doinby has ult.
Yeah, they're going to move in for it. Crystal gets chunked. ZZR goes in as Uzi aggressively flashes forward with the shift there for release. And QG, the pressure mounts here. They're going to just try and take it away. One Nexus turret will fall. Crystal wants it, but he gets caught in the gravity field, and Doinby going to try and turn things around. The base is just breaking in every spot, and Uzi is free-firing away from the sidelines. They might even dive the fountain to finish things off, and QG, one team fight later, they'll break the base and go undefeated 5-0, 10-0.
And I'd say, Uzi, welcome back to the LPL. But that was the Doinby special that game. What a performance from the mid laner of QG. Ridiculous work, and shows why he's so a specialist on these control mages.
From the moment you said he's going to ult him in the mid lane, it felt like it was just going Doinby's way on the victor. An endless stream of blue buffs and a solid victory there for Xiaogu, who look absolutely unstoppable. Not even Uzi, and I say that with a hint of sarcasm, I suppose. Not even Uzi can bring this team down, which is a funny thing to say.
Because that's just impossible anyway. Uzi would never bring a team down. But you're right, QG. Evidently, doesn't matter who the AD carry is, doesn't matter what style of game they have to play around that AD carry. By having Uzi in the roster, they showed a lot of strength.
And let's go back through the results of today. World Elite, of course, picking up another win. 2-0 versus M3, who couldn't quite get it together in the late game. Energy Pacemaker, though, finally gifts LGD their first series win as they take 2 straight games. Well, maybe not as clean as I would like, but this has to be the big result. Snake, who wanted to challenge in Cypher first, will simply give Xiaogu sole possession of it, and are yet to drop a game. 3 weeks done now in the LPL. We're going to check out the standings here as well. Xiaogu 5-0 with no games lost, sitting pretty at the top of the standings.
And that also means they're the only team in the LPL after this many games to be 5-0. The opposition side's RNG. They only made it to 4 points, not far off, but lost their last set against Invictus Gaming.
Yep, who actually now tied for second with EDG for 3-1, as we see OMG, Vici, and HYG rounding out the bottom. HYG, unfortunately for them, the only team in sole possession of the 0-5 score.
Yeah.
But LGD do escape that fate today, which I'm sure they're happy about.
Absolutely. And of course, a lot of the standings now starting to unfold and some crazy things starting to eventuate as LGD, EDG.
Yep, don't forget we are taking a break. February 18th, the LPL will return, but LGD versus EDG will start things off. And then World Elite versus Royal never give up, which should be a pretty good set. February 19th, though, M3 versus Vici and Xiaogu versus OMG. That looks to be quite fun.
It definitely does. I love that they're called Oh My God as well, actually. Full name there.
And then, of course, February the 20th on the Saturday, EPA, HYG, Snake Invictus Gaming, LGD, and Royal will be the matchups there. And then the final day on that Sunday to complete week 4 after a little break there for the LPL. EDG, IG, which should be good fun. M3, OMG, and Xiaogu will take on Vici.
And of course, Xiaogu Vici does look to be another one of those classic matches. Vici, they're threatening to show very real signs of improvement and take it to the best teams in the LPL. Lots of opportunities there, but right now, QG are our only undefeated side.
It's just all about Xiaoguzi.
What a performance.
It's just about Xiaogu. They're playing excellent League of Legends just everywhere.
Well, even, yeah. Honestly, it's good to see Uzi back, but Doinb was a monster.
Well, he certainly was. A nice return there for Uzi and a strong win for QG to round out week number 3. Don't forget, week 4 starts on February 18th, so we'll take a short break, but we'll see you then. Have a great Chinese New Year. For myself, Rossi, and our entire production crew, we'll see you guys on the 18th.
I swear to God.